Oh,
yep.
So
GG.
Good job, Tonberry.
I missed PB by 8 seconds.
8
Oh.
seconds. No.
Yeah, I
rude.
needed that. I needed the Trans-Kuja flare to hit literally anyone but Steiner.
Yeah,
if Steiner
anyone else.
doesn't die there, it's like almost a lock, barring protect on Necron. So yeah, 8.8 seconds over PB.
You
GG.
sure it wasn't just picking because you picked up Face of Zeus that way?
Well, I wanted to
No,
kill- I wanted to
absolutely
kill-
not.
In my defense, when I picked up the Mace of Zeus, I was a minute and a half behind.
Oh wow!
Oh.
You got me there.
Well, absolutely fantastic run there, Mutski. Very well done. Good representation for Team Tonberry.
Sebby's got a good.
Commentating, guys, appreciate it.
Of course. Sebby's got a good death guys going on right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Looks
he
like,
ends
yeah.
it with the Zidane hit.
Yeah, Zidane hit for
Wow.
900.
And he's gonna have Steiner in critical HP for the end of the fight. So that way, as long as he survives the first charge, he'll be part of that charge attack. That's a massive amount of damage.
I'm so excited.
Yeah,
Rupan
I figured he
is
was gonna.
boy.
I figured he was gonna do a full heal.
Yep.
On Zidane at least.
Yeah. So someone in chat asked, "Hey, can we explain why Necron comes?" And so pretty much Necron is, for lack of better words, the god of the universe, or creator of the void, you can say. So pretty much the long story, I'll try to shorten it, is that this crystal that's behind Trans-Kuja is the crystal that pretty much is like the seed of life for the universe as a whole. And so he's pretty much saying, yo, if I'm going to die, because I have a shelf life as a genome, I'm going to destroy everyone. If I'm going to die, everyone's going down with me. And so after we defeat Trans-Kuja, he actually, casts Ultima to destroy the crystal. And so with that crystal destroyed, it pretty much says, hey, we want the universe to become nothing. And so that procs Necron to be like, oh, hey, you summoned me? And so Necron's like, hey, I'm going to destroy the world, or destroy the whole universe, and go back to nothing, and have, pretty much, if that crystal destroyed, there's nothing that can initiate life from continuing. So that pretty much says, well, Zidane ends with, I want to live, and so he's like, that will to live is what keeps the party together, is what motivates Zidane to go forward, and Necron at the end says, like, if the will to live is that powerful, then, I won't destroy everything, but with life still continuing, Necron as an entity will still be around. So with life there is always death, but we pretty much saved the world from being destroyed. And towards the end of the cutscene, at the end game, Zidane and Kuja have an end talk, and Kuja understands, how he regrets his action, because he should have just living life, even though he knows he's gonna die, should have lived life and enjoyed it the way Zidane did.
Thank you, Steph. Yeah.
Sebi just ending TK as we've had this beautiful lore drop. Yet another one through the last 8 hours nearly. We've had some amazing lore drops from Steph here. And
yourself too.
Well, I mean, I'm following in the footsteps here. But we've got the end of a Kraken fight for Cilia, which looks a little bit on the scarier side, but looks like he's all fine, he's got it, and we're just coming up to see Necron for Sebi.
Yeah, we're nearing the end here for Sebi. Hopefully we get it as clean as the Necron. that Mutsky got, because that was just the optimal one where you only see a single blue shockwave and everybody else KO. But yeah, it looks like Syl is finishing up Kraken, and then they'll be on their way to Lich after that.
That's fine.
All right, well, I'm going to take off. I'll be lurking for the rest of the 9 race. Thanks for having me again, Relay, and thanks everyone for commentating and everyone that watched. I appreciate it. I look forward to listening to this back and hearing the lore dumps of Steph.
Yeah, GG Mutt.
GG's, Mutt. It's a good run, man. Okay, will we see another Mace of Zeus pickup?
From Syl, maybe.
I don't even know what that is and where to find it.
So, no. Apparently no.
Nice try, though.
Yeah.
You know what, Syl, we'll show you one day. But it is Vivi's best weapon, and it does teach Vivi Doomsday.
Yeah, let's see how it goes for Sebi, and also how it goes for Syl. We've got some 2 death gods, essentially, back to back.
We'll be focused more so on Necron for now. It's
Yeah.
the bit more tricky fight.
Correct.
Hopefully we see a nice standard approach, but we'll see.
Definitely want to not see anything too crazy in the beginning. Yep, I mean that's actually what we want to see. That's
good.
You know,
That is exactly what we're after.
there still was a potential for a Necron to utilize other abilities,
There we go. Great.
but once we're given the suicide attempt, then we're good. Or the knocking each other out.
So
We
yeah,
have
Necron can-
a standard Necron.
Yeah, another one. So yeah, he has a whole arsenal of spells, but just in the speedrun showcase, he's just not showing them. He's a little scared, a little skittish. But yeah, it's just gonna be another standard straight up Necron fight. So this will be pretty clean for Sebi. He's coming up on time here for Team Mog.
I've just looked over and seen that Cilia has an unfortunately stopped Zidane.
Oh, yeah.
But fight's over, nice.
It's over. It's all good.
I have a gold at that split.
Nice.
I think Sebi's. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the ATB weighted Zidane when he was revived, so he should not need this ATB weight attack.
He did the ATB weight anyway.
I just had practice. But yeah, should be in time.
Someone call 911 because Sebi's on fire.
Alright. Here.
Now.
And time.
Time? 377.37, I think?
Yep.
Or 7:37:37.
GG,
7:37,
Sebi.
yeah.
GG,
Nice.
Sebi!
And
Very nice run.
Sebi's last character HP is made up 911.
Beautiful run there, Sebi.
Great.
Very good.
Very nice
Next
run.
one for Team Mog. Also, it seems we have people joining the voice call. I don't know if we want to have them set
Yeah, I
into
think-
some introductions.
I think that would be perfect. FF2 team, hello.
Hello there. I am Poorscythe, and I am joined. If you want to introduce yourself, go ahead.
Yep, Captain here as well.
We were just watching the beginning of Rupan's run, and now Mrzwanzig is in the middle of the opening cutscene here. Not too much going on. I mean, Rupan has gone through the early part of his grinding. We'll get more into this after the conclusion of the FF9 run here. And I just want to say, after listening to Steph's lore dump of FF9, I think that is more involved in the entire plot of this game. that we were watching.
I was gonna say too, like FF2. I really love FF2. Like, yes, I joke, like half joke about Bloodsword and this and that, but like FF2, like, when I first played it, I loved the story. The story of 4 orphans. Pretty much, I see it as a rags to riches story. And so that's one thing I really do like the FF2 story. And I really think that the Emperor is I can't really second to Kefka, but like one of a top 3 enemy or antagonist for the Final Fantasy series. I really like the story as a whole and the characters and the depth. Even though just a simple early on Final Fantasy game, but I personally like the innovation of the battle system and how you upgrade your team, and pretty much the trials and tribulation that you have to go through hell and back, and I really think that's really cool.
Looks like the FF9 crew's entering the final set of bosses, so we'll pass it back to them, and then we'll come back after they're done.
Alrighty. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for introducing yourselves.
Hashtag no pressure for me.
Yeah. So we'll see how well Death Guys is gonna do this, though. So put your prayers up. Hopefully we can have a nice clean Death Guys.
Push your fingers, your toes, anything, any appendage you need.
Any open appendage.
It'd be nice to see Zidane trance.
And there it is, and that is a beautiful opener.
And the trance, yeah. All right. So we'll see. Need to make sure they're a little safe here. Make sure Steiner gets full HP. And depending on what Death Guys can do, we can actually have Steiner do his attack, and then we can have Zidane follow up with a.
See a counter.
That's beautiful. Let's go. Let's go. No counter, but
no counter.
Safe there.
Yeah, Zidane is our lifeguard essentially in the Death Guys fight. We want to just keep him in the back row, try and keep him healthy and alive as we have Steiner be the DPS. Auto life on him. Yeah, good call.
Yeah,
Making sure we want to have Zidane up top. Yeah.
I was a little concerned when I saw the PD going out to ammo. I was like, oh.
Yeah. And there's clothes. Okay. Make sure Steiner's up.
A cool thing, like why I said, hey, I would like to have Zidane and Trance, is mostly because even though they are in the back row in order to be a tank for us, is that the Trance ability is not determined by your row, your front row.
Right. Yeah.
Not. So having that as a backup would be nice, as to, in theory, to do a little bit more damage. And plus, it's kind of a reverse. In the beginning of the run, or for the first 3 discs, first 3 parts of the game, we don't want to really waste time with battle animations. But once we get auto regen, we kind of do want that and utilize that in order to have as many more ticks of auto regen. And the longer that we have an animation, the longer ticks that can go on. So that's, for Zidane to use the trance ability, and kind of cast the magic attack, he can also refill, a few ticks of auto regen, and get like 500 more experience or hit points, which will help us, survive more attacks.
Beautiful fight there, Sil. Very well done.
Don't know what I was doing for a second there.
You're good.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice Death Guys for everyone. There wasn't game overs or wipes or anything like that. Just everyone walked in and finished. See, Death Guys is easy.
Unusual. very unusual death, guys.
Honestly, shout out to the death miss.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
kidding. Yeah, that death missing was pretty cool.
But definitely, I mean, we've seen death guys, ruin world record attempts. We've seen death guys just troll and, 3, 4, 5 times in a row of just meteor maxing out or just doing so much damage. And yeah. Nice risk taken.
Definitely worth taking that risk there.
I've taken quite a few risks this run.
I mean, you've also had some pretty poor RNG through the run. I think you've handled it pretty well.
Yeah, you were just dealing with the hand you were dealt.
Now
So
we're
again,
on
we have
charge.
TK. Yeah, we have TK here, who we want to try and do enough damage to hit just below, just before the 50% threshold. And then we're gonna have Steiner just charge away because we don't want to trigger the counter Flare Star. But Flare on Steiner is not ideal at all. That's
but it does give him an access into charge. But from that noise, I'm saying
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought it and didn't say it. I still cursed him. I'm sorry.
You're just thinking about it now.
Well, we can be hopeful that it misses Steiner and ammo, or one of them.
I hope so. Yeah.
It missed Steiner. Okay.
Miss Steiner, that's good. Okay, we'll take that.
Yeah, and we've got the auto life, so that opens for charge.
We're in. We're in.
Okay, very nice.
Let's hope that his final action is kind.
Yeah,
Be kind,
nice to
TK.
reflect here.
Hey, there we go.
All right, all right.
Watching this game for so long, you can kind of anticipate or hope and anticipate what's going to come next.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to see. Yeah, everyone kind of is on the same page at some point. Where it's just like, oh, please, guy. Yeah.
Very well done.
Very good.
Since we're about to rotate out, I just want to give a shout out to P-Town Rocks for encouraging me to learn Final Fantasy IX speedrunning and easily for giving me that final push to be in the top tier runner.
Nice.
You did it all yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Only done this for a year, watching the relays for years, so been an honor to do this for my first time.
Heck yeah, that's great. Happy you're here.
You done well.
Yeah, if anyone is interested or maybe may feel intimidated for learning to run, it's I understand the length of it can turn people off. But we do have the cutscene remover mod, which pretty much makes an 8-hour run to a 4-hour one. And overall, I mean, the community is just full of people that love the game and want to see people do well for themselves. Truthfully, in life, outside of speedrun and within speedrun, to me, just learning a speedrun and taking the time and dedication, at least to me, it kind of hones the attention to detail skills that I think people may take for granted or people don't really think about in life. So, in my opinion, speedrunning kind of can help you become more successful in general just by having that renewed focus onto something and seeing the fruits of your labor. You see the time that it takes to dedicate into something, and you see real-time results come from it. So I feel that speedrunning in general can correlate to real life. Sure, you're good at playing a video game, but it's the mentality that it takes to persevere and learn and just continue forward. I mean, I feel that it's a universal skill.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Agree. Well said. And for anyone who's interested in learning Final Fantasy IX, through speedrun.com you will be able to find a link to the Discord, to the community Discord, which will have guides, people to talk to, ways on how to get the cutscene remover or just install the game yourself, and other little hints, tips, guides, etc. As well as that, a lot of the people here today through this entire relay, in fact, over the weekend, know Nine quite a lot, and I'm sure would be happy to help if you're in any of their streams, any of their spaces. Definitely a game that is challenging, yet not so challenging that you're going to sit there and be confused by multiple sheets.
Hey, if this dumb dog can do it, you can too.
All right, here we go. One last Necron. Are we gonna have another clean one? Oh, we are.
Yeah, we are. Wow.
We 100% are. 3 clean Necron. Oh, it's a miss on the name right? Okay.
We're fine.
All right,
Very
we're good.
nice. Just bring it home, Sil.
Yeah, so we're gonna jump over Grand Cross, which also skips Neutron Ring, because those two go hand in hand, and then it just goes through the pattern of Blue Shockwave 3 times. So during that time, we just revive with Freya, or revive Freya with revive Steiner with Freya, and then get Zidane back up and just start charging and attacking away, you know? So this is gonna be it. It's gonna be time for Team Choco here in a bit.
Yeah, one thing just to, all 3 runners were running the same route, but for routes that utilize auto haste ability, they typically do not revive Zidane. Necron, even though it starts with 4 ATB bars, only has 23 speed. That's fairly slow, and with auto haste on Steiner and Zidane, one, in the beginning of the fight, you can actually ATB wait the beginning, and you can attack with Zidane and Steiner, and then suicide them both before doing the Freya jump. But pretty much just Freya and Steiner will be your main attackers, and Steiner with auto haste would be able to do
Did I
both
leak
attacks.
time?
Oh no! Okay.
Oh. Well, let's hope that attack goes through. You
Yep.
must have leaked time with the ATB wait, but
Yeah, a little bit too much time leaked, but we'll see.
well, let's
get your
hope
prayers up.
somebody can attack.
Yeah, we just need one person. We just need one
Yep.
person to attack.
And Grand Cross will do pretty much
I would-
any random status effect, including.
Yeah.
I haven't made this mistake in so long.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess you had to wait
But
to be a
that's a
dumb dog
PV.
again.
It's a
Hey,
PV.
all right.
Let's go.
By 2 minutes.
I thought it was
That's fine.
from
GG.
the time
Alright.
you were on. I was like, he's got to be
Go
close.
Team Choco, go.
Yeah, go Team Choco. GG. GG.
GG, 9 runners. Thank you guys for having us. I guess
Thank
we hand over to Final Fantasy 2.
And as Kuja helps teleport the castaway, we will also be teleporting away.
That's right. But yeah, thanks for having me. I'll be heading out. And good luck to all the FF2 runners.
GG is everyone.
GG's.
Best of luck to runners. Sick.
Thanks, everyone. We are. All right, we are fully on to FF2 now. So, welcome to FF2 Pixel Remaster. This is the first Pixel Remaster that has been shown so far in the relay today. This version came out, I think, about 3 years ago, just a little over 3 years ago. The runners are playing on the PC version, which was the first release. The console release came out last year in April and had some new features, including some nice quality of life features, including the OG music from the original game. And that was finally, after a 9-month delay, patched into the PC version. So now the PC and the console versions are comparable in terms of the features and everything. The only real differences are load times and, some minor quirks. We could kind of see one on Mrzwanzig's screen as he's walking on the open. You might notice a silly little shadow that is walking in front of him instead of behind him. It's some sort of unusual glitch relating to the airship that's specifically in the PC version.
Yeah, it reminds me of FF3 a little bit there. Something just following you around the whole game.
Yeah, it is. It is in fact Gutsco. We did not realize this at the time. But to catch you guys up on it, so far, Rupan has made his way through the opening 2 dungeons and is on his way to the Snow Cave, which is the next in the story order here. In the meantime, Mrzwanzig has, or Team Mog, has completed the opening dungeon here, and Possa is just about wrapping up the introductory cutscene. I want to give a shout out to the Japanese restream here, since 2 of the runners are Japanese for this one. We hope that their community has been thriving lately, and it's good to see them participating. And we wish them the best, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. It's getting picked up a lot more, and a lot of good tech coming from the Japanese community as well, as of late.
We have the times have come down quite dramatically from last year. I've run this, I think, once or twice in the relay over the last couple of years, and I think my winning time last year was 2:19, and I expect that to be broken handily by the Japanese runners this year. Especially Possa is a very strong runner of this. He's a much newer runner, but he's a very strong runner. So early on, the focus we have for Possa is we need to take some random encounters and build up some skill levels with our initial party, which includes Firion, Leon, and Maria. I'm sorry, the other way around. Firion, Maria, and Guy. Leon is not going to be there for quite a while. Notably, we want to get skill levels in fists for 1 or 2 characters, and swords on another character, and there's a very specific reason for this, which is that there are some incredibly powerful swords that we can obtain and use later on that will aid us in the run. And the big advantage of using fists is they are both powerful and very cheap, so we don't have to spend any money to really upgrade them. We really want to save money in the early going by beating up all these random encounters and just saving it so that we can get some consumables and some magic tomes for later on. So the easiest way for them to build up skill points or skill levels is to manipulate the number of actions they take in combat. So you might see Possa in his early combat specifically attacking with Firion and Guy to try to make sure that they get a certain number of actions in battle before the battle concludes. And by doing this, we can manipulate and quickly gain skill levels. And actually, we noticed that we kind of missed it since the FF9 crew was going on, but Rupan actually shopped immediately at the start of the game, which is a completely unusual route that I have not seen many people do before. But the beautiful thing about this run especially is that there is no one specific way to run this game. Everybody is using an entirely different strategy and execution to get the levels and the items they need, and what they need might be different between them. So you might see Rupan, for example, use less skill levels than Mrzwanzig, or possibly an entirely different one. Actually, in Mrzwanzig's case, we have him using his sword-wielding character is actually Guy instead of Firion, like the other runners. And there's no specifically wrong way to do this. This is mostly down to runner preference and familiarity with the game. I will say that it's far more common for Firion to be set as the sword user, but it's entirely possible that using Guy could be faster, as Guy does have different starting stats, notably a higher strength value than Firion, and strength actually influences accuracy in this game, so that could be important with the swords that we'll be picking up later. Cap, do you want to talk about your experience running the game?
Yeah. So I started playing this about 2 years ago, and kind of did a couple things you were talking about, the swords. Started with Firion and switched to Guy myself as well. I think I heard something about a year back where it turns out Guy gets 2% more chance to get special attacks off later on in the game. Not sure if that sounds right to you. But yeah, I've done this a little bit. Probably one of the more fun ones for running compared to FF1 at the time, which I was playing before, where considerably faster runs. That's one of the things that really called out to me for FF2. One of the things I really wanted to point out was, you were talking about just a few different changes, was Rupan actually used Protect for Sergeant, which I haven't seen much. That's a cool strat.
It can be a stat. I mean, if you use that on one character with our overpowered training wheels character called Minwu, that joins the party early on, who has lots of health, had lots of great spells that can help us out. He's just like, makes this very easy mode for the early game once he joins the party. But the opening part where we have to head into Finn, we can run a little lean on items and the ability to recover from taking a lot of damage here. Rupan did buy a lot of potions right off the bat, so he would give himself more of an avenue to recover from something that's going horribly wrong there, but a lot of this run is about trying to run as lean as possible. And it's very hard to judge what is and is not worthwhile in this, because you can do two runs with very, very similar. You can try to run the route twice and you can come up with two completely different times just because of how much RNG is involved. This is a very RNG heavy game. I mean, all the versions are like this. But this one, there's a lot of encounters and a lot of bosses, and we're trying to get through with as little as possible, which can sometimes make things take a little bit longer if the game does not cooperate with us.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so for all the Pixel remasters, how they did encounters is they're completely random. So it just generates a number of steps to the next encounter, and then once you get that encounter, it decides which encounter you're going to get, and then only after that fight does it decide how many steps to next encounter. So every game will have a different number of steps. There's no real step route. The only real way to save time on steps is to take fewer of them.
And you'll notice that they can actually run diagonally in this version. That's a brand new feature in the Pixel remasters. Doing so it only actually counts as one step when you run diagonally, but it does take slightly longer than a step horizontally or vertically.
Yeah, and one of the cool things as well, we get autosaves and quick saves, so you'll see a few of those. But autosaves also being a really nice quality of life, where every time you change screens, the game will just save for you there.
It's a very handy feature. It allows you to be very glass cannoning with your strats, and like you can just take very aggressive strats and then retry if it does not work out. Because retrying actually does not take very long.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see it on a few fights. I know the strat for a few fights have gone really just hope and pray as of late.
Okay, so looking over at Team Choco right now, we have Possa going through the first dungeon. And this is a large group of goblin enemies. Probably not worth fighting. They're worth a pretty good amount of money if you can kill them, or at least they have the chance to drop a lot of money. Many of the enemies in this game can drop random amounts of money from a pool of set values. Notably, the goblins he's facing can drop like 9 gil, 18 gil, 37 gil, or 75 gil, which is a huge spread. And if you get the low values, you get very little out of it. If you get the high values, that can really help fund your purchases for later in the run. We really want to take enemies that are capable of dropping higher values to try to minimize the number of fights you need to take.
I think unfortunately for some of these fights, especially in this ice cave, is goblins have one of the higher roll chances compared to some of the other fights.
Yeah, Rupan is onto the final floor, heading towards the Adamantis fight. I see Possa looks like he's using two swords, from what I can see. unless I'm missing something. The runners are using entirely their own strats here, so it's completely possible we're missing something. Yeah, some are running sword on, I believe the Japanese runners, Possa and Rupan, are running swords with Furion. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Mrzwanzig is using swords on Guy. And the character they're not using swords on, in this case Furion or Guy, is going to be using fists instead.
To all of you that caught the beginning part of the Final Fantasy IX run, there's a story when you meet Ramu to put together, and we're actually living that out right now in the snow area with Joseph. 9 just very notably taking just little bits of nods, essentially a love letter to all the other Final Fantasy that came before it. And here's the piece that it took from 2. There we go. Rupan going into Adamantoise. Our first real threshold piece here. So we need to have level 4, I believe.
He may be anywhere as high as level 6 on this one. I've seen him go even as high as level 7 swords by the end of the Snowfield. So that's a very... that's a different strategy than most runners. Most runners will not exceed level 6 on this. And I mean, some may even go as low as 5, I think. But
yeah, I think
notably,
5 is the first one where you really get the better damage.
I mean, the benefit of higher levels is you land more hits, and obviously, the more hits you can land, the harder it is for the enemy to avoid said hits. So you will do more damage, and some of the swords we pick up later have incredibly important status effects that can help us control boss fights. So our ability to do more hits makes it a lot easier to try to land attacks to help control the fight here. It's still not a guarantee, and the weapons themselves are fairly low accuracy, which is why we're trying to build up as many skill levels as we can that's reasonable in a reasonable amount of time without spending too much time doing so. So Adamantoise is immediately followed by this joke boss Borgin, who only has about half as much health as him and can die in literally one punch. Like that. So the early part of the run up through Snow Cave is all about trying to get the money that you need for the resources to carry you through the rest of the run. Notably, the town of Salamand has a magic shop that sells some important magic tomes. We'll be picking up some tomes for use in later boss fights. But the tomes are expensive, so it takes us a while to amass the gold that we need to be able to purchase them. We also need to be able to purchase consumable items like potions, and in some cases we want to just have antidotes and eye drops to be able to help mitigate any status abnormalities in certain situations.
Yeah, another thing of note too for Snow Cave, it's typically where the grinding for rank levels ends. So we'll see a lot more fleeing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, there's not really a convenient time to pick up additional magic tomes after this point, so this is a key point to try to get to as much money as you can up to this point so that you can splurge all the money, buy what you need, and then we start, hauling butt to try to get through the rest of the game as quickly as possible. Mrzwanzig was fighting some ghouls there, which are actually one of the best money targets you can hit in the early game. Meanwhile, we have Possa making his way... I believe he's heading toward Basque now? Yeah, this time should be Basque. This is a little mini dungeon we're tasked with destroying this dreadnought, which is a massive airship that the Empire has constructed and is trying to use to oppress the various kingdoms of FF2. But it's not yet operational, so they're tasked with trying to stop it before it becomes operational. It's under construction over here in Bask, and we just have to try to reach it, but unfortunately we're not able to stop the construction, and then we'll have to go take it out head on a little bit later in the story. So everybody's doing their best here. Notably, one big feature of the Pixel remasters is the auto battle feature, so that what they're going to be doing, generally speaking, is issuing commands to each character every turn, and then they will be enabling the auto battle, which speeds up the animations for all the different actions in combat. And notably, it speeds up the transitions into the battles themselves as well. There is a feature in the configuration to continue the auto battle, so they have turned that on, so that it speeds everything up as much as they can be doing. And notably, what it's going to do, the entire function of the auto battle is it will repeat the last command that you issued to the character. So if you issued fleet commands to everyone, then the next time you get into a battle, or if you fail to run from them, it will reissue that. If you do that with attack commands, it's the same thing, or defend commands, they won't take their turns. There's some unusual quirks with switching rows and using potions and things of that nature. And generally speaking, we want the auto battle on as much as possible to just make things go. And generally speaking, it's just reissuing the same commands that you want to do. If you need to change your commands up, then you have to disable the auto battle, preferably as close as possible to the end of the combat round, so that you can then issue the commands and then immediately re-enable it. It's a feature of all of the Pixel remasters, and it's a very important feature for speedrunning.
Oh, definitely. I also remembered one of the things they did bring over with PlayStation was the ability to just turn on Run by default. So before that got brought over, it had to hold down B the whole game to run.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. In the initial release of the PC version, auto running was not enabled, but you could hold the cancel button to dash in the towns and everything. That was finally added as like a separate configuration option in the console releases and then ported back to the PC releases. Very, very handy, because holding the button is very annoying over a long period of time. What do we have here? Possa has completed the mini dungeon Bask. The dreadnought got away, but we find a pass that lets us get on board the dreadnought freely later on, and then we get out of this dungeon. Unfortunately, the dreadnought flies away and bombards a couple of towns on the way. So we have a question in the chat asking, why is the shadow so far away? It's an unusual graphical glitch related to getting on, or actually essentially moving immediately after you disembark an airship. If you immediately enter a town after you have landed right in front of a town, while the airship is trying to raise up and fly away, it unfortunately just creates some weird glitch where the shadow of the airship is tracking the party in the PC version. This doesn't happen in the console version, so it's not entirely clear why it's in the PC version specifically. But it's it's a harmless graphical glitch.
Kind of a fun note where you can visually see the difference between PlayStation and PC.
Yeah, there's actually, it's very difficult to tell. The versions were a lot easier to tell apart before due to some differences, but now that they're very similar, it's one of the only ways to distinguish between runs on different consoles. Or different platforms, I guess. So Rupan has now moved on to Cashwin Castle, but we're past the point where we need to be grinding anything anymore, so he will just be running from everything from this point on. And the helpful NPC Gordon has joined our party, or unhelpful, depending on your point of view. Gordon is not a particularly powerful member.
He does, however, bring along his golden shield, so if you're still using shields here, we get a nice level up for free.
Yeah. Notably, we can steal the gear from the guest characters as they come and go, and even if they leave the party, we do not lose their gear. The gear is automatically unequipped from them and given to the party in the inventory, which means there's no way for us to really lose the Bloodsword by giving it to a guest character or something like that, unlike other versions of the game, where it is entirely possible to make that mistake and then have the NPC leave the party and put you in a very desperate situation in the late game. I mean, just about everything in this version is entirely different from prior versions of the game. I mean, almost all of the unrunnable formations that existed in other versions of FF2 have been removed from this. There's only a handful that remain. So we don't have to stop and fight them like in PSP or GBA. Notably, the combat is lightning fast.
Kind of a nice quirk, though, for... I think there's some of these type of changes in all the Pix remasters compared to the original hardware. They have just slight variations that just gives a new meaning to running 2 on PSP versus on PC.
I gotta say, I mean, the quality of life issues, or the quality of life fixes that have been added to this version make it very, very hard for me to want to go back and play the PSP version. I have played that in the past, and I think I still currently hold the world record, although I don't know if anyone's actually still playing it since this came out. It's I did go back and play it earlier this year, and the difference was quite jarring again to go back to that. But trying to remember all the different formations that you couldn't run from in those versions was quite the challenge after a long time.
You see Rupan having geared up for Red Soul. One of the notable things here is Red Soul is seen by the game almost as a regular encounter. So it's one of the few instances where the game doesn't take us out of auto battle going into the fight. So runners have to be very careful to make sure to turn that off in the beginning of the fight to not flee for the first round.
This is actually one of a few reasons we need to build up physical skills on our characters, including weapon skills, because Red Soul is completely immune to all magic with one exception. But the one exception is so expensive and completely out of the way that it is not practical at all in a speed run. So the only way to deal damage is to do physical attacks against it. Magic in general is rather underwhelming in terms of a speedrunning attractiveness in this one. It just unfortunately takes far too much time and resources in terms of MP values, because the use-based system of FF2 requires that you have to basically cast a spell, spend mana, and you start with a very limited mana pool, and no easy way to replenish that, short of resting in inns, and that costs money. The tomes themselves that you find cost money to learn the spell, and the skill gain rate is just extraordinarily poor compared to weapon skills, which is why we focus primarily on weapon skills for the speedrun. With that said, there is a big exception in that we can purchase and toss tomes as items in combat to get a powered-up version of the spell without learning it. It's expensive and it's wasteful in that as soon as you toss the tome, you lose that, but it is by far one of the best ways to handle some of the upcoming mid-game boss fights. Because our party's just not equipped to handle straight fights against enemies that have large HP totals. Most of these enemies here have somewhere in the vicinity of maybe 60 HP, and we can do quite a bit more than that, but many of the bosses coming up will start to have towards 1,000 or more than 1,000 HP each.
It's one thing we'll see coming up too in the other PRs. A lot of item throwing.
Here
something
on-
we probably don't typically see.
Here on Rupan's, we have him in a key fight here. He's picking up one of the most important weapons in the entire run. In this treasure chest is a group of enemies that are guarding it, but winning this fight awards you a Sleep Blade, which is one of the more powerful swords in the run. This allows you to inflict sleep, as well as doing some damage to enemies here. If you are able to land sleep on bosses, you can potentially basically stun lock them and completely neutralize their ability to respawn to you. And that, combined with another sword that we are picking up, Possa will be picking that up in a few floors. Mrzwanzig has already picked it up. There is an ancient sword in a chest in the snow cavern, which we detour to pick up. And notably, we picked up a fire tome in the first dungeon, Semet Falls, so that we could toss it on the group of enemies that is actually guarding the ancient blade here. The advantage of the ancient blade is it is once again another sword. It inflicts the curse status, which lowers the enemy's defenses and their attack value. So by cutting their defenses, your characters can do tons more damage on them with their attacks. Notably, the characters that use fists will do, their damage will skyrocket on enemies that are cursed. And it will also make the enemy much less likely to be able to do damage to us. So it will increase the safety against the party. But again, this is these two swords in combination try to help us make our way through the mid-game bosses as cleanly as possible and as quickly as possible. But they are low accuracy weapons, so we need to build up a bunch of skill levels to make advantage of it. And then also just go through a number of battles to try to see if we can't get random stat-ups to try to increase the character's strength to help increase their success rate, as strength influences the accuracy of physical attacks in this game.
For those of you who remember the great PR patching of 2 years ago, right before the relay, it used to be these swords would land their status effects 100% of the time. But when they patched it out, so now you have a chance not to land Curse, not to land Sleep, which it changed up to a little bit, changed up some of the other PRs a lot more, but definitely changed up the run quite a bit when that changed over.
Yeah, they actually broke that in a patch that was mere days before the actual relay 2 years ago. And after some discussion, they decided to play on the old patch, since we discovered that it was not an ideal situation for the runners after spending all the time being prepared with fights where statuses hit 100% of the time. And the same is true of enemies in the old version. So enemies that have like these shadows on Mr. Mrzwanzig's stream, they have the ability to hit our party and cast the blind status. And if they did land an attack, it would automatically blind. So, I mean, it's the same thing with anything that is capable of poisoning, anything that's capable of stunning, or the curl enemies in the late game that have Death Touch. That was a guaranteed KO. Yeah. Anything like that, yeah. It was a big key of the early part of the routing of this, when I just casually played it when it first came out and realized how powerful these weapons are, so we started routing around that, and they have become a heavy basis of the run. We still haven't, I mean, even in spite of the fact that the status rate has been nerfed back down to probably its intended levels, it's still a key part of the route.
One of the scarier things, too, is where Rupan is right now, on the dreadnought. The bombs, before, when not being hit at all, could self-destruct. So you could see times where they just self-destruct and take out your whole party, which I believe now you have to do damage before they're able to do that. So another big change for Dreadnought in that record.
Yeah, that was a very welcome change when the console releases had that changed, and then it was patched into the PC versions. We used to have to gather quite a bit more resources in terms of getting through this dungeon, because these enemies would attempt to explode like they are now on Rupan's screen. And it would actually go off and do tons of damage to the characters, often one-shotting them. and we would need to have life tomes to help revive everyone, and then potions to help get them back up. So Rupan is almost done here with the dreadnought. He's on the final large floor. It's laid out like a bit of a maze with these NPC guards blocking key points. This unfortunately only creates one actual path, but you have to take a very windy path through this room. You can actually engage these enemies too, but you don't really want to, as they are quite powerful. Mr. Mrzwanzig has picked up the Chocobo. This is the first instance of the Chocobo in the actual FF series, as it wasn't in FF1. There is one Chocobo in FF2, and only one Chocobo in one very specific forest. And it was actually rather an unremarkable tile in other versions, so it was actually difficult to locate that forest in other versions unless you were paying very close attention. It's been marked a little bit more clearly in this one, so it would be hard to miss that. Big advantage of that is you can traverse the overworld and without getting any encounters, and a large portion of the world map is actually connected in FF1. So you could ride that to almost any destination except for island locked areas. And the only problem is as soon as you drop them off, you have to walk back, and that can be quite a long path if you disembark in the wrong spot. So I haven't seen anybody have any real early game trouble yet. The most dangerous section of this run is probably the upcoming middle section that Rupan is approaching here, because there will be a series of, I want to say, 2 larger dungeons and maybe 1 smaller dungeon, but about 5 consecutive bosses over a 10 to 15 minute span, where each one is going to be a very dangerous fight, where we're hoping that the equipment and the gear that we've picked up helps us get through the fight as quickly as possible. But there will be 2 large enemy group fights that will be very chaotic, and we're hoping that they don't get stuck on that. But if there's any hope for some of these teams to make up the time difference between them, this is probably where it's going to happen.
Yeah, we're going to see another inflection point, too, before Lamia Queen, for item-wise. So we're going to get into parts where we're going to have to be heavy on the heals, since we no longer have Minwu, if you've noticed, as well as there's some heavy poisoning sections where we'll have to cure that antidote if we don't want to lose HP on steps.
Possa facing off against the Adamantus here. He notably got a preemptive on the boss fight. Boss fights can be ambushes and preemptives in this, which unfortunately leads to the big RNG swings that can happen, because if enemies ambush you, it's often likely to turn into a one-shot round, or it's going to compromise your ability to win the fight instantly. But due to the auto-saving system of this game, it often doesn't cost us a ton of time, but sometimes some of the bosses are preceded by some shorter cutscenes, which can waste time if you have to repeat watching those.
One person of note, too, we talked to on Mr. Mrzwanzig's screen was Sid. I believe Sid's mentioned in FF1 for the PR, but this is the first time we actually see Sid in the game for FF.
That's right. This was the introduction of Sid. He's actually the pilot, or at least the engineer who created the airships in this game. And he does help the party at various key points, although you don't see him too much. Possa's picking up money here on the way out of Snow Cave, probably just to make sure that he's hitting a certain amount of money. The amount of money each runner tries to go for in this early section is completely up to them. It depends on how much they want to buy in the town of Salamand afterwards. You have to visit the town of Salamand to pick up Joseph so that you can get the Snowcraft, go into the Snow Cavern, and then generally speaking you want to go... It's the first town you can reach after getting out of there, and notably that's where some key spell tomes like Warp and teleport and life are sold. So after you have some resources and can afford to buy multiple tomes, returning there is a pretty common spot in the route.
We have a fun encounter here on Rupan's screen. We have the pirates. And one of the few times where you'll see us just straight out casting magic spells here. Oh, we got a thunder there. Did we get a thunder drop, or...?
I believe Rupan actually picks up thunder for this. I believe it's understood, or at least has been measured, that Blizzard is technically the shortest cast animation of the Fire, Blizzard, Thunder tomes that you can buy in the early going. But it doesn't make a significant enough difference where picking up Thunder or using Thunder or Fire would be a significant detriment. And they all cost the exact same, so it's largely down to preference. I believe it's Blizzard is slightly faster than Thunder, slightly faster than Fire, but the different animations change with the levels of the spells. So we're only ranking the spells at the levels that they are thrown when used by the tomes, and it's possible they could be different at lower or higher levels.
So that's a question. So if we were to, say for example, have higher magic skill ranks and we threw a tome, would the tome be a level higher? Would it still be stuck at the same level?
Throwing tomes is fixed targeting and fixed strength. So I mean the rank is set when you throw it, and what you can throw it on is generally in terms of like, can you throw it on a single enemy, a single ally, a group of enemies. That classification is set when you want to throw it. So something like a Berserk Tome, if you were to get one, which could drop from these magician enemies that are on Mr. Mrzwanzig's screen there. You can only target that on a single ally. And notably, you can't really cast things like spells like Life on undead enemies. Even though you can cast Cure, and it doesn't work as you would expect on undead enemies, like do damage against them instead of healing them. But there's no way to cast like Life and one-shot enemies, unlike later FF games.
So that must have been a change versus 1 as well, because I know you used Dia in FF1, so FF2 they decided to allow healing to do damage.
Yeah, I mean, many of the things that they set here, so we have, it looks like Possa picked up, I believe, 2 life tomes, probably 1 teleport. Well, actually, no, he probably picked up 2 teleport because he's going to learn it on 1 character, and then 2 warp tomes, I'm guessing. And now he's shopping for some potions, antidotes, and eye drops. Hopefully to get him through the next series of dungeons until we reach a good spot for shopping for more items. But I mean, it's probably safest for the runners to pick up at least 2 life tomes, because you don't really want to be stuck with only 1 character capable of casting life on the party. Notably, like, one big thing that I know a lot of runners are probably not aware of, especially when first starting this, is that life can be cast on the entire party. So picking up a life tome is a very, very useful recovery tool in this one, because it's very cheap to cast at the low levels and can recover multiple party members and get them back up and running.
Yeah, I know that was something pointed out to me when I first started running this. Do you know you can cast on everyone? Oh, really?
That's very helpful there. Go ahead.
I think all of our runners did do extra fights leaving the Snowfield as well, so they definitely do have more gil than you would normally expect to have.
That's probably a smart play for a marathon. I mean, you don't want to be low on money here. You really don't want to be like scrimping for money, especially in this, because that can really hurt you. I mean, you can essentially save scum to get through areas if you get low on resources or something like that, but it's not preferable to do it in that manner. Possa has actually sent everybody to the back row. Now that Gordon has joined his party in Castle East. I guess we could mention the row mechanics in this are entirely changed from prior versions of FF2, and they now function much as you would expect in later FF games from like FF3 through like FF9, where characters can be set to be in the front row or the back row. Characters in the front row deal more damage, take more damage. Characters in the back row will usually take and deal less damage, except from ranged or magic attacks. In prior versions, especially the PSP version, it was entirely possible that like enemy ranks would also be set to front and back row, and that would dictate who they could and could not attack. So if characters were set to the back row, they were not able to be targeted by enemy physical attacks unless it was ranged attacks or magic spells. And if enemies were in the back row, it was kind of the same for you. You couldn't really specifically reach them until you had mowed through the closer ranks. But they've completely done away with that system in this one and changed it to this. So now, but notably, like one key difference is if you see them get into a battle with a group of enemies of usually 5 or more, and then they get ambushed, you may see that not every enemy gets to take a turn before the ambush combat round is over. You'll usually see at least 4 enemies take their combat attacks of some kind, and possibly more can attack there, but not all of them will. So it's just, I think, a weird quirk of the changed rows system. But it makes it hard to predict like when an ambush combat round may end. So you may just see them quickly toggle the auto battle on, and then as they reach the 4th or 5th enemy that takes their turn, they may toggle it off to wait to see who's coming up next in the turn order. And if it's ready for you to input your commands, then you want to turn it off as quickly as possible. But if it's not, then you want to just quickly toggle it on to speed up the enemy's combat animation and turn it off before it might come up with the next turn input again.
I think that also ties back to the way they set up 1 as well, where depending on how many enemies, depends on how many get to attack in an ambush. Kind of a mechanic to make sure that if you do get ambushed, you at least get some chance of getting out of the fight.
Rupan actually got through the first of the 5 bosses that are coming up here, the Chimeras. He set it up, and I believe he used a teleport tome to get through that fight. Every time, that's actually another important change here. These enemies fights, especially the fights against the Chimeras in the tropical here. I'm sorry, this is Dee's Cavern, and then the big horns in Tropical Island. These fights in other versions were against a random number of enemies between 1 and 4 that can spawn here. And in this version, they've been fixed to appear in groups of 4, which makes it a much, much more challenging fight, since that's the maximum amount you can fight. This is a new landing spot for that ship I've never seen before from these runners. They're going usually we land on the north side of the island and just walk down here. It looks like they're sailing around the eastern edge of it and landing a little bit farther down. I haven't seen them do this before. It's an interesting change.
I think one thing with the throwing the essentially the banishing type of tomes are if you're blind, actually it affects the accuracy rate as well, which is something you'd normally not think about.
Yeah, blind is very unusual in this game because it can affect a lot of things. It may even affect your ability to dodge attacks rather than just dealing combat damage. Possa picking up the Choco, heading out to the dreadnought. What's our next split? Split is Lamia Queen? Oh, this should be... That's going to be an interesting split here, because that's going to be a very interesting boss fight to see what Tonberry's doing.
Yeah, it's also a fun one too, because there is a slight difference in route, depending on what drop you get from Lamia Queen as well. She has the chance of dropping 15,000 gil, or a couple items that you can't sell for quite as much, and they're not quite as useful.
let's see what Rupan's doing. So I mean, our solution. I mean, when we first started routing this, our initial routing solution to getting through these fixed boss fights against larger groups of enemies was to spend more time investing fist levels in multiple characters, that multiple characters could punch and get through that. That was a very, very stupid idea in hindsight before we discovered that. So notably, what they do now is that we visit this castle beast here, and we have to visit the castle before we can proceed all the way through the cavern nearby. But there is a treasure room in there, and inside is a pair of key items that we really like to have, which is an item called the Saint Spirit and an item called the Sage's Wisdom. And these are two items you can throw on a party member in combat, and doing so raises either their spirit value or their intelligence value, which respectively affect the success rate of white and black magic spells to the maximum value for the duration of combat. And then you pair that with either a teleport tome, which is a white magic spell, or a warp tome, which is a black magic spell, to try to take out these groups. So you'll see it here on Rupan's screen. Oh, but he's gotten ambushed, so he's going to instantly reset, because that's probably just going to end in his party dying if he lets that play out. It's entirely out of his hands if it's an ambush or not at this point, so this is why teams may win or gain or lose time here.
Yep, this is where the quick save comes in, and also when they did port over from PlayStation, they also added the ability to end the fight mid-fight instead of having to wait or reset the game completely. We got a nice quick reset there.
Yeah, the soft reset option was a great addition in the console versions, and I'm greatly happy that they added it and then ported it back. Now, he only got 3 out of the 4 big horns here, so this might be difficult to get through, but we'll see. The horns have about 1300 HP, so it's going to take multiple attacks from Guy to really get through them. If Furion can lock them down with the sword, the Sleep Sword and the Curse Blade, then we can end this fight. And he got through it. That's all you gotta do. And I mean, the lower success rate of warp relative to teleport means that he bought 2 warp tomes so that he could use that in case the first one did not grab everyone. Teleport has a higher success rate in general, so we typically only need 1 tome of that. We also typically buy a second tome because we will learn the spell on one of our characters, probably Furion, just because Furion happens to be at the top of the menu order, and the menu order is actually not changeable in this game. So Furion will always be first in the order here. You can change the appearance of which sprite actually shows up while you're roaming with your party on the map. But in terms of your party order, Furion's always going to be in the first slot, Mary's always in the second slot, Guy's always in the third slot, and your guest character always slots into the 4th spot. And there's no way to change that. Now we have Mr. Mrzwanzig doing the Chimera's fight. This is the first one here. He's going to be trying to do the same thing as Rupan did, only on a different one. So he throws the Saint Spirit item, which raises the spirit, which dictates the success rate of white magic spells, and then throws a teleport tome with a different one. And notably, we're trying to throw it on a character. We're trying to throw it either on Maria or Guy with Layla. Layla is a guest character who has a very high agility score, so we're essentially trying to have her throw the item on one of the other characters and then have the other character throw the tome so that the turn order will cooperate. Turn order does not always cooperate in this game, though. And now we have a big test coming up on Rupan's screen with the Lamia Queen fight here. This could be a big reset point.
One thing of note, too, on that for agility-wise, we do pick up the Thieves' Glove in Dreadnought, which speeds that up a little bit.
So since this is a one-on-one fight, we're most likely Layla's going to be throwing a... Oh, no, she's going to be doing something else. Oh, he's probably going to be using it with a different character. He's going to Berserk.
Oh, wow.
This is a new strat I haven't seen him do before.
Got Sleep Grass off.
So we picked up a Sleep Grass while we were on the 2nd floor of Tropical Island, which casts a level 16 sleep spell, which is very, very powerful. And 16 is the max rank, so that basically gives you the max chance to have that kind of a spell hit the character. or hit the
Very
enemy.
nice
Moss
kill.
in this case. And Berserk is an item. He probably got a tome from a magician drop earlier and used that on guy there because I don't think you can buy Berserk tomes until very late in the game.
Yeah.
That will raise the attack value of a character, so they will
Looks
just
like
do more damage.
Looks like we got the helm drop there. Unfortunately,
That would be the ribbon, which is unfortunately not as valuable as it is in other FF games. So he probably wasn't looking for that. He was probably hoping for the money drop instead, but you can still work around that.
Yeah, one thing that's nice about Lamia as well is it's all single target attacks. So if we do have both of those life spells on somebody, we can kind of start to make up and bring people back up to try to turn the fight around.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a key thing in a marathon or race setting like this to have multiple characters capable of casting life, because if only one character is, then that puts you in a very dangerous situation if that character dies. And if you happen to be like near a town or something, maybe you can use an inn or actually one of the churches in the towns to revive, which is very uncommon. You would probably only see that in a very desperate situation. But if they happen to die like right after a transition point where an autosave was created, then it takes very little time for them to just reload an autosave and continue on as if they had not lost.
Yeah, Phoenix Downs cost, I believe, 1,000 gil in this version, so not something we typically see buying a lot of early game compared to FF9, where we have more money to spend and less expensive items to buy.
They were actually 500 in this version, but
Well, they're
they're only 500, but they're still very expensive compared to many things. I mean, a life tome itself is 1,000, and you could, with a character's starting MP pool of 10, you could cast it up to 10 times for only twice the cost of a Phoenix Down, basically. Big advantage of a Phoenix Down is anyone can toss it. But you could also toss it. You could toss a life tome in a very emergency situation in combat. That would be a very desperate situation and a very expensive way to revive the party. But if you get into a desperate enough situation, maybe you can do that. The key strategy for most people is that we buy a life tome and then wait to see which, if any, characters die, and then teach it to another character in case it happens to be the one we were intending to teach it to try to prevent something like that. Rupan
What level does it
What's that?
casting life at?
What's that?
What level does it end up casting life at? Is it useful at all to use the tome? Do we get enough HP to make a big difference there?
But the leveling system is very unusual in this game, and it's just most spells, especially a lot of utility spells, gain very little actual utility from raising levels. So, I mean, casting life at a higher level than life 1 is kind of a waste. Casting it at level 2 would cost twice as much MP, which is 2 versus 1, and it barely makes any difference in terms of the amount of HP they get back. So, generally speaking, if you want to have cast it at low levels, it's the same thing with teleport. You don't want, and warp, if you happen to use a route that uses warp like I used to do. I mean, generally speaking, there's really no value to leveling up those spells because they just don't scale in any meaningful manner.
So one thing with Lamia Queen, we find out that Hilda is actually a Lamia, and so we headed off here to rescue her and Sid.
Rupan is working his way through the Coliseum basement. So the real Hilda has been imprisoned here, and we're rescuing her. Unfortunately, Gordon's going to take off here and leave us with a man down. So we just have to get through this floor. There's some dangerous encounters here, so he's going to quick save here. Notably, all these runners can quick save at any time. Additionally, like anytime they transition between floors or between locations, an autosave is created at all times. So marathon safety is more or less assured in this run. And
I think there's
so
another.
just I don't have anything to say. But yeah,
I think there's another one where it used to be scary, but with the status effects dropping off, it's a lot easier to get out of there without dying.
this is so what we're seeing on Rupan's screen here is he took a Chocobo to get down here, and he wants to get back to his boat, but this takes a slightly longer path to take this route. We noticed the Japanese runners tend to favor doing this, and just mapping it out myself. Essentially, these encounters in the desert can be very deadly. These ant lions that he's running into can ambush you and stun lock your party and kill them very quickly. They can also run into chimeras, the same as the boss fight we were fighting, and which can use a fire breath attack and can also just munch you if they want. So they are very dangerous encounters, but typically running between the Coliseum and back up to this Chocobo forest incurs at least 3 encounters of the desert enemies. And if any of those are ambushes, or if you're just unlucky and fail to run, they can easily wipe you and game over. So typically they'll walk and quick save before each fight. But some other runners like myself tend to land a little bit lower and then just try to walk across the desert, but you get twice as many desert encounters doing that. Whereas if you take that slightly longer route with half the number of encounters against the dangerous enemies, in exchange for taking weaker encounters that are fairly easy to run from and not really a threat to you.
So here we are, returning back to the castle. We meet up again with Layla, which she has a new golden hairpin, which is really great for us. We're able to equip that to another character and use that further on in the game. But we are taking back our kingdom here. We're going to be approaching on the commander that has been in charge of this area. And another one of those slight inflection points where we really need Ancient Sword and Sleep Blade to proc here to have a good fight.
This can be quite a dangerous fight. Notably, Layla does come with a Thunder Magic spell leveled to level 4, which is nice for adding some extra damage to boss fights. Not strictly necessary, but in the absence of leveling up her physical skills, it's a great way to do some quick damage here. So this is the final boss of this little middle gauntlet that Rupan is going through. That's a bad start. He did not land Sleeper Curse on Godos as intended, and Godos smacked him back. That's an ambush. We'll see what happens here. If you're watching the Japanese screens, if you notice a combat message that comes up with 1 exclamation point, that means it's an ambush. If it has 2 exclamation points, that means it's preemptive. I do not speak or read Japanese. It's just the easiest way to distinguish between it when you're watching. You don't actually need to learn or understand Japanese to be able to play this in Japanese, and then in fact you can change the language of any of these games to play in any version, in any language you want. It seems like Japanese text is probably slightly faster than English text, but for readability's sake, I think they're each going with the language of their choice. There's slightly fewer dialogue boxes for some selections I believe, in the Japanese language. We have Mrzwanzig doing a great job so far on Behemoth. This is the 4th of the 5 fights in the middle of the game that he's trying to work through. Right now he's managed to lock it down, and he's actually switching to an additional sword that he picked up which does damage but no status effects, in an effort to try to do more damage since he's already partially locked down the boss. You may see them pick up this winged sword that was in the same treasure room as the Sage's Spirit and Saint's... Other way around, Sage's Wisdom, Saint's Spirit. Very easy to confuse the names of those items, and which says which. So Mrzwanzig is still working through this fight. He hasn't lost it here, and he does have some emergency Phoenix downs to try to res this. Notably that he's trying to use one of the backup characters, either Maria or Gordon, to recover this, as they're not really contributing anything offensively to this fight. They're more on utility support, either res or healing duty. This is not a very cooperative behemoth, but he hasn't lost this fight yet, so he can still work through this. If he can just get a proc of, Sleep or Curse from his guy, then he can still win this fight, put it away. There it is. So he worked. It was a slightly slow fight, but he got through it on one try, which is ideally all you really want to do. But I mean, if you fail to land, or if you have trouble landing Sleep and Curse, the fights can get very prolonged, very hairy, and very difficult, and that can just result in a bunch of time loss, which can be very frustrating as a runner of this game. I haven't seen anybody. I mean, I think Rupan may have reset on one or two of the bosses. Nobody's gotten like super stuck on any of these mid-game bosses so far, so nobody's lost a ton of time. We're still seeing Team Tonberry maintain their lead that they had entering the FF2 section of the relay. And it's very likely that they're going to continue to lead on into the next section, FF16. I hope you guys will stick around for FF16. I'm looking forward to the debut of that in the relay coming up after this game.
Yeah, first year in the relay, and hopefully they port it to PC soon as well.
It should be coming soon, as I understand it. I'm looking forward to that. I don't know. I had a great time with that game. And I should really go back now that the DLC came out, but I have not had a chance to play that yet.
Alright, here we have Rupan going into another kind of iffy area. This is where we get a lot of more status effects. This area in particular, we have the chance to see cockatrices, which have the ability to petrify you. Again, another one of those situations where when it was 100%, it was very save heavy. Here you could probably get away with every other fight, or just kind of, I don't know, wish and a prayer.
Rupan is buying some Giant's Gloves and Thief's Gloves here in the armor shop in Myidia. Each of those, the Giant's Gloves add 10 points of strength, and the Thief's Gloves adds 10 points of agility. He's also loading up on high potions, some additional antidotes here, because poisoning becomes a lot more common here. Getting a lot of gold needles, and then he's getting some Phoenix Downs to help in case he runs out of MP with resurrecting his characters. Because the characters only start with 10 MP. Generally speaking, we're not going to be using spells in combat, so the MP pool of the characters is not going to be raising over the course of this run, because it typically can only be raised by using magic in battle, by casting actual spells, not by throwing tomes. And then you would probably have to go to an inn to replenish it. But we don't really visit any inns in this run because, generally speaking, we don't need to. We can get through this with a lot of high potions, a lot of Phoenix Downs, and then we just use some things like a couple tomes of life early on in the run, since they're pretty cheap, or at least they're very powerful with the ability to resurrect the whole party.
Yeah, those Giant's Glove and Thieves Gloves, I believe that's, is that a new strat as of this year? I don't think I've seen that too much.
It's a bit of a runner preference, I've noticed. Some of them will buy... They're not very expensive, they're only like 1,000 each or something. They're not hard to get, but getting over to Myidia takes quite a bit of time to do it in a safe manner. So generally speaking, you don't visit this location until you actually have to visit it as part of the story. And then you can switch it on and off. What you'll probably see them do is put the Thieves' Gloves, which give agility on, to raise the characters' agilities, so it will increase their likelihood to take their turns earlier in the turn order. And then as they get to various bosses, they may switch on Giant's Gloves instead, which give you 10 points of strength, and which can raise the accuracy and the power of physical attacks. And swapping them off is a relatively quick process, but you as part of a speedrunning, the general idea is to try to minimize and like optimize the menuing so that you go into the menu as little as possible, spend as little time in the menu as possible. And one slight difference on the console versions is the menu actually opens up instantly on that version. There's a slight transition of maybe about a quarter second when opening the menu in the PC version. If you look very carefully, it'll like blur out the background and then open up the menu here, which is not present on the PS5 version. It'll just instantly open straight to a menu. So I mean, getting into the menu is slightly faster on the console versions. But again, they basically have feature parity here, and that's one of the very few differences between the platforms at this point in time. We absolutely encourage people to play on the platform of their choice and not worry too much about the speed of it, because the RNG of the game is going to matter way, way more than slight menu transition times.
Here we got Mr. Mrzwanzig going against Gatos.
Yeah, I've seen him in recent practice have a lot of trouble on this. But again, it really just depends on whether or not you can land Sleep and Curse on this. Sleep especially. If you can land it, these fights can go very, very quickly.
Yeah, very clean fight there for Mrzwanzig.
Rupan on Team Tower. Tonberry is now in the Cave of Myidia. We're in sort of the, I want to say the FF1, where you're getting through the canal section, where you have to go through a bunch of steps to get to your next story point here. So we visited the tropical island earlier to pick up a black mask, and then after we defeated Godos, we had to go through a basement in Castle Finn to pick up a white mask. You need both of those masks to be able to enter this dungeon here, the Cave of Myidia, where a crystal rod is sitting in a chest. You need that rod to be able to get into the Tower of Myidia, and also to recruit Ricard, who was also tasked with finding a crystal rod, but was unfortunately swallowed by a Leviathan while attempting to get into the tower.
Yes, the infamous fetch quest. Well, it looks like Possa reset for Bighorns.
Okay, so Possa's, onto the Bighorns. This is the second fight, and this is one of the few fights that, again, carries over your auto battle settings for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why, but I mean, like, generally speaking, when you get into a boss fight, it disables the auto battle, so you can't, like, accidentally start the fight, even if you, like, were doing that. But this is one of the few fights where if you have the auto battle on, it will immediately keep that setting, just like Red Soul was earlier. I have absolutely no idea why it's programmed like that.
I think it has something to do with how it flags it more of a encounter than a boss fight. We run the same thing with in FF1 with the pirates, as well as the Evil Eye, I believe, also has that same situation.
I have not gone and speedrun the FF1 Pixel Remaster. I wonder if I should do that, honestly. I was a big fan of the PSP version, where you have glitched equipment and you don't have to really worry about grinding and fighting things other than in very specific spots, and then they changed a lot of that in the Pixel Remaster, and it didn't quite appeal to me. It appeals to quite a lot of people, though. If only it was a little bit faster of a run, because it's still about 20 minutes slower than the fastest PSP run.
Yeah, a good 2-hour run typically.
It's a great short run, though.
Yep, and we'll see that later on. I believe toward the end of the relay, we'll see FF1 PR.
I'm looking forward to that one, because Chaos can absolutely throw that one and completely change the team's positions.
Alright, we have Rupan picked up the Crystal Rod.
I did mention earlier that using the original, we now have the option to select either like the original Famicom soundtrack or an arranged soundtrack. Honestly, the arranged soundtrack is far more pleasant to listen to, in my opinion. But in terms of speedrunning, the original OST is a lot quicker, mostly because when you pick up items or recruit party members, there's a short fanfare that plays, and it plays shorter on the original Famicom version and allows you to regain control of your party quicker. So it's a slight time gain to play that way.
Yeah, it's interesting that something so small as the difference between how 8-bit and arranged does for timing on these soundtracks.
I mean, the upgraded soundtracks to the Pixel remasters were probably the most pleasant surprise when they were announced and released, because that was absolutely something I was not expecting, and it made them just very, very enjoyable to play casually, to speedrun. So I'm very grateful those are included.
Yeah.
Looks like Possa got through Lamia Queen with a very nasty looking several confused party members. It's one of the reasons why that's one of the most dangerous fights in the run is she can confuse party members, which can make them start hitting each other. And as soon as that starts happening, it gets to be a very hairy fight.
But first try, I believe. So GG.
I mean, nobody seems to be getting stuck on any serious reset heavy portion here. We've seen them go through some slightly long first attempts, but they have gotten through it on the first attempt. And I know Rupan, in this case, he did quickly reset an ambush he had on one of the fights. So I mean, that's the benefit of the quality of life issues on this one, where if you can recognize that it's not going your path, you can quickly reset it. And if you get the right RNG, you don't even have to.
I think we're going to see the first difference on that for Emperor 1 coming up here in a little bit, where it's a combination of 3 back-to-back fights, so any reset will cause the restart of the first fight in that series.
We have Rupan here recruiting Ricard. Ricard is probably one of the most useful party members to join our party here, as he starts with a solid investment in swords and lance skills. Oh, is he actually going to go? Oh, no, he's just going the low path. Interesting.
And also a lot of HP. You see that 500 that we won't see on any of the other characters that we started with.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a very high HP pool, and notably we have high potions at this point in the run, which allows to heal up to 500 in one quick item use. Potions only do 100, high potions do 500. So once again, we're going to be trying to just stun lock the boss here. This roundworm is the only thing keeping us in the Leviathan, so we have to power through it to be able to get into the tower coming out of here. And he's notably... Rupan here has split up his strategy here, so that before this he had Firion wielding both swords, the Ancient Sword and the Sleep Blade. And notably now he's split that up and he's put the Ancient Sword on Firion and he moved the Sleep Blade over to Ricard, since Ricard also has a decent amount of sword skill here. So now both of those characters can do damage as well as try to land status afflicting abilities on bosses.
A very clean behemoth fight on Possa's screen.
These runners almost certainly have to be on a pace better than the runs from last year. So I think the best time last year for FF2 on this category was, I think, 2:19. And I think even the best run is well ahead of that pace at this point.
And I believe in the runs they submitted qualifying up to this event, they also, on average, put better than those times up.
I know that all of their PBs are under 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I believe in Possa's case, it's actually under 2 hours and 10 minutes. I'm not sure what Rupan's is. I could look it up here. I am kind of a leaderboard mod. I probably should know this stuff. But it's great. I mean, honestly, it's been great to see a lot of the Japanese runners take the top of the leaderboard by storm over the past year. The current world record stands at, I think, a low 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 15 seconds, I want to say, held by Muchiha, who is a Japanese runner who plays many of the different pixel remasters. A lot of their community is branching out and trying many of the different games. And I think we're going to see almost every pixel remaster in this relay with the exception of maybe 5, which I think is going to be the Super Nintendo version. I'm honestly tempted to learn the FF5 pixel remaster because 5 is one of my favorite casual games.
Oh, that's definitely a fun one. I really enjoyed playing that one as well.
Do you have a favorite casual and favorite speed game, Cap?
Ooh, for just the Pixel remasters?
Let's say the FF games in general.
Okay. Probably for casually, I'm gonna have to go with my all-time is 9. Yeah. And then for speedrun wise, I think, though it's not as nuanced, I really enjoy FF1.
I mean, I have to agree, 9 is my favorite casual game. I would really love to learn the speedrun of that, especially the PS1 version. And then, casually, the one I play the most when I'm not speedrunning is FF5. I'm actually just starting a 4-job Fiesta that I've been meaning to do for the last 2 months. I love that challenge. It's one of the best ways to play the game, I think. Those are 2 of my favorite games. I mean, 16's up there now after having a chance to play that last year. And I have not finished 7 Rebirth yet. I do need to go back and finish that.
Yeah, good time for Final Fantasy. But Final Fantasy II, not talked as much about as setting foundation, but it does kind of set the foundation for skill levels for FF3. And then 3 sets the stage for the greater job classes for 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how the job system has changed since they took the penalties out in the FF3 Pixel Remaster. It kind of feels like very similar to 5 in that respect, except you just can't mix and match job abilities. So right now we have Rupan working his way through the Myidia Tower. At the top of the tower is the Ultimatome, which is the ultimate letdown in terms of requirements. It's a story requirement to pick up this tome, but it has no value in terms of the speed game, and after you pick it up, it is not used for any reason. So other than the fact that you have to pick it up as a plot point, it has no value to us. And it also only sells for 1 gil, so it's like the ultimate insult if you try to get rid of it. It is just not powerful unless you level up other spells in addition to it, and unfortunately that's just not something you do in a speedrun. Casually you might do that, but not here. And notably, especially compared to the PSP version here, there's a Snowcraft minigame that's easily abusable in the PSP version to make a ton of money. They have completely removed that in this version, which is why we actually have to make money the old-fashioned way by punching goblins in the face and hoping they drop large sums of money.
Alright, we have another Gatos fight happening here on Possa's screen.
I'm looking at that graph, and everybody's just about maintaining their pace. Everybody's playing pretty even so far, which is great news for all these guys. It means nobody's having a particularly terrible run. Nobody's having a particularly outstanding run that I've seen in terms of like being like a world record pace or anything like that. But I'd be very surprised to see a world record in this, because the kind of luck you would need for this would be incredible. Plus, you'd be playing on a razor-thin margin of resources to do that, which would just not be smart in this setting.
Oh yeah, this is one of those definitely reset early on if you don't get that really time save you're expecting, just because the variability of it all and what you could get for runs and boss fights, prepare for sleep and curse and all that.
Mtbanger is not very far behind at this point. He's only 3 bosses behind right now. He's of Rupan.
Yep, they're both in Myidia Tower.
So So there's 3 required boss fights in Myidia Tower to reach the top. A Fire Gigas, an Ice Gigas, and a Thunder Gigas.
And it's also where we get a few things we're going to be using later on. We're going to pick up the Hermes Shoes, which we can cast to get haste on the party. As well as we get the Ice Brand, which is a better weapon here that we're going to give to Ricard.
Yeah, it's notably the most powerful sword that does pure raw damage. Until we pick up the Bloodsword later on, which is by far the most broken weapon in this game. So it doesn't actually feel like straight damage, but what it does is for every hit that you land, in terms of like 1 to 16 hits, it will do an enemy 1/16 of an enemy's health, and also return that damage to you as health gain.
Yeah, the blood status weapons used a lot in Final Fantasy speedruns, one of the classics.
So it's especially powerful against enemies that have large HP pools. But again, by itself, it doesn't actually have any attack value, and it's another low accuracy weapon. But generally speaking, if you give it to a character with a modicum of sword skill, you can help mitigate that and do tons of damage that you could maybe 2 or 3 shot enemies, almost any enemy. And that includes the final boss of the game, which you will see. The final boss will be, if it goes right, it can go very, very quickly. Okay, so Rupan here is picking up some status orbs, these are bonus stat attributes that you can gain as part of this section. This middle one is the Ultimate Tome itself. The one on the left boosts your strength values, the one on the right boosts your agility values, and notably in this version of it, these orbs don't disappear when you pick up the Ultimate Tome, and the bonus is applied to all characters rather than one random character. So all the characters get an agility bonus of 10 points, all characters get a strength bonus of 10 points, which really only applies to the characters that we're going to be using melee attacks with at this point, Furion and Guy and Ricard. The boost on Maria is pretty negligible except for the agility, which is great because it will help her get her turn a little bit more likely in the turn order here.
We just got a high five there between Rupan and Possa. As Rupan goes in and Possa coming out.
We have here Rupan had to go into the town to learn the Cyclone keyword. He's going to need this to be able to access the treasure cache that's in Paul's house in Fynn, which is where the Bloodsword is residing. While we're actually in the castle, we actually have to present this pendant that we picked up in Deist Cavern to this mirror, which will show us the progress of the Wyvern egg that we dumped in the Deist Cavern life spring earlier. So that is going to hatch a Wyvern, which is going to help us get into the Cyclone here. And notably, a part of this cutscene kicks us out of the castle. So if we were to do this cutscene and then, instead of talking to Gordon first, we would have to re-enter the castle and talk to Gordon to get the keyword, and then exit the castle again. So it's preferable to go talk to Gordon and then go back down and do it this way. In the PSP version, you actually have to run out of the castle here. They just changed weird little things like that. They've introduced some additional cutscenes here that try to help you out, show you where you might need to go next. So you might notice as they exit town at certain points, a brief cutscene plays which shows them like their next destination on the map. It's a little bit of a quality of life feature, but it changed some mechanics behind the scenes in terms of whether you need to go into a town or if there's some cutscene to kick you out of it or something.
Yeah, I think it's something they had with the feedback for 1, for example, where in 1 you have to talk to the dancer a lot to figure out where you need to go if you get lost.
Rupan picked up a whole bunch of treasure here. So you picked up the Bloodsword, which is in that last chest he grabbed. There is a Blackguard, which is a piece of armor that grants agility and some resistance to petrify. He picked up a gold hairpin. I believe he picked up an elixir in one of the chests, which is a nice emergency item, or it can sell for a good amount of gil. And I forget what the other item would be. I have it written down somewhere what each of those chests has. Most of them are, like 3 of them are pieces of armor that are very similar to each other and completely unnecessary. Oh, that's a bad ambush though on Rupan here. This could be a very dangerous one because these caster enemies that are in the middle row can cast death and kill the party. That has happened to me before. It's not a huge loss if it does that, but it kind of makes you just laugh at how bad your RNG actually is. There's Mrzwanzig on the final boss in the Myidia Tower here, the Thunder Gigas that Rupan was on not too long ago. You know, we've got Possa bringing up the rear here. He's working his way to Myidia Cave to get the crystal rod that will let him get into the tower. But he's got to go through the entire cave. Luckily for him, we don't have to fight anything in here. And most enemies are not super dangerous. The worst enemy is probably the cockatrices you can get here. These flan-type enemies, or I guess they're flans, can poison you. There are Marlboros which can stun you. There are various brain-looking enemies which can cast amnesia on you. Amnesia is kind of an unusual stat, unique stat to this game. It may be in other FFs, but it's primarily a silence that persists after battle, which prevents you from being able to cast spells in battle, and also if you have amnesia on, you actually can't learn spells via tomes. It's only really important if the character that we have teleport learned on has amnesia on them at the end of the dungeon, because then that you'd be unable to teleport out of the dungeon until you cure amnesia. It's a very uncommon situation, and we do have status items to heal that in an emergency. Generally speaking, we don't really care if anybody has amnesia on them, though, for that reason, unless it's a caster of life and they need to resurrect the party. This late in the run, though, we will also have access to Phoenix Downs, though.
Yep, we have Rupan heading to Emperor. For the Picture Master for 2, this is the first area where we have an unrunnable set. We might see here, it's 2 Royal Guards. Later on we have a few other things. We have the King Behemoth and Dragons, so here's that. Right,
so this is the unrunnable formation. This is the first one we've seen in this run. This is one of the latest ones you can get. So if you see 2 of them, there's some floors where you can also see a group of 3 of them, and sometimes that's unrunnable, sometimes it is runnable though. And then you can see groups of 4, and for whatever reason, groups of 4 are completely runnable. This particular group of casters, though, is very dangerous. I feel more like he's doing that because he's just wasting time from the casting animations.
So here's our last encounter for Emperor 1. That's the 3 set, the boss rush essentially here.
So the pack of 4 is runnable there. Alright, and yet now Rupan is coming up on probably the single most volatile fight in the entire run, where the biggest point where teams could lose or gain time at this point. So this begins a 3-fight gauntlet with no opportunity to heal in between, so he's got to get through a pack of 2 Royal Guards here, then a pack of 3 Royal Guards, and then the Emperor with 2 Royal Guards and a Wood Golem. The Wood Golem can be a giant pain in the butt, and these Royal Guards also poison.
Yep, so we're going to see teams here kind of manage the first 2 fights and set up for that last one.
Notably, any of these fights can be an ambush or a preemptive, and it's really, really bad if it's an ambush. Especially the final fight.
It should be also where we get our final level for Ricard here, just to get a little more out of his abilities with the sword.
Ricard is equipped with an Ice Brand and the Bloodsword. I believe he's swinging the Bloodsword first, which is the preferable order, because if you swing second with the Bloodsword can only drain up to the HP that the character has left, the enemy has left. So generally speaking, you want to make sure you aim first for that. He's going to be trying to haste Ricard here with the Hermes shoes we picked up. And this is a strategy I've seen Japanese runners do. They're trying to one-round the golem here
Oh, very nice.
by... Yeah, we actually, the Wyvern key item that we just picked up can be used as an item in combat to cast this AoE fire spell called Blaze. It's a very uncommon use, and it's actually not a thing you can do in all versions of the game. But the the golem is vulnerable to fire, but he's even more vulnerable to a hasted Ricard with 2 very powerful swords.
Yep, just a little
goal
cleanup
here is-
work here.
You really want to get the golem done, because the golem can do an on-hit sleep effect, which, especially if it hits Ricard, is just very devastating to your chances to survive the battle. And then after that we switch over to the Emperor, because the Emperor has a very long death animation, and that can actually play out while the rest of the battle is going on, which is a rather unusual quirk of the battle system here. It's really the only situation where that happens in the game, where it has different death animations depending on which enemy is actually dying in the middle of combat, and that you can actually proceed while the longer animation's going. But Rupan did get through that cleanly, so that is really the last major hurdle for the run at this point. There are still 3 dungeons left following the Cyclone Gauntlet here, but you don't have to do anything in them other than run around or just flee everything to get to the last couple dungeons. So we have to go through Palamecia Castle, and then after that Ricard will leave the party, or Leon will join the party, and then we'll take our final party into Jade Passage leading into Pandemonium. It takes typically about 15 to 20 minutes to do this segment from this point on. So his time is actually great. He's probably on like at least probably around a 2:15 pace it's looking like for him right now.
Yeah, we'll come down to Palamecia, Jade Passage, and Pandemonium, because any of those fights in there have the possibility of stun locks, confusions, and all that, where it will just hard stop you and you'll have to load a save.
So Rupan is switching a lot of his equipment back to agility gear to aid with their party's ability to take turns earlier in the combat order and run away from encounters. And there's really no other required fights at this point other than the final boss. So the only exception to that is there are some potential unrunnable encounters in Jade Passage and Pandemonium. There's just a handful of unrunnable formations there that we have to be on the lookout for, and mainly dragons. You'll notice white dragons and green dragons. Most likely, in very rare circumstances, you might see blue dragons or red dragons. I think red dragons are literally only on the final floor of the final dungeon, and typically that floor is so short you may see no more than 1 random encounter on that floor. So if you're getting that one, you're getting the rare encounter and the one possible thing. It's like basically the equivalent of a war mech.
We got Mrzwanzig here, going into Emperor 1.
This has been a sticking point for him, so hopefully he can get through this cleanly. This has been definitely a pain point for him in practice runs. It's not a bad idea to use Maria here on either Phoenix down or high potion duty, just to make sure that the rest of your party is in tip-top shape entering these fights. So he wasn't ambushed or anything, so he's in pretty good shape so far.
Yeah, and on the rare occasion where you do have Maria have life here, it could be useful to allow Furion and Guy to still be able to do their damage moves.
Now, Furion being down here is not ideal, but it is possible to get him back up. You really want everybody alive heading into the final fight if you can get it. Well, I've got Possa doing the roundworm, so he's getting out of the Leviathan section and getting ready to get into the Myidia Tower section that these guys have already gone through. Mrzwanzig onto the final Emperor fight here. This is a nasty encounter for Rupan here, though. Those flowers can confuse you, the other guys can stun you, or even Toad your party. Toad being a very, very rare status, but unfortunately it's a deadly status in this game. If your characters are petrified, or minied, or frogged, or toaded, or whatever, that actually all counts the same as if it's a KO and your party can be wiped if everybody's turned into a toad or if everybody's minied. Not a very common situation in this, but it does happen. Looks like Mrzwanzig was not able to get through that, so now Mrzwanzig has to repeat the 3-team gauntlet, or the 3-fight gauntlet here.
Yeah, there was a route that used to take there. You would use the sleep grass on this fight instead of on Lamia Queen. Back before Sleep Blade wasn't 100%, or back when Sleep Blade was 100% chance of landing.
If you happen to get the Sage's Wisdom drop from Lamia Queen, you could buy a Warp Tome and use it on this fight. The enemies in the Gauntlet fight, or the Emperor fight, are vulnerable to Warp and Teleport. If you want to use them, all but the Golem. The Golem is actually immune to those, but the Golem is unfortunately one of the biggest problems. Its sleep effect is just very devastating. It also hits very hard. In the PSP version, you actually tend to spam teleport tomes here, try to get everything but the Golem, and then you have to find a way to do damage to the Golem, which has about 1500 to 1600 health. It is vulnerable to fire, so our backup solution in that case is to throw a bunch of fire tomes to get it down.
Mrzwanzig trying to get a good setup for Emperor.
And notably, I believe he's delaying this fight, so he's not intentionally not attacking this, so he's trying to make sure that he gets Furion up first before he proceeds this to the next fight, because he really wants his party to be in fighting shape for this fight, which is a smart play here. We're just going to have to hope he doesn't get ambushed here, because an ambush would be just a bad luck. Nope, no ambush there, so now he's just going to see if he can get through this cleanly. A preemptive is one of the best things you can get here. That's a lot of damage. That's very close to what we got through the Golem.
Nice.
That's a good sign. That's a bad sign, but he can still work through that. Slow is very powerful, unfortunately, and can counteract a lot of the haste effect that he got. Ricard can solo this at this point, so even though the slow has impacted Maria's not really doing anything in terms of combat damage. The bigger effect is it's hitting Guy right now, but once you've hasted Ricard can solo this fight himself. So it looks like Mrzwanzig got through that. That was second try, right?
Yeah. Yep, second try.
And he's still actually on pretty good timing. He still has to go through the final 3 dungeons as well, which takes 20 minutes. So, I mean, if he's at a 2:15 pace right now, that would be a PB, I believe, for him. Rupan has reached
Possa.
the end. Yeah. Well, Rupan's reached the end of Palamisia, so here he's just in a cutscene where Ricard's going to sacrifice himself and Leon's going to join the party.
Which for speedrun case is actually somewhat of a blessing, with Leon having gone from the beginning of the game you saw with very little health to now gonna have over 1,000.
So Possa is through the second of the 3 bosses of the Myidia Tower. He's still chugging along. Everybody's doing a great job here. Nobody's really having a terrible run here. Everybody's getting through everything, mostly first or second try. Nobody's really getting hung up on any of the bosses. Nobody's really getting completely screwed by any RNG or anything like that. This has been one of the tamer. I'm sure this has been one of the tamer instances of FF2 in various relays, because I know it's been very volatile before. Consequently, if anybody would love to learn this game, we would love to have you. There are dozens of us that run this game.
Yep, and there's some guides linked on speedrun.com, as well as the link to join the Discord from there as well, to ask people, get newer guides, all that jazz, and start speedrunning this lovely game.
Yes, I believe Mr. Mrzwanzig has been using a guide by Down, one of the known contributors of FF2. He's a big FF2 fan, one of the very rare ones that is convinced that FF2 is one of the best games in the series. And while I appreciate his sentiment, I don't quite share the exact same feelings about it. I do appreciate it as a speed game, though. I think it is actually pretty underrated as a speed game. And I think it's a very interesting speed game. Oh, that's a strat. Like, Possa picked up an acid file back in Castle Deast and used it here against the Thunder Gigas. Because you probably wouldn't expect it, but Thunder is the opposite of Poison Element in this game.
Is that like an air versus earth kind of element?
Kinda, yeah.
Alright, you got Rupan starting through the Jade Passage. Oh, and we got a lovely white dragon here. Another unrunnable. So you just defend and let Leon lead the way with Bloodsword and Sleep Blade. Jade Passage, no back-to-back
There's another one.
bites.
So this can happen. This is, that's unfortunate when you get repeat white dragons here. Notably, he is catching it. He is catching it immediately and directly killing it with Leon as quickly as possible. It's very easy to just get used to the auto battle here and accidentally not catch it in time, so you'll see can't run messages that'll spam your screen as everybody tries to run away from an encounter. They can't do that. And notably, you never even see that in other games like the PSP version. You won't get any feedback if you try to run away from an encounter you can't run from. So it's a nice addition to this one that they've added that, so you know that you can't run from it.
And we got the notable long screen for Jade Passage. We'll see or expect to see a lot of autosaves here. Same with Pandemonium coming up, because there's just a lot of there it is, the quick save. A lot of things that can outclass you, enough enemies to attack each of your party members with, again, confusion, stuns, death, status effects galore. One thing that's kind of fun too about the Pixel Remasters is actually getting preemptive. While it is great, is slightly slower than a regular fight where you flee right away. So even with the best case scenario, you might lose a couple seconds here and there just because the game is trying to throw you a bone.
Yeah, unfortunately you can't begin acting until that preemptive message off screen, and while it's showing, it's basically wasting time that you wouldn't otherwise have if it was just a normal encounter. But it is always preferable to an ambush, which is just pretty much a straight time loss, and can often be a game over in this one, depending on the enemies.
So we see a mage there. We'll go around the backside. Very nice. The mage sells a haste tome, which we're going to use on the last fight for Emperor 2, which, same deal as Emperor 1, is going to allow us to do a lot more damage with our main damage dealer.
We do have a comment from the chat noting the encounter rate is quite brutal in this game, and that is entirely true. There is probably on the order of 400 plus random encounters in a typical any percent run here that you get into and out of over the course of a run, which is significantly more than other versions of the game. And notably, I mean, I have a a step-routed version on PSP, which has about 240 total encounters. So you're seeing more than 50% more of that compared to a PSP run. But notably, a lot of the encounters, there's a couple of things in your favor. A is that almost all of them are now runnable. And then many of the encounters are very, very fast as a result, because the animations have been sped up and don't dawdle very much. Especially the spell effects are considerably faster in this version.
Yeah, one thing you might have noticed on Possa's screen there too is when you're on a river, they had river encounters in FF1, but for some reason in FF2 they did not include any type of river encounter. So it's the one area on the world map where you're free and clear to move around as much as you want.
My favorite thing about that is like the animation when you're on the canoe is you only see one person rowing. So you wonder like which party member it is that's actually the one doing the rowing. And you actually can row diagonally as well too, which is goofy looking.
We got a Tale of Two Wyverns here on our top screens. Wyvern saving us on Mrzwanzigs, and we just got our Wyvern on Possas.
Rupan has now made his way through Jade Passage and is entering the final dungeon.
Yeah, Pandemonium, another big one with the very long screens. We'll see a lot of things. We'll see these praying mantis-esque ones that can one-shot. We have these Death Riders, if you remember from the beginning of the game, that can hit up to 1,000. We'll see Lamias that have a chance to sleep us. A lot of things. A lot of encounters that could spell death if we don't flee. One cool thing you'll also see here, and it's very evident on Pandemonium, is a lot of these secret passageways that they put in. So, secret spots where we can just go through the wall to take less steps.
I hope you guys are enjoying the tunes here, although it's not the arranged version of this dungeon, which is outstanding in this version. Especially it has a choral arrangement, which is not present in other versions. It sounds amazing. I wish one of the runners could showcase that, but I'm not going to ask them to do that. I don't have any way to do that at this point in time. But if you have not heard it yourself and you do own this game, you could even just open up the game and check it in the music player there.
Yeah, another
Which
cool
is another
thing.
another nice feature there.
Yeah, music player, bestiary, if you've already seen the enemy in the game, you can check that out. A lot of good accessible in-game references.
Actually, one of the coolest features they added with the console versions that they eventually added to the PC version is you can actually challenge any enemy in the bestiary from the main menu.
Oh, that's right.
So I mean, if you want to play, you load a, you just go into your bestiary and it'll ask you to pick a save or something. So you could load a save with something like Minwu and challenge the Emperor in a little fun little what if you wanted to. Or you'd go in there with, no Bloodsword and a completely underleveled party that's completely unprepared and just see how badly he smacks you around. That's actually in, I think, all of the PC, or in all the Pixel remasters, which is really cool. But you do have to actually go and find and beat all these enemies first to unlock the entries in the bestiary for that.
We got a cool kind of setup here where we have Pandemonium, Palmesia, and Jade Passage, each on each screen.
Yeah, these are the... Oh, here comes Possa coming up to the big Emperor Gauntlet here. If he can get through this clean, almost everyone will have gotten through this without much hassle. And honestly, all these runs will have been very clean. I gotta say, I mean, even though it started at a 20-minute deficit for Choco, it doesn't feel like it has been only 20 minutes. This game goes surprisingly fast, and it doesn't even feel like a 20-minute difference to me. I don't know about you, Cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those fast-paced games where there's not a lot of breaks. It's just all action the whole way.
Yeah, there's a couple little cutscenes which give you a little chance to take a breather, but they're not particularly long and they don't linger at all. But notably, we're getting very, very close to the end of this run now and to the start of FF16 coming up here. Mrzwanzig picked up a peace tome from that same magic vendor that's hiding under a waterfall. Why he's hiding there, we don't know. If we can get a Steph lore dive on that one, I would love to hear that.
I think we'll have to get Steph to play FF2 first, though.
It sounds like he's played it. I wonder if he's ever thought about why that mage might be standing there.
Alright, we got Wood Golem down on Possa's screen here, and Emperor down, looking very good, very clean.
Yeah, guy is down here, so yeah, we have Rupan coming up. He's on the last very long floor at this point, so he's maybe a minute or two away from finishing right now. I mean, as we mentioned before, the Bloodsword is incredibly overpowered as a weapon, and especially so against the Emperor. The Emperor has 15,000 HP, but that can melt very quickly with this Bloodsword, typically in 2 to 3 hits. Oh, here we get the rare Blue Dragon, though, but luckily for him it was a preemptive. So this is one of the last unrunnables you can get here. Alright, 2 more floors for Rupan here. One's a very short floor, and then it's the final floor. Okay. On to the final floor. He's probably going to get one more random encounter, and then the final boss will start. Not a big deal on that random encounter. He might even try to just not res those. I guess he's going to res them anyway, just in case. Alright, so final boss will be starting momentarily. He's going to be removing the Sleep Sword from Leon, because it doesn't really do anything in this fight, and we just want to attack with the Bloodsword. So, get ready for time for Team Tonberry.
We got haste.
That's half of the Emperor's health right there in one blow. One more hit should do it. That is time for Team Tonberry. 2:17 is an excellent time. That's easily better than last year's runs. Then we have Mrzwanzig entering the final dungeon now. On excellent pace right now. This could even be PB pace. I hate to jinx it, potentially, but luckily for him, he doesn't actually have to fight anything here unless he gets unrunnable encounters.
That it was this light which finally led our forebears out of the darkness. Yet, what they saw in the light,
And we'll have a little bit of...
to temptation,
Yeah, we'll probably have a little bit of time here as they finish up these dungeons if the
never lures us back
FF16
across the shadow.
commentators want to introduce themselves.
Thus did our journey begin.
No, we're all shy. I'm Banger. Yeah, I'll be commentating on FF16 soon.
Hey, I'm Denhonator, and yeah, I'll be here. You're gonna just see Ifrit and Phoenix here for a bit, not much going on right at the start.
Hey, and I'm moonblazewolf, and yeah, looking forward to sharing the love for this this title. It's great to have it in the relay this year.
Welcome, everyone. Great to have 16, a brand new game, into the relay this year. So it's exciting to see that. In the meantime, we still have Mrzwanzig has gotten off the first floor of Pandemonium. There are 10 total floors he's got to get through. He's really just hoping to avoid the worst encounter luck while he works his way up there.
We got Possa, so the last of our Sids went away. Unlike FF6, we can't save them by feeding them fish, unfortunately.
So Possa has 3 more dungeons to go at this point. He has to just go pick up the airship, reach Palamecia, run through Palamecia to pick up Leon, and then has to go through the same Jade Passage of Pandemonium that the other guys have been going through. So he's not too far behind. Also on solid pace. And he just has to mostly avoid the worst of random encounters at this point. We have Mrzwanzig is now through 2 floors. The floors start to get a little bit shorter at this point, so it's a little easier to get through them because you don't get quite as many encounters on shorter floors. So there's less of a risk of getting wiped. But getting wiped absolutely can happen here.
Yes, Sergeant.
I said focus, Wyvern.
Yeah, these corals too. I believe they have Death Touch. That's a possibility as well. Another one of those.
They are hands down the worst enemy in the game, in my opinion, in this version.
We don't have time.
Because if they ambush you, that's basically near guaranteed game over, unless you just happen to get very lucky.
Time to move.
So what exactly does Ribbon do in this case for 2? Does it block Death Touch?
I couldn't even tell you what it does. It is not reliable, in my experience. Actually, I believe it's only supposed to protect against like a death element, which is the spells and the way things work in this are completely unique to almost every game because there's different types of families of magic that don't exist in other, that have never existed in other FF games, and what exactly they're classified up and what they do is very difficult to keep track of if you're not familiar with any of the game.
So FF2 very experimental with its
Yeah,
status
so,
effect additions.
I mean, they experimented. It's probably safe that the experiments failed, and then they found better ideas, like job systems.
Well, it's
Let's
like
see
they
how
always
we're-
say, these ones crawled so the others could walk and run.
Very true. We have Mr. Mrzwanzig coming up. Most of the time, he's only got a minute or 2 left at this point. He's on the 3rd last floor. He's gotten through the longest remaining floor at this point, so if he can dodge some unrunnable, he's in great shape here. But he's only got maybe 2 or 3 random encounters left before the final boss. So we're getting ready on time for Team Mog. Alright, one final floor, probably one more random encounter, and then probably the final floor. He did manage to dodge an unrunnable here, so he's going to get straight into the fight coming up. Hopefully this doesn't troll. It can troll.
Is trouble brewing?
I'm not sure. I need to speak
Notably,
with Father.
the biggest thing you want to avoid is an ambush, or if he specifically attacks and kills Leon right off the bat. Because that's what basically ruins your plan here. Because all the damage is from Leon at this point. Starfall is okay, because the other party members can soak it.
Isn't it?
It's not a now that's a problem here, because now if they're not alive, it's going to take twice as much damage and kill him.
Do you understand?
So he's going to have to reset there, which is a shame. He only had about probably only 1 hit left. Yeah, that was a rude Emperor. Okay, 4,000, another Starfall. Hopefully Guy survives this one. He did, barely. Now it doesn't happen again. That is time Team Mog. Only 2nd try Emperor. That's a great time for Mr. Mrzwanzig. I believe that is a personal best. Unless I'm mistaken. You can tell me if I'm mistaken, but I believe that's a PB for him.
From what I see, it looks like a PB. So GG, Mrzwanzig.
At the moment, we have Possa in a cutscene here, and it's just going to take a minute or two. So if the 16 crew wants to get back to telling us what's going on, feel free for another minute or two.
Yeah, I guess we can say that Angel should be getting into kind of the first combat section right now, if I'm seeing correctly. So at the start, you play as young Clive, and actually young Clive behaves a little bit differently from adult Clive, which is going to be the rest of the game. So you have a very basic kind of toolkit for this. You're going to see a lot of lunging. First of all, for movement, which you specifically as young Clive, you can just kind of chain these lunges together with like no lag in between, but that's something you can't do as adult Clive for some reason. And then for combat, you're gonna see some Phoenix shifting and charge magic. Combat is actually very kind of consistent, like enemy placement and things like that. So if everything goes well, it should be like pretty scripted how the fights go. But of course, it's pretty tough to execute everything like exactly as planned.
We should press on.
Yeah, and the thing with FF16 is that when something goes wrong, and that can be as anything as like, you know, oh, you should have used one ability and then used another one instead, and it's a little bit out of sequence. Depending on the fight, when you do it, it can snowball real bad, and the fight can kind of fall apart quite quickly with seemingly small errors. And on movement as well, that's actually kind of one of the areas where that can happen. So it doesn't happen on young Clive, but with adult Clive, if you lunge, there's like a cooldown from the lunge. Young Clive doesn't have this, which is why you can lunge around. But basically, it applies to all the movement tech. So if you, say you jump and Phoenix shift in the air, and then you land on the ground rather than landing in the air, so if there's a change of elevation, that's 3 or 4 seconds, well, about 3 seconds gone each time you do it. So the game can be quite punishing.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we're going to have plenty of time to talk about a lot of the combat stuff and a lot of the movement tech in the game, because there is definitely a lot to talk about. And also, for a lot of folks, this might be the first time that they've seen, even if you've seen FF16 or play it casually, this might be the first time seeing the speedrun and the tech that is in the speedrun. In terms of snowballing, one thing I wanted to mention really quick, it's not the kind of snowballing where you could potentially die or wipe or lose a fight. It's pretty much strictly time loss with a couple of exceptions. In fact, we were kind of joking before the run that one of the worst things that could happen during the run was forgetting to skip the combat tutorial that happens about 5 or 6 minutes into the run, and Angel thankfully already did the skip well, so 1 out of 3 already there.
Yeah, it's a very complicated skip. We'll call it out when Pete gets there, but it involves quite a lot of tech, and we'll explain it. Make sure no one misses it.
I just want to quickly interject on the FF2 side here with Possa finishing up. Possa did duck into Finn Castle after that last dungeon just to grab some more consumable items here, just to make sure he can finish the run safely. It's a minor time loss there, but he did do the thing with the airship speed up that we've been mentioning. So he was, if you go back and look at that carefully, you'll notice that the airship is zooming at a slightly faster rate than expected. It's an unusual feature that we discovered slightly earlier this year, and I think was just made aware to the Japanese runners very recently. You just essentially mash the cancel button while you're traversing the overworld with the ship. And at some point, this triggers the ship to move faster than normal. It's not a documented feature. It does exist in all the versions of the Pixel Remaster, at least for FF2. I'm not sure about other games in the series. Here we have... He's working his way through Jade Passage here. He did get a couple of unrunnable white dragons that he has had to power through. But he's just retracing the steps here. There's no particular unrunnables on this floor here, so he's just going to work through it. Buy the haystone. No, he might not buy the haystone. Not all the routes necessarily need to buy that late on. But you can see a lot of the... He's getting ambushed and killed by a lot of the enemies here. And some of these are just terrible encounters, because, I mean, like the Marlboros here, especially in this late of a dungeon, well, they look... They're almost as nasty looking as the one on Angel 3 at 16.5 right now. I suspect you want to talk about that more interestingly, but essentially if a Marlboro hits you in FF2 this late in the dungeon, it inflicts like almost every status effect at the exact same time on you. It's just undesirable.
Yeah,
interesting. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead, it's fine. I was going to say, in 16, the Marlboros actually don't inflict statuses on you, they just inflict pain.
Yeah, maybe we'll have a Team Marlboro one of these years. I'm actually personally rooting for Team Cactor at some point, but we'll see.
This Morble fight, we're getting introduced to a couple of the game's battle mechanics here on Angel's screen. We've got the cinematic strike, and then coming up in a little bit, we'll have the cinematic evasion as well. So they're kind of like little quick time events in the combat.
I said I'd call it out, but we missed it. Pete also got the combat tutorial skip. It's very difficult to take, as I say. What you need to do is when the dialogue menu shows up, what you need to do is not press yes, which can be very difficult because sometimes in attempting to not press yes, you in fact press yes. And he skillfully avoided doing so, well done to Pete.
Possa's having a little difficulty with the encounters here. They can be a little trolly in Jade passage here. It looks like he's gotten through it, though. He's on the second last screen of Jade passage here. Fortunately, it's kind of a long screen, so you can expect to get 5 or 6 encounters on this screen, and then maybe 2 or 3 on the next one. I'm a little worried for him. I'm kind of hoping he quick saves just to make sure that he doesn't have to repeat the whole floor. There he goes. I mean, you can just save a lot of time just taking the 1.5 to 2 seconds it takes to quick save. Just in case you get terrible encounters, which are a very common occurrence in this game. So with that, he's still working his way through it, but he's basically done with Jade at this point. He'll just have to get through the next couple of encounters, and then he'll be in Pandemonium, and then he'll be climbing the 10th floor. So once again, if the 16 crew wants to take over and tell us a little bit more about what's going on there, we've got a few minutes until he reaches near to the final boss.
Yeah, Angel now is done with the Young Club section, so that Marlboro is kind of the final boss of that prologue.
Follow me, Your Highness.
Sorry. Actually, that was not correct. Because next is the Joshua segment, and after that is still one more boss. I spoke too soon. For the Joshua section, you actually do have some attacks, but you have a really long recovery after all your attacks. But you do have your party member Wade here, and you want him to deal with the enemies really well, so you don't have to do as much, but you probably want to throw in an attack or 2 and then have Wade finish them off.
What was that?
I can't remember how old Joshua is meant to be here, but he's an incredibly violent 5 or 6 year old, as we're about to find out. He's it's the only time in the game where you can cast Firaga, which is that's Firaga. It's not quite as impressive as it is in some of the other Final Fantasies. And yeah, I think this is the only point in the game really where you play as anyone who's not Clive. So, yeah, there is... People say, oh, you can only play as one character. It's only technically not true.
I do want to make one minor correction as well. It is Sir Wade. He earned that title.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he earns that title right here, really. Oh, there you go.
Going
Thank
in.
you, Sir Wade. Yeah. Sir Wade coming in hot.
It would have been really nice if you finished him off, so Angel could have just gone for the door, but...
I actually have a question for the FF16 crew. I did play this last year when it came out. And I remember that there was a demo that you could play through that had this opening chapter, and then if you play through it in the demo, I believe you would be able to skip it in the actual retail game. Is that still something that's part of the speedrun, or is that not allowed? What's going on with that?
You
So-
just like keep the save, so there's no like skip feature. It's just a save, and of course for speedrun you can't just like load up a save.
Yeah, so the skip feature, basically, if you have a completed demo save, or if I believe you have a game save from the retail game that is past this point, it will let you skip the Rodney tutorial. In New Game Plus, you can actually skip the entire prologue, but that obviously isn't the category that we're running here for some reason. I'm mainly a New Game Plus runner, so I've got a bit of affinity to that category. But yeah, so you in this run, that's why we're able to skip Rodney rather than having to actually do the fight ourselves. Because if you were to load up this game for the very first time, you'd be forced to do it. But I think a decision was made kind of early on that because it's kind of trivial to skip the Rodney fight, and there's nothing really that contributes to the run, we do skip it.
Thanks for explaining, guys. We're just going to follow along with the end of Possa here. As he approaches the end of this, Cap, are there any other shout-outs or props you want to give?
Well, shout outs to you. Always a great source of FF2 information. But yeah, again, just the speedrun.com, the Discord, and of course Poorscythe. Great sources of information for FF2 speedrun.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, some of the guides have been written by other members of the community, including Dallin. I think there might be who else has written guides. Maybe James. I think James Runs has done one for a boost category, which is a fun version where you can turn on things, you can turn off things like encounters, and give yourself like tons of skill gains.
I think Nindy has one with maps as well, if you're looking for one with directional input.
That's cool. I mean, yeah, and it has nice maps too, so you can very easy figure out where to go. The boost category is a lot of fun with this one because it only takes about an hour to play that, and it's if you like skipping random encounters, which unless you like getting 400 random encounters, I assume that a lot of people like to skip random encounters. It's a great way to play this game. So we have, I believe he's on to the fourth last floor, supposed to. Yes, he's right at the end of the fourth last floor. He should be getting into the next floor very quick. He might get an encounter here. Nope, looks like he's going to get a run with that. So we're going to have time coming up in a minute or two for Team Chocobo. And then we'll be fully on to the FF16 team. Nope, he's got a King Behemoth here, which is one of the unrunnables. This is just an annoyance more than it's any danger at this point. Unfortunately for him, it's an unrunnable fight, so he's got to stop and kill it. But B, it also has this annoying death animation that all the bosses have, even though it's essentially a random encounter here.
Yeah, the game treats it like a boss because it does take you out of auto battle compared to these dragons, which it treats like an encounter.
I mean, they're both unrunnable, and they both basically behave the same in terms of like disrupting you. It's just that for whatever reason, King Behemoth is flagged as some sort of flashy encounter and a flashy death. So it just wastes more time, and he's getting absolutely trolled with the encounters he's getting here. He's still getting a great time right now because he's now on the second last floor. Probably going to have one more random encounter and then get to the boss. But everybody is on pace for sub 220 time, which was, I believe, the target for the relay. One more encounter here. Not an unrunnable, luckily for him. So he's just gonna set up for the boss and then get into the fight. So this will get ready on time for Team Choco. I'm gonna finish strong here. So he's not going for the haste strat, it looks like. So he's just gonna try to power through this. Looks like it needs one more hit. That is time for Team Choco. So with that, I just want to say thank you to everyone for watching and tuning into FF2. We know you were here. You really wanted to see FF16. So we won't stand in your way any longer. We'll let those guys take over. And we look forward to anybody else that wants to come in to the FF2 community. Find our guides on speedrun.com, and feel free to ask questions, join the Discord, and we'll help you out.
Yeah,
With that,
thanks very much.
thanks, everybody.
Enjoy the rest of the relay.
All right, GG to the FF2 runners. It is one hell of a game. So on 16, we're looking now at Angel Cal. They've not reset the game. This sequence with Phoenix and Bahamut, and it kind of looks like Rainbow Unicorn and Cal are at the same point in the game. Obviously, they're not. The scene does play twice, but this time you actually get a little bit more combat options, if you want to call it that. It's kind of more like an on-rails shooter at this point, whereas the first time around you kind of just mash attack and it'll carry you through it, but for this one there's a little bit more on rails. I think the only major speed tech, I guess, in this fight is that it kind of like gets interspersed with some quick time events, and the second one, I think it is, you want to fail. If you don't fail it, it's this one. It costs you about 20 odd seconds if you succeed it, but then the rest of it is kind of just playing in a straight line, really.
So actually, for the intro Phoenix versus Ifrit fight, you don't even have to shoot. There's no HP bar or anything. You can just sit there and it just ends automatically. But
that is true. It's a bit more stylish to look like you're doing something, I guess.
The game tells you here's the button to shoot, and you can also evade, but none of that actually matters. But yeah, for the actual fight, it's it is on trails. The only thing you need to worry about is dealing enough damage. There is a HP gate, so if you hit that, then you're good. So at the very end, there's just gonna be a kind of countdown, and you need to beat him before the countdown finishes. And at that point, you want him to already be low on HP, of course.
Yeah, HP gates is probably a concept that we'll talk about quite a few times during the run, and this is sort of the first one with Angel's fight here. What you'll want to see is sort of towards the end, on the red bar, it'll stop at probably about 5% left or so, and it'll just kind of sit there. Angel may or may not continue shooting at that point, but basically it will stop until the boss phase changes, or there's some sort of usually it's a mini cutscene or something like that, so... but that is a consistent thing in a lot of the boss fights in the run, and it is very helpful to know where the HP gates are in the fight, for a variety of reasons.
Alright, so I guess we've not really talked too much about the non-icon fights in the prologue. So Pete at the moment's fighting the mid boss. Wait, is this the final boss of the prologue? I think it is, isn't it? Night of the
yeah, I mean, it's the final one you do as young Clive. Not the Marlboro, like I said earlier. It's still mourning for me. I'm
no, it's all good. Well, we'll say that Marlboro is the final boss of Stillwind, and then this is the final boss of Phoenix Gate. So obviously most of the fights in this game are kind of done in this manner. The icons are kind of, I mean, there are a few icon fights, but most of them are done like this. I mean, this early in the game, I think you have access to 2 moves. Well, you have access. No, yeah, you have access to two attacks, basically, two abilities, which is Rising Flame, which is Pete's just used there, and Scarlet Cyclone.
No, you don't have that yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe you need to learn it. In the demo, you could get it. I got a little confused.
How did you?
Yeah, you can learn. I think Scarlet Cyclone in the demo. You can't learn Flames of Rebirth or anything like that, though.
Yeah, right now Pete really only has one special attack, and then Charge Magic is the other kind of mode of attack that you have early on, in addition to just kind of your normal swinging your sword attacks. One thing that you may have noticed, and it's something to keep an eye out for as well with the kind of basic attacks, is for the most part, runners are going to be going for aerial combos because they do more damage and they're a little bit faster, I believe, as well.
Yeah, something handy you can do is, like, on your way down after an air combo, like, the last hit is going to give you a little bit of air, and that's enough air to, like, land one more hit before, like, kind of start a new combo, land one hit before you hit the ground. So you can really, like, fit in a lot of attacks in a short amount of time, and it's just good damage if you don't have anything else.
So,
Also-
Rainbow Unicorn got the tutorial skip as well. So we're 3 for 3. Well done, everybody.
Ooh, that's the worst is over for all of our runners now.
Okay, something big to mention here is that actually, like, later on they added these, like, new swords that you can just claim. So they're actually, like, at least one of the swords, I think Onion Sword is, like, completely free. So it's allowed for the speedrun, and it's a significant power boost at the start of the game. So Angel just claimed that, equipped that, so you're gonna see him deal a lot of damage in the early game because of that. And there is a big fight coming up, and you'll see it in action now.
You can also get a Buster Sword if you want. It's
Yeah.
a little less optimal, but cooler. Just saying. There's the Scarlet Cyclone attack on Angel's screen as well. That's the second of the Phoenix-based abilities that you get. There's a lot of ramping up that happens with the abilities. We'll try to call them out as the runners are using them, but this is sort of like the second one that you get, and it's more directly like an AoE.
One thing to note with Scarlet Cyclone as well is that it has like a hidden feature that I think a lot of players may not know just from looking at it, which is if you're hit by an attack just before using it, the Scarlet Cyclone, when you do use it, it does about 10% more damage, and the cooldown is doubled. It's halved. Sorry. So sometimes you may see the runners take a hit, and you might think, well, oh no, they made a mistake. But then if they follow it up immediately with Scarlet Cyclone, it was all part of the plan.
Yeah, you might see runners sometimes just like standing around, just waiting for someone to hit them. And there's even like an ability, Taunt, that you can use, which just makes enemies like more likely to attack you. And that actually gets used in early game, especially. It's like baiting to attack you and then Scarlet Cyclone.
I have to say, Clive's ability to whistle loudly without using his fingers or anything is inhuman. Could this be Logos?
Perhaps.
It's a little... Yeah, perhaps. I also want to say that sometimes you'll see the runners get hit as and they won't follow up with Scarlet Cyclone. That's because they failed to dodge. Hopefully that doesn't happen too often, but it could.
Also,
it has been known to.
We did see a parry on Angel's side, so yeah, you can parry enemies by hitting them just as they're about to hit you. So that is generally with like your basic melee swings that you can do that. And if you parry an enemy, you get this like flashy slowdown effect. But it's not only for show, because you get I think it was 25% more damage for the like duration of the like little stun that the enemy suffers from it. And you also it also like reduces your cooldowns on your abilities, which is like something that we kind of noticed only somewhat recently. And yeah, some of these bosses or other fights also have like kind of consistent parry setups where if you do a specific thing at the start of the fight, you're gonna like hit the parry timing automatically, but otherwise it's like it can be pretty difficult. We are going to hope that like all the like parries that are part of the strategies that the runners will be able to hit them, but it is pretty tight. So it sometimes happens where you just like miss a parry and then that's gonna be bad.
Yeah, the battle AI for bosses is like it's semi-random, so often they'll open the same way each time, but then from there it can diverge pretty much immediately. So there are some fights where you might be able to say, okay, well, if I open this fight by lunging twice in a row, I will, in theory, parry 100% of the time. So those fights we like, but there are some fights where that consistency isn't there. And unfortunately, I want to say that's most of the fights where you can't really get an easily lined up parry. But the benefit to it as well is I think it's a 1.2, is it 1.5 times multiplier. There's a pretty significant damage multiplier during the slowdown animation. So what runners will try to do on the fights where you can consistently get one is they will try and load. So there, as Unicorn did at the end of the fight, he parried, or they parried, and then immediately went into Rising Flames. So you want to try and load as much of the damage as you possibly can into these windows. So parry windows, 1.5 times I believe, half staggers, which have a multiplier, and then also full stagger windows. So these are all like milestones in each boss fight that people try to get to. We try to very specifically time our our abilities to come off of cooldown during those windows as those windows come up. So we've got all the damage in. It's kind of an MMO-like in some respects. It's kind of like a burst phase. So you'll see a big flurry of abilities followed by nothing quite a lot, and that's what's going on.
Yeah, because abilities all have a cooldown, generally speaking, you always want to use them as soon as possible, and that timing may vary in certain fights depending on what you're trying to achieve relative to the boss's hit point totals. But a lot of times you just want to get the ability done out so it can start cooling down, so then you can use it again maybe while the boss is staggered, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the abilities get you to the stagger. So it's one of those where I should have really said that. That's why using abilities out of sequence can snowball so badly, because you do want to be using your abilities basically off cooldown, but you also want to be using them within these windows. So the route is constructed in such a way where using the abilities get you to the damage windows, and then you use your heaviest hitting abilities during those windows. It's very, very tightly rooted, but the execution, I mean, this game is pretty relentless, so the execution can get pretty tough, and that's where I think a ton of the skill expression in this run comes from. It's fun to do, and it's fun to watch as well. I believe anyway. This is why I'm doing it.
Absolutely.
Something you can do with where you saw Angel just like load an autosave, and that's something that they do sometimes, and there's a couple different reasons they might do that. One is that does actually refresh your cooldown, so that's something you can use for those scenarios. But then sometimes you also see it being used to like cancel out some dialogue so that like you can move faster. And the game is very generous with autosaves. It's like you finish a fight and immediately there's an autosave, or there's some kind of like transition from an area to another. Immediately you can just like load an autosave and like less than 5 seconds and you're in.
Yeah, if there are two things that are kind of consistent with, I mean, there are quite a few things that are consistent with 16, but two things that you can kind of bet your house on is autosaves and cutscene skips. Basically, the only cutscenes you can't skip are the ones that occur in the middle of a fight. Every other cutscene, no matter how small, pretty much, I mean, there probably are exceptions, but not many, you can skip, which is why a lot of the story here, you're not really seeing it because so much does get skipped. But it's also why the run is quite relentless too.
Also, a little bit of movement that you've been seeing is that Phoenix shift. So
Follow me, Your
the idea
Highness.
is to jump, Phoenix shift, and then attack at the end of it. And that's in most cases, like the best movement that you can do as adult Clive, much slower than the lunge spamming that you could do as young Clive. But there is also something you need to watch out with that, which is if there are like enemies around, then you're just gonna auto target to them, or if you're going like kind of uphill, then you might land on ground and then you have to like sit there for 2 seconds for Clive to recover.
There was just a cool moment from Angel Cal then. So they lined up all the mobs in a row, and then they waited for a projectile to hit them and countered it with Heat Wave. So that ability is a new ability that we've got. It's a ranged ability, and it also, a bit like Scarlet Cyclone, it powers up as if it uses a counter attack, but it can only counter ranged projectiles, which means it has limited use in the run. But that was a pretty cool use of it there. Normally you wouldn't really do a counter there, but you would just use the regular Heat Wave, and I think it fires maybe 3 bolts, whereas if you do a counter it fires 6. So it pretty much did an entire screen clear, so that was a pretty nice little time save for him there.
Also a big parry right there. That's like a really lengthy move that the boss has, but if you parry it, it's just gone. You get the damage bonus, you get the stagger, you just finish the fight.
Yeah, it's an entire phase that gets skipped, an entire phase of the fight. So that was a really clean Fafnir.
Yeah.
One other little bit of movement tech you can kind of see on Pete's screen now. So there's in-town movement, which is a little bit different than when you're in a battle zone. Really, when you're in a town, or what the game considers a town, the only option you really have is just to kind of hop. And the hopping is faster when you're either going up or going down. But if you're kind of just on a flat surface, it doesn't really benefit you to do it.
The benefit you get from that is also like just so small that it's like when I was trying to do some testing, like I guess it's really faster. It was really difficult to like even see any difference. But I mean, not much you can do, so you'd rather do something than nothing.
That's them done.
Yeah, I mean there's a couple of intangible things as well, like it can make your movement more consistent and stuff like that, but we really do kind of scrape tooth and nail for movement tech in this game. One thing as well with 16 is there aren't that many glitches. This game is pretty, at least thus far, touch wood, pretty bulletproof. We've tried to find exploits and glitches and sequence breaks, and there are a couple, but largely not too many. So a lot of the stuff that you'll be seeing here is the game being played pretty much as quote as intended, if that's whatever that may mean.
Yeah. I mean the speedrun is very like not about like using some like tricks or like something that's like really like busted or OP. It's more about just like really like thoroughly planning out these fights and see how otherwise and then just like executing very precisely. It's a very like just skill heavy speedrun where you just like you can make this really precise strats and you just need to execute it like just right, and it should be pretty consistent in most cases, but it's really difficult to pull off.
It is incredibly satisfying as well, like when you pull off the strats exactly as, you know, it's like, okay, there should be a half stagger here, and then it does happen, and then, you know, you use attack, and then you know that this is going to result barely in a full stagger. It does. It just, yeah, it can really flow together really well. And so far, all of our runners have been doing a pretty good job on the boss fights doing that. I mean, the early game is a fair bit easier, as you would expect. Once you get more tools to use, you know, shock horror, you need to actually use them, and that does add layers of complexity to it. But I think all the runners are doing a pretty great job thus far. They're doing a great job anyway. No, sorry.
Oh
go
yeah.
on.
Oh yeah. Well, I think to a point that you're kind of touching on, like the whole game, the whole route at this point is a lot of it is about optimization, and even early on, you can work really hard to optimize certain fights. So, there's some really cool tech actually in the fight that Angel just did that we sort of missed. We'll maybe try to call it out in the later runners with regards to managing the stagger bar in that fight with the assassin. And also, I saw in chat we need to get some Torgal appreciation in, because once you get to this forested area, you have access to the best boy in modern Final Fantasy games, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway. And Torgal is combat tech as well. I didn't want to going on Torgal, but there's relevance to using Torgal in combat too. So.
Yeah, and Torgal actually is a it'll be very, very easy for like viewers to sort of overlook that. So you can see Pete here right now, he's welling away on this dragon, and then you'll see in the bottom corner, he starts mashing on Ravage. That attack, you can't just mash it the whole time. You do need to time it, and you need to basically do it constantly and consistently with every attack that you do in the run. And I think it has to be a face button, so it has to be a D-pad button. It's a bit awkward to do, but the Torgal actually, he hits surprisingly hard. Kind of each use of that is like maybe the equivalent to a charged melee attack from Clive, which is pretty significant damage. So, and it adds up over the entire run, so it kind of is a bit of a difference between a fast run and a slow run. Could be Torgal.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite that much damage, but it's just something that like adds up. I think especially when you consider the like will gauge and like stagger, and like during stagger you also like increase the stagger multiplier by like attacking, and basically if you deal stagger damage during a stagger you increase the multiplier. So for like all of these things, the like kind of little bit that Torgal adds, yeah, it just really adds up and ends up being like a significant part of the run. Yeah, very input intensive.
Yeah, it is. I think it's Ravage. It's Precision Ravage. It's not quite. You're all right. It's not quite a Burning Blade, but it's pretty close. And it's something that could be pretty, I think, overlooked. All right, so Pete's on Fafnir now as well. Let's see if we can get the phase skip parry.
Oh, he got sent away just during the partial stagger.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Yeah, so the yellow bar underneath the health, that little pip in the middle, that's a half stagger. I think most of the time, when a boss hits that, they'll stop whatever they're doing and recoil. They don't always do that. But Pete, unfortunately, wasn't really able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, there are cases where the boss is just like blocked from like going past the half stagger point. But if you do go past it, then the boss does get staggered. Oh no, missed the parry. Yeah, you can see the like charged blade. Yeah, okay, hit it this time. Yeah, well, with the charged blade, it's much easier to hit, but of course, very precise timing anyway.
Yeah, it is. There's much later on in the run. There's another attack like that called Circle of Malleus, which is the big one that one loses probably the most time if you miss. So no pressure on the new one. But that is quite a ways away, so we don't have to worry about that until we do.
You'll also see on Pete's screen, so we talked about the Phoenix Shift, and we also sort of talked a little bit about the limitations of the Phoenix Shift, which is you can really only use it when you're basically not going uphill and not around enemies. So another movement that you'll see a lot of is you'll see kind of like a jump into a lunge cancel almost, It also sort of looks like hopping, but it's definitely faster than just running. So, and you can use it when you're in a combat situation, which is sort of what's happening with Pete right now.
Yeah, while Phoenix Shift isn't that great for movement in combat, usually in combat you have other useful tools. Like in combat you don't have the huge end lag on your moves, even if you're on the ground. So you can kind of chain these air dashes and ground dashes, and then if there are no enemies nearby, you're in combat, or at least when there are no enemies behind you, you can also use lunge in combat and not have the end lag.
There's also another quirk to the movement, which is a lot of times the dialogue between the characters will slow down your movement speed, and using things like the Phoenix shifts or those, I don't know if there's an agreed upon term for those, but they're kind of just like jump lunges. That kind of is always the same speed regardless of if somebody's talking or not.
So against Midnight Raven there, we just saw a HP gate. Something that I don't know if it really was a full what Unicorn calls a dumb stagger, but it was there was a bit of a lag. So what happened is Midnight Raven, this cutscene has to play. The game will not allow the fight to proceed without this sequence playing, because it's like a tutorial for this kind of quick time event, the mash square, and we obviously need a tutorial for that. And basically, Midnight Raven's HP, when it hits 50%, it will not go any lower. So one of the things that we try to do is we try to make sure that when they're staggered, as it just happened here, you stagger them and they don't hit the HP gate during the stagger, because if that's the case, the battle will not proceed until the stagger's over, but you can't do any more damage. So you just need to wait, basically. And there was a little bit of overlap there with Pete, where he had to wait a couple of seconds because of the HP gate stuff, but it wasn't catastrophic or anything. There are fights where you really... And the thing is, in order to do damage to a boss, there are very few abilities that inflict HP damage and no stagger damage. Most abilities inflict quite a lot of both. But some abilities, so Garuda, for example, she does more stagger than health, or the Phoenix abilities do more health and stagger, that kind of thing. So that's part of how we construct the fights. And sometimes you can see the health going down, and then you can see the stagger bar also going down, and you're thinking to yourself, oh no, I need to hit this HP gate without staggering the boss. And then sometimes you just stagger the boss just before the HP gate, and you stood there for 20 seconds unable to do any damage, and the game's just laughing at you.
Yeah.
Which is not what happened to Pete there, in fairness, but it's one of the things that we really try to avoid at all costs. It's a major source of time loss.
Yeah, I mean, the reason he was hitting that HP gate so early and just kind of waiting there for a bit is because of this truly powerful weapon that they can just claim for free. So everyone's just kind of overpowered in early game.
Also on that note, Rainbow did claim the Buster Sword, so we have 2 Onion Swords and 1 Buster Sword on the screen currently.
We should have got someone claiming Katana. We should have. That's a missed opportunity. Oh well. So yeah, Rainbow Unicorn opting for the style option there. But they do the same damage. I think the only difference really is a couple of inputs on the DLC.
Yeah, it's just
you have to
take her ahead so we can be done with this.
So we are
same properties on all those weapons.
I can't.
Yep.
I won't.
Yeah, something you also saw on Pete's screen is sprinting, which is it's just out of combat. It gets activated if you're not doing anything for a bit, and that's actually the fastest out of combat movement you can do, on foot. But there's not that many situations where you can use it, because usually your sprint is just gonna get interrupted by something, and then you're better off Phoenix shifting or something.
So you'll see that Pete just ran past a crying child. Unfortunately, that child is an optional cutscene. You don't have to interact with them, so we don't. So they can just deal with it. On the movement, actually, yeah, on the sprint and movement, the sprint can be interrupted by anything, right? It's kind of if someone talks, if someone sneezes, if someone feels like they might want to talk or sneeze, it stops the sprint. It's quite it's not inconsistent, but yeah, it's a pain point, I guess, in the run, in that you kind of need to make sure that you're running in a straight line uninterrupted for a certain amount of time before you can actually do the sprint. Yeah, before that as well, there was a little bit of movement tech where Pete was in combat, and he got far enough away from combat that he wouldn't lunge towards enemies anymore. So what you can do is, if you can get that far out of combat, you mash toggle, so you make toggle attack over and over again in order to keep the combat still going. But then you can move like your young Clive, so you can mash lunge and get a little bit of distance. So it's Clive regaining a little bit of his youth.
You know you're down in the main hall, as well as a few things you don't.
Angel also just opened, I believe, one of the 2 chests that we opened during the run, at least in the story route, for an accessory that increases the damage of Scarlet Cyclone.
Yeah, accessories in this game are pretty simple mechanically. Basically, for every ability that exists in the game, there's an accessory to power it up, and the boost you get from the accessory is kind of slight, but of course, if you know you're going to be using an ability and you can have the accessory for it, then yeah, it's a good idea to have it on. There is also an accessory just to increase your attack, which is just a good general option. But yeah, in general,
thankfully we go on, sorry, we get that one for free, so that's nice.
Yeah. In general, the accessories are just very simple.
Yeah,
do more damage, bigger numbers.
Yeah, the general attack one is, you get it from that Midnight Raven fight that Pete and Angel have done already, and that is your set it and forget it for the entire rest of the run of the 3 accessories that you get.
Same kind of deal goes on with weapons as well. The weapons upgrade kind of linearly, so it's all just straight upgrades from one another. Now, because of the DLC weapons, we actually don't upgrade. So, we don't upgrade as often as before the DLC weapons come out, but once the damage curve, as it were, gets past the DLC weapons, you'll just see that pretty much, if you can get a new weapon, we do, because it's all just pure straight damage, and yeah, we want as much of that as possible. There isn't a whole lot of equipment routing, really. Not a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah. Another thing about the run is money is basically no object, because we have way more money than we ever need at any point during the run. So there's end materials. There's really no situation where you would ever not be able to buy or upgrade something that you needed at a particular point in the run.
Yeah, it's just AP. AP is really our gil route. That would be our equivalent to gil route. So we have obviously a set AP route, but the amount of AP we want to spend is really, really high, and it takes a while to get there, some of these abilities. So you'll see that some abilities, there's a lot of in 16 you can reset abilities at will and respec at will, and you'll get a full refund on the AP that you've spent. So there are a few instances where you'll see someone learning an ability, using it for 2 fights, then unlearning it and learning another one. Obviously, as we get more AP, we can stop having to do that. But yeah, that's kind of the limited resource in this run is AP. Gil is, as Blaze said, it's no object. No object.
That's right. Remember when I said that the deadly beasts? Well, the shrubs in these parts.
Here, Angel is here, hit me, please, hit me. There we go.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
Scarlet Cyclone is one of the abilities that, and Rising Flames as well. So it's kind of like the 2 abilities that the first two actually, they have utility for a lot of the run. Rising Flames you'll see pretty much throughout the entire run, but Scarlet Cyclone as well is very, very useful for the fights that we do.
Yeah, I do think some of the icons kind of had I wonder if the devs had like their favorites or something. Phoenix abilities are all pretty damn good, whereas some of the other icons have a bit more hit and miss in their abilities. Obviously, as we unlock them, at the moment we only have Phoenix, but as we unlock them, we can discuss that more. But yeah, these ones are pretty solid ones to begin with, which is nice for us.
I think what's attractive about the Phoenix abilities is that there's this very kind of straight to the point kind of abilities. Like Rising Flames is just like just whip out this damage in an instant.
Must be a nest nearby.
And like if you compare that to like an ability that's just like longer and like somehow more complicated and has like about the same damage, it's like you'd rather have the like simpler, faster ability.
Thank you, Toggle.
Yeah, I think part of why Rising Flames is so useful is we do tend to fight like in the face of most of the things that we are battling against, and so just having like a big uppercut kind of ability is never not useful. Scarlet Cyclone similarly, we're not quite there yet, but there's going to be a crowd control functionality to Garuda, which Angel will get pretty quickly here. And it combos very well with Scarlet Cyclone just to sort of deal with the kind of basic encounters that you have to deal with throughout the run.
Also, while Rising Flames is kind of a single target ability, you could see Angel there like kind of group up these two enemies into this corner and hit them both at once. So what was one Rising Flame, so you can do that sometimes. But now we get into Benedicta, which is like kind of the first major boss, you could say. The first like of the dominance that you like really fight, aside from Jill. But yeah, we're still kind of like overpowered. But don't worry, there are multiple phases. That's not gonna end yet.
Angel also had the perfect opening to that fight with the counter.
Yeah, Benedicta's got an attack called Aero Rain, which, with the correct sequencing of abilities, we are able to skip. So this is kind of the first sort of boss test. I mean, you saw it a bit with Fafnir with the parry, but this is a complete phase skip. If you can push her hard enough. I don't know if in action you can do that. I think this might be a story exclusive skip. I don't know if you can do it in action or not, but hopefully we'll see it from Cal. We've had a pretty much perfect opening so far.
What exactly do you plan on doing when you find this no one in the
I think maybe another thing we can talk about during the Benedicta fight here is part of the gameplay loop of 16. For again, I don't want to assume that everybody watching has played this game before, since it is still relatively new and the speedrun is not super prominent at this point. But basically, a lot of the characters are your summons from traditional Final Fantasy games. They call them icons. So Clive is a summon, basically. Benedicta, who we're fighting right now, is Garuda, and then as we go through the game, we just run into more and more characters who are the human versions of the summons that most people know from the Final Fantasy series.
So we could see another heatwave counter, just kind of immediately staggering Benedicta. And what we also see in this fight is that there are multiple of these kind of cutscene sequences in the middle of the fight, but also in this case you get some free staggers out of them, like through the quick time events.
Yeah, I mean, this fight so far has been pretty much perfect from Cal, so it's going good, looking good. The Heatwave counter there. I mean, Heatwave is probably the least useful of the Phoenix abilities, but it really puts in some seriously heavy work against Benedicta because she likes her ranged magic attacks, whereas against another dominant that you fight later, called, for example, Hugo, he does not like magic attacks at all. He's a very punchy kind of guy, literally. So, yeah, Heatwave kind of drops off quite a lot, but.
Yeah, it's a bit too situational to be like used more than it is, but when it is good, it's really good.
Yeah, this is definitely the battle where it's heat wave. Well, I would say this dungeon as a whole, but yeah,
yeah.
It's time to shine for sure.
So Pete right now is fighting the Edgies, Sapana and Shirado. They're like the summoned minions of Garuda. What you do is you focus one of them down. Yeah, has he got it? Not quite yet. No. So yeah, there we go. So you focus one of them down to try and get inheritance off, which means that the remaining one holds still long enough for you to conveniently wail away on them and hopefully stagger them. There's just, I mean, I'm just trying to catch up because there's like tons of boss fights that are happening sequentially here, and there's so much cool tech in all of them.
Yeah, actually 3 bosses at the same time.
Yeah.
But Angel should be done with, Benedicta. Okay, everyone's done with their bosses. Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, so the Benedicta fight, we didn't see Aero Rain, which is the move that we wanted to skip, which that's very good.
Yeah.
It's actually very tight to be able to push her through that phase. So you've got to do all the moves pretty perfectly. It's one of the boss fights that's probably the most practiced. And yeah, I mean it worked out for Cal, so that's really cool. Hopefully we can see that from the other runners as well. I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we can see, Angel now got the Garuda unlocked. So when you unlock a new icon, you get like 2 of the abilities like unlocked by default. And there's also like a 3rd ability that in some cases the trainers will want to unlock. But in any case, there's also the upgrades that you can do. So it just kind of like set up his loadout, and now he can switch between Phoenix and Garuda at any time. So you just have 2 more abilities with their own cooldown. So that's a lot more like damage potential and more complex fights as a result.
Yeah, it's effectively doubled the number of abilities we can use in a row, and basically straight away you're gonna see those abilities that you use there. A bit of a primer on the icons. So each icon that you equip, they have iconic abilities and they have iconic feats. Abilities you can switch around basically at will. Although you need to invest quite a lot of AP in order to have. So if you want to have a Garuda ability on Phoenix, that costs quite a lot of AP to do. But otherwise, you can move them around at will.
Sounds like a child.
But the iconic feats are locked to each icon. So the feat that we're seeing Cal use there is Phoenix Shift the Teleport. That's Phoenix's ability. Garuda has an iconic feat called Deadly Embrace, which is a bit like the Devil Arm from Devil May Cry. If anyone's played that. You basically lunge out and grab an enemy and pull them towards you. That's probably the 2nd most useful iconic feat behind Phoenix Shift in terms of time save, because it really helps with crowd control. So we'll be seeing a lot of enemies being very rudely repositioned forcibly throughout this run.
Yeah, for small... I'll go ahead.
You're good.
Okay. For small enemies, yeah, you can pull them in, and if you're in the air when you pull them in, they like, fall to the ground and take a long time to recover, so you can really group them up. Then, if you use it on a big enemy, that actually like gives Clive some like air, like you just like fly in the air a little bit. Or if they're in their like half stagger state and you use it, then kind of like pulls them down and gives you like a longer stun on them, but you don't see the runners use that because it's just like a lengthy animation with like very little benefit in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think casually it's a great way to use it, but unfortunately in the run, the benefit obviously of holding the enemy still is significant, but the animation is pretty painfully long.
So
There's
now
a little bit of tech coming up here on Angel's screen. There's going to be Garuda descending, and if you move just right through this, you can keep running without
There we go.
stopping.
There we go. Oh no!
Oh.
No!
I
I don't know
Angel
what
got
happened
it.
actually there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they kind of stopped after the hop. It looked like it was good, but it's just a little thing. But that's all we really have for speed tech. In this
Yeah, there's
game,
not
so-
there's not a lot of that stuff, so we get very excited over small stuff like that.
yeah, that like building that also fell down. I think that also like kind of stuns Clive for a while, but yeah, by jumping he was able to avoid that one.
So yeah, what a broken game. Look at us.
Crazy glitches.
Crazy. Yeah, right.
And that's all you can remember. Think hard.
But yeah, what we're approaching here is the like actual Garuda like as a icon. So it's like the person is called like dominant, and then like they have that icon and like now we're gonna see the like Garuda icon form, and it's gonna start with like just like human Clive fighting, and then after that we're gonna see like also Ifrit fighting, but we'll get to that.
So while this cutscene's going on, we've got Pete fighting Benedicta. It's the exact same opener that Cal had, I think, so it's all going pretty well so far. This fight is, I think, fully scripted if you get your sequencing correct, and if you've got all your abilities off cooldown, which I think
The road
Pete
south end.
does have.
Unless.
Yeah, that should be the cutscene. And now you're just gonna get like 2 staggers from these QTs.
Yeah, for free. It's nice. Good value.
And also on Angel's End, yeah, you could see Rook's Gambit being used, which is another counter type ability. So in that case, it doesn't have to be a projectile. It's just any attack, like Garuda was just kind of like swinging and using Rook's Gambit at the right time. You get this like powered up counter, which is like generally when there are these conditions to these skills, they get truly strong if you meet that condition. So whenever they're like, you can make use of them, you'll want to do that.
Wrong way, friend. The village is behind you.
So here with Garuda, we've got a stagger gate. So as you can see, Garuda's stagger gauge is at 0 right now, but she isn't staggered. She's in fact the opposite of staggered. Cal's still hitting her, but she's not staggering. But as soon as this phase ends, anything will. There you go. That attack, aerial blast, that can't be avoided. And the important thing is to not stagger her just before that HP gate, because once aerial blast starts, you can get the stagger down. But if you staggered her before she started aerial blast, that would be a dumb stagger, which was avoided. But another really clean fight, to be honest with you. This Garuda fight is really good.
And Pete should be finishing the fight after this scripted stagger.
Yeah, Torgal gets his revenge. That's a good part.
Yeah. Yeah, if you thought Torgal was done for, like, at this point, then you're gonna be happy to see that he's gonna be there until the end.
Aye, there we go. Excellent Benedicta fight from Pete.
Okay, now we're gonna be moving on to that like iconic battle between Ifrit and Garuda. So the first one you do as a Ifrit is going to be a bit limited compared to the later ones. A bit more simple.
Need some help.
And the fight is going to be filled with HP gates. So basically you just want to deal like a few hits and then like wait for this like little cutscene thing to begin. There's also like once you do like a combo, then you can do a kind of finisher where you like drag Garuda on the ground and like throw her somewhere. And in some cases you want to avoid that because it's a bit of a lengthy animation. And like as I said, there's like a lot of these HP gates.
Did you hear that? Unfortunately, yes.
This
Like
fight
the
with
stream is struggling a little bit, but
yeah.
Where to next?
It's this game from a technical perspective. This game's kind of murder on the bit rate when you're trying to stream.
We better find another one.
Because there's so many
Yeah.
colors and motion and stuff going on all at once. It can kind of it can actually kind of murder the stream. But,
How about
this I'm not sure that's what's going on here, but maybe I don't know. The this fight between Ifrit and Garuda, lore-wise, Clive isn't actually fully in control of Ifrit here, which means neither is the player. You've got a lot more limited movement options and fighting options with Ifrit during this. You can fire a magic bolt, you can lunge, and you can do a melee attack, and that's basically it. Yeah, I don't even think you can move left or right. You can only move forwards or backwards. So later fights where you play as Ifrit, you get a lot more options. This one though is more of a it's kind of like two boxers slugging it out sort of. It's very brutal actually.
alright, yeah, there was the finisher animation. It is like pretty decent damage.
I think generally we actually try to avoid that animation.
I think in this case maybe that was just an accident because you could see that that was definitely an HP gate and Angel was just waiting around.
Yeah, so the normal thing that we tried to go for is 3 attacks and then you pause and then you start the combo again. But if you don't pause long enough, it's one of those where you need to pause an exact correct length of time, right? Because if you pause too long, you're wasting time. If you don't pause long enough, you lose time as well. Go figure, it's a speedrun. If you do it wrong, you lose time. It's a very minor mistake though.
Pete is getting chased by these elementals. Oh no.
Yeah.
You could see him just see this elemental just like dashing in, knocking him up in the air, and then turning invincible because it was like too far from its like combat zone.
Yeah, Pete takes quite a risky line through that screen. I think everyone else kind of goes up through the trees and over the hill by the cliff, whereas Pete just plows straight through that screen and hopes that the edgies leave him alone. That didn't pay off.
Rainbow there, just to kind of make sure we're following along with this last opportunity to see what's maybe going on here in the Care, where Benedicta is. That was a multi-stage fight, so some of the encounters that you get throughout the course of the run, there will be like waves of enemies that will spawn. I think that's one of the first ones, right before you get to this boss fight. And it's really an important fight for managing your Scarlet Cyclone and making sure that you use it so you get the shorter cooldown. Otherwise, when that last wave pops out, you don't have it available to you, and you have to kind of stand around and wait or use other abilities that are not as fast to finish the fight.
Yeah, and that courtyard is a big room, and a lot of enemies that tend to misbehave quite a lot. There's a lot of variables going on there because you have Sid and Torgal fighting. They're doing their own thing, which may or may not be helping. You have multiple waves of enemies in a large courtyard, so shepherding everyone together and getting that fight done quickly is pretty tough. And I spotted that Unicorn did a great job there, so that was an impressive moment. I think Garuda's about to suffer a grisly death here. This is probably the most. This to me is the most violent one. It's it's brutal.
Yeah, I guess it's also like kind of like how you mentioned that Clive is not really in control, so he's just kind of like driven by anger in this like free form.
Yeah, and just to kind of even go a little deeper than that, not to talk too much about story, but it's another character that's going to come up. So he is chasing a figure that he thinks killed his brother Joshua, who was a Phoenix earlier on in the game. So because he's not realizing roughly until this point now that he's actually free. So.
Yeah, he's chasing the dominant of fire. Uh-oh, it's a little bit of an awkward moment when the penny drops.
Yeah, right after.
Actually chains him up, so.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, right after Garuda, he goes kind of mad, and at this point, it's just kind of like depressed, and the like next stage you go to, you just get this like kind of sad music instead of like. I don't know, like combat music or something.
The King's Fall music is actually one of my favourite tracks in the whole game because of the vibe from it. Like the King's Fall itself is one of my favourite stages because it's just kind of like, you know, a spring morning, dew on the grass, kind of like let's try and get some renewal, but it's also melancholy. I don't know, it's a beautiful stage. Not as action packed as the others though, unfortunately. Quite short.
This will be the first area, though, where we see Angel using that kind of Garuda crowd control ability. In fact, in this encounter coming up right here, you're going to see them kind of in the air quite a bit, gathering these enemies together, and then either using the Wicked Wheel or Scarlet Cyclone, or alternating those abilities to sort of clear all of those monsters that are spawning all around the screen, but you kind of group them all together, and then you can just take them out with one of those two abilities. It's great.
Kind of the go-to screen clear, really. There's like a rhythm to it. So you sort of like jump. So what the actual inputs that are going on there are jump, lock on, toggle, jump, lock on, deadly embrace, switch target, deadly embrace, switch target, and so on and so on. And you kind of got to press them in kind of like a rhythmic manner. You don't want to embrace the same enemy more than once and stuff like that. It's not. Yeah, it's just it feels when you get it right and you've got it down. It's a fun combo to get right, and you do it often enough. So pretty much everyone who's doing this run is going to be pretty good at it.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So much of the stuff in this, the systems in this game, whether it's the movement or the combat, you feel so good once you get it right, and once you kind of have like that fight that goes exactly like you're hoping it does. It's a great feeling.
Finally.
One of the things that I find most impressive about 16 is sort of if you're on YouTube and stuff and you're looking at it, you'll see like combo videos, so you'll see people able to pull off really elaborate combos, or in arcade mode get really high scores on score attack, or in the speed run. And for all of them, the combos and the options that you have, they all feel elegant and they feel fun to do, no matter what your objective is. So if you're trying to be stylish, if you're trying to be fast, you'll also be stylish. it's a very satisfying game to play. That's the word I would use.
Where is he? I won't ask
Is that something you could be thinking with this, like Garuda Deadly Embrace, is that like they're taking quite some time to just like doing no damage, grabbing them, but it's like you only have 2 like AoE abilities, so you're gonna want to make the most of that instead of like chasing down enemies.
Yeah, and if it's something that's flying, you don't have a great way to interact with it otherwise too, which I'm sure is part of the reason why you don't really have any flying enemies that you deal with until after you get the Garuda icon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's like a couple in Greatwood, but like there's maybe literally 1 or 2, and then after that you kind of start to get a lot more. But before that, your only option I think is to Phoenix shift up to them, which is a bit janky. It feels a bit janky compared to
Now we can see Pete doing the Garuda fight with a few more frames than we saw before. I think it's gonna be about at the end. You saw the aerial blast.
Oh no! Say that, it's just started to pause, isn't it? Oh no. Yeah, as you said it, you cursed him.
Yeah, but he should be like almost at the end of yeah. Now it should be just QTE time. Yeah, you could see that like aerial blast happening. That's like that always happens. Like your best bet is to go in and deal like a few hits. Like the kind of intended way is to just stay back and not get hit at all, but you can't fit in those hits. So you want to do that and then just tank it. But something I want to mention about the QTE segment is that you can't actually like lose at this point. Even if you failed everything, you wouldn't like die. So in all of these cases, it's strictly about like which animation is faster, like success or fail on the QTEs, and that's the only thing that matters at this point.
So the fight Cal's doing right now is, in this run, I would say one of the more finicky ones, because you've got two enemies at the same time. You've got the Knight of the Dying Sun, and you've got the Avis, the War Avis, which I think is just it's just died. So in that fight, basically the broad strategy is hope Sid kills the Avis, and try to position yourself in such a way that when you do use your AoEs, you hit both. Often the Avis AI doesn't play ball, or Sid doesn't play ball, but that was pretty clean, it looks like.
Yeah, they were like remarkably grouped up, like the entire time.
I'm sure that'll happen for the other two runners as well. Definitely, they're gonna they'll continue. Maybe.
Rainbow's definitely having a really clean Benedicta fight as well, so I would say all three runners had an extremely good fight for that one. So.
Yeah.
Give them all you've got for. Keep your distance for.
Yep, clean fight. And Garuda is also about to suffer a grisly end. Again. Poor bird.
I call those the kaiju battles. What Pete's doing right now.
Yeah, for sure. And they only get, I mean, they only get more intense. Like they really, I kind of like, they all sort of feel thematically a bit different. So this one's very gritty and kind of like primal. This one's like a very vicious and violent street fight. Whereas then maybe later on you'll get a more epic in scope fight. And then it gets truly epic in scope, and then it goes back down to more personal. So each fight has its own flavour. You can tell that there's so much craft went into those fights, and in particular, it's like a cornerstone, I guess, of this game.
What could possibly go wrong?
They really went over the top for the icon fights, and I mean, we're not even to the point where they're even remotely ridiculous yet, relative to how ridiculous they get later on. It's just, you can tell they had a lot of fun with it, and like, I think they just kind of committed to the concept of they're going to be these really cinematic, you know, once you kind of decide you're going to use QTEs as part of the makeup of those battles, like, you're sort of committing to a certain style, and I think for some people it maybe is a little jarring at first because you're not really used to seeing something like that in a Final Fantasy game, but I mean, there's plenty of fights in Final Fantasy games that are just super extra and like over the top like that, so I think they fit in their way.
don't think you understand.
It's strange, isn't it? Because it's sort of like we're at moments where all three runners are in the middle of a boss fight and we can't talk about anything, and then and now it's kind of a bit of a traversal moment.
I don't want to know what's waiting.
Pete showing off the Deadly Embrace tech as well.
I have to find out.
Well, one of the rare cases of being able to sprint for more than a few seconds.
One for every
Yes, yeah, for sure. It's probably. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the longest sprint section we do. Because later on, I think.
I think he stopped accidentally or something. Ran into something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, there's only like maybe 2 or 3 that are this length for sure. I can think of another one a little bit later on, but yeah, it's not very many. And you know, I mean that's why you get some of like the movement tech that we're going to see a lot of throughout the run, because you would think the fastest, you know, Clive sprints, you know, that should be the way that you move most optimally between 2 things, but it is very, very rare that is the case. So.
Yeah,
Let's see if
one
Rainbow
detail
can
is
get the Garuda skip here too, by the way. I didn't notice if Pete got it or not, but this is our last chance here also.
Where did he go?
one thing to note about the sprint is that obviously you'd think that having played other video games that the sprint is very nice.
Oh, you got
Rainbow got
very
it,
nice.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so you can't sprint at will in 16. That's one detail that I don't know if we already mentioned that or not, but you don't sprint at will. What happens is Clive, after I think it's about 6 seconds of jogging, he will automatically break into a sprint if he can. But the reasons that the conditions that prevent him from doing it are many and varied. So you don't get as much sprint as you would think you should get. And I think Den alluded to it earlier, but at some point we also do get a Chocobo called Ambrosia. So obviously once we get her, sprinting is used a lot less because the Chocobo is way more consistent and also, as you could imagine, way faster. And it's worth it's about a minute time loss to get her, I think, is it?
I found you.
Probably a little more than that. I want to say.
I say time loss, time investment. It's a net gain, obviously. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
yeah. I mean, it takes a little bit because you have to like traverse to a location and then do a fight. But yeah, in like the early days of 16 speedruns, for some time people were like pondering if it's worth it or not. But then actually more speed tech was found using Chocobos, and now there's just absolutely no question about it. It's just like way worth it.
We're gonna make that Chocobo do some stuff later on. It's gonna be a little uncomfortable, but we'll get through it all together, y'all. Don't worry.
She's the most acrobatic gymnastic Chocobo you ever did see. With one eye as well.
Yeah.
Poor bird. During the opening sequence, she gets hit in the eye with a brick. It's horrible.
Well, saving Clive's life, I might add. I didn't realize that until I was watching a kind of a lore refresher today, and because I don't watch the cutscenes anymore when I run this game, so it's like, oh yeah, Ambrosia saved Clive's life back at Phoenix Gate. I forgot about that. So
yeah, she's a good bird.
Yeah, it's the one side quest we do in the run, so it's definitely worth it.
I'm very happy that we kept her. There was a non-zero like part of me that was like, well, I want to push to keep her even if it might not be fastest. I would really want it to be fastest, and thank God it is.
It just feels right. It would,
yeah.
You know, if we determined that in the Final Fantasy game the Chocobo was not optimal, there would be something sad about that. So.
Especially Team Chocobo would be sad about that.
Hey, very good.
So they've actually... Oh, I was just going to mention one thing, because Angel's coming up on something for the first time here, which is they added fast travel after you complete certain quests back to the quest giver. And that's actually not something that was in the game when it originally came out. I think it was something they added a little later on as like a quality of life feature. So it has helped the speedrun quite a bit, making it a little... You don't have to backtrack as much.
Yeah, I think it saves like a couple minutes, a few minutes. I don't know exactly. It's not like that many cases where you can use it in the main story. It's more significant for like side quests, which we don't really do, of course. But there are certain main quests where you can use it.
You'll notice if you go on the boards, anybody who plays on patch, I think it's like 1.33. A lot of the newer top times are with that patch, just because the better runners have also been able to sort of improve their times since that came out.
Yeah, there was also, like, for the first DLC that came out, the update that came with it actually made one of the cutscenes, like, not skippable as early, losing about, like, 40 seconds, like, around the start of the game. So at that point it was like, oh no, like, now runs are slower. But then they did this patch that made things faster again, and
So looks like Pete had a pretty well-behaved Davis as well, actually. I don't think it was quite as well-behaved as Cal's, but I have to say that the game's really showing itself in its best light. It's living its best life this relay.
Yeah, the runners are all doing a really good job showing off where the route is at and a lot of the strats right now, for sure. There's so much optimization that has gone into both the movement and the combat, and it's been a really good showcase so far, for sure.
I wish the Angel stream was showing a little more than it currently is.
It's a nice bush. Yeah, unfortunate.
One of those things that happens, yeah. Meanwhile, we got Pete restocking and shopping a little bit, and Rainbow's Kaiju battle here, and I think something that I know a lot of people are probably waiting on with this game is the PC release, and it does seem like that is coming fairly soon, hopefully. It's kind of to the point where I'm sort of expecting just to wake up one morning and it's out on PC, because it doesn't seem like it seems like they're just working to get it out there, and they're not going to make a huge deal about it at the moment, but I think there are a lot of people who will get to play this game finally, and hopefully some interesting speedrun. I don't know if there will be variation or not, but it would be nice to be able to explore that, at least for sure, once the PC version is out.
I think being able to kind of maybe break into the game a little bit more and really get into the depths of it, because like right now with the glitch hunting and stuff that's happened on console, we've pretty much come up with not a lot. It's a very well built game, and maybe that'll still be the case once the tools on PC, we can sort of get into it. But yeah, and also I just think generally, it'll open up to a wider audience. I know I've got a few friends who don't have PS5s who are big Final Fantasy fans, so.
And I also kind of feel like the people who might be interested in this game, not because it's a Final Fantasy game, but because it's more of like an action combat RPG, like those tend to be the kind of people who prefer to play games on PC as well. So.
Game of Devil May Fantasy Cry.
Yes.
It seems like Angel is still online. It seems his stream was struggling earlier as well, so I'm gonna assume that it's just the stream that's down, but the run is surely still continuing.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, we can probably talk a little bit about kind of. So you have these sort of like major dungeon areas, I would say, that you go to. The one that Benedicta was at was sort of like the first major dungeon area, I would say. A lot of what you do sort of in between those areas is more just sort of going around the world and helping kind of like settlement areas. So this area that Pete's at right now is sort of the first one of those that we get introduced to, called Martha's Rest. That second ladder is rude. I don't know. I feel like I've skipped it once and I've never been able to skip it again. You can jump off once you get on the top of it, but it's very finicky to just kind of completely bypass it.
Yeah, you kind of need to jump to the left of it and jump a little bit sooner than you would think. It's a strange one. So yeah, this obviously, this part of the run now, there's a bit of a lull. It's kind of like, I guess the way that this game ebbs and flows pace-wise is each icon fight is a bit of a crescendo, and then you have a little bit of downtime between them. Usually what will happen is a new area will be introduced. So, for example, here it's Rosaria, the Rosarian, like East Pool and stuff like that. They get introduced. So you got to do a bit of exposition, character meeting, world building, and then it's on to the next stage, where it'll pick up again.
A lot of these side areas do come back throughout the course of the main story as well, and they tend to be the branching off point for a lot of the side quests as well, if you're playing the game casually.
May as well hear what he has to say.
Back in there now, eh?
We've also got Cid. I don't think we've really talked much about Cid yet, other than just kind of that he's a companion. But Cid is actually the dominant of Ramu, so lightning, and we kind of just have Cid as a companion right now. Cid has kind of like a more important role in the overall story of the game, which is that Cid is kind of leading a group of, I mean, essentially they're freed slaves from the kind of kingdoms of the world, because there's like a caste or a class system in the Final Fantasy XVI world where if you are born with the ability to use magic, you're sort of considered a second class, and Cid is sort of liberating a lot of them and taking this area called the Hideout, where they can sort of live their lives as they see fit.
Alright, now we
Cid's
get-
Outlaws.
Well, we got Angel's stream back, and he's going into this new dungeon. It looks a little bit different than the others, kind of like technology or some stuff like that.
Yeah.
Very
new
mysterious.
Types of enemies.
This is
Yeah,
this dungeon takes place so in the opening sequence of the game when Ifrit cooks that bird. This dungeon is in the same location, but obviously we're seeing it from a very different perspective.
Yeah,
And a few years
collectively
later.
collectively they kind of refer. Yeah, this is actually the same one from that opening. That's a good call. So this is sort of where, like Clive's family, the icon of fire, would go to sort of. I guess I'm not totally clear on like what the ritual was, but they kind of talk about the ritual. But they're called the Fallen, so it's sort of like lost ancient technology is sort of the backstory behind these areas, I believe.
Yeah, indeed. So the ritual basically is that the dominant of fire, because at the time for many years it's been believed that there was only one dominant of fire, which is why Clive was so bamboozled by the emergence of a second one. So the dominant of fire, Phoenix, would come down into Phoenix Gate ruins, into the Apothecary, which is what this area is called, and they would. I don't really know. I don't actually think the details of the ritual is really confirmed, but I think it's kind of like some hidden esoteric knowledge is down here. These robots that Clive's fighting do not appear when someone goes down into the Apothecary, because the events of Phoenix Gate ruins, you know, Joshua's like 6 years old, so they're not going to have a 6-year-old fighting these things. So these are a surprise to everybody. Lots of things that have been long asleep are starting to wake up, and it's part of the central part of the plot.
Oh, something to mention here is that you do have party members in this game from time to time. most of the time it's going to be Jill. And if you see some like ice effects on screen, that's probably Jill using some magic. And her damage is actually like it's very like considerable amount of damage. Of course, it's just kind of unpredictable what exactly she's gonna do, and it's possible that she like knocks enemies away, which you don't want. But sometimes she can be helpful, just adding some damage, cleaning up some stragglers or something like that.
There is actually one party member that you have more than Jill, and that's Torgal. I can't believe you forgot about Torgal.
No, the Torgal is like a companion, not a party member. You know?
No, okay, yeah. All right, well saved. I'll let you off. You are correct, definitely.
We also
yeah, I mean,
got
of course,
the-
Torgal also. I think he attacks on his own, right? Even if you don't give commands.
Yeah, he
but-
does, yeah.
I was gonna just quickly mention on Pete's screen. I threw it in the chat, but there's a couple cutscene skips where you get to sort of see Torgal like taking a little snooze or something. They're pretty cute. So that's one of the two that you can get while you're skipping the cutscene.
It is to our great shame that petting the dog hasn't been rooted into the game yet. But you see, as Pete ran past Torgal, then you saw a little part of his head. You can pet the dog in this game. Indeed, you get a trophy for doing so enough times. Once isn't enough. Torgal needs a bit more than that. He's not a cheap dog.
Well, time to shout Plat trophy then.
yeah. Think of the dog.
Required petting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Rainbow's on this Night of the Dying Sun fight here. As far as I can tell, I don't know if it's going quite as smoothly as the other two because I can kind of see the Avis off to the side there. Not
Yeah.
Yeah, this Avis is doing what? Oh no.
Yeah, he wasn't nice.
No, this is not a happy dragon. There we go.
It happens though, and you just kind of have to improvise a little bit. So, you know, doing the best you can with what the game gives you in that situation. So.
Yeah, so the dungeon that Cal's doing right now, there's a lot of rooms, circular rooms that are connected by corridors, and then those rooms will populate with enemies as you go through them. But it also means that the enemies are spread out quite a lot. So you see a lot of Deadly Embrace is putting in a lot of work here. Basically, there aren't very many narrow corridors where you encounter enemies. Each dungeon has a different sort of vibe. You'll see this kind of environment a few times throughout the run. This is probably the most used one for dungeons.
And now we have a new boss that actually introduces a new mechanic as well, like armor phase.
Yeah, it's effectively, to use an MMO term, it's effectively a DPS check. If I don't actually know what happens if you fail, I assume that you game over, but...
I think it's probably just like some strong attack in this case.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, here we go. So, oh no, missed the Scarlet Cyclone because of the pushback. But in terms of like the rest of the fight, it should be fine. That phase just took a little bit longer now. And yeah, after that phase, it's going to be like near stagger. So it should be
a little lore point. At the moment, Pete is traversing through something called the Dim, which is lore-wise, there's no... it's where the land is devoid of ether and magic. And there's a little interesting kind of quirk of the game. You can't use any abilities in this area. You can't cast magic at all. No teleporting, no iconic feats, no anything. So Clive is bunny hopping his way along.
And a little launch at the end into a cutscene trigger. So, like we said earlier, the launch has like a really long recovery animation on the ground. But of course, if you hit like a trigger, then that's gonna cancel it.
Yeah,
or
it's one of...
you can kind of disregard it.
Yeah, it's a good like kind of way to optimize your movement. As I say, the options are kind of limited, so we try to, as speedrunners, obviously try to optimize it as much as you can.
Imperials don't tend to take well to those with my mark. If anyone asks, I'm a branded soldier.
Is this some Rook's Gambit being used again? Like mentioned before, it's like a counter move, so if you use it right before getting hit, then it deals increased damage and shorten cooldown.
Yeah, significantly shorten cooldown. I think the damage is nice, but the cooldown is the heavy lifter of that stuff.
Yeah, sometimes you're gonna see them like counter an attack while they're attacking, and then during stagger just use it as it is, just to add some damage.
The Rook's Gambit is incredibly important to the optimal fight in the area that Cal's in right now, coming up here in just a minute as well. So something to keep an eye out for specifically with those fights that are just around the corner. Because those bosses are very shifty. They like to move around quite a bit. Evil Clive in particular, and when you can hit him with that Rook's Gambit, it kind of locks him down in place and lets you use all of your other abilities without fear of missing them potentially.
Yeah, he's kind of a boss of two halves, Evil Clive, isn't he, really? Because
let's go and find out.
He opens the same way, so he lunges at you, so you're able to get an easy Rooks off, but then after that he becomes very shifty. And also I just wanted to say the Lich, which is the teleporting scythe-wielding enemy that Cal was fighting before, is probably my least favourite enemy in the game to fight in a speedrun context, because they teleport seemingly at random, and sometimes they'll do it as you start to do, your attacks, and not all of your attacks will track through the teleportation. Not that fight went particularly poorly, but it can. Yeah, it's easy to whiff against the Lich, so...
Yeah, for me, it's either them or the assassin-type enemies for the exact same reason, basically.
Yeah, shifty boys, yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
If you just stand where I can get you, I'm going to hit you with my good abilities every time. But if you start moving around, you're going to make this really annoying on both of us.
Yeah, if you just do us a favor and hold still while I set you on fire. Thank you.
Like the big like slow, heavy swing enemies in this game are usually like the easiest to deal with. But anytime something starts teleporting around or like moving erratically, it just becomes a little bit more chaotic and harder to fight optimally, I would say.
Okay, so we got Clive versus Ifrit here.
Perfect opening.
Yep. It's strange that this large icon, you'd think it'd have a lot of health, but it's quite relatively weak incarnation of an icon. But this fight is a fight of several phases. Ifrit is not the primary enemy here.
It was good, honest work building that.
This fight is also the one where we unlock the limit break ability, which is to use a Devil May Cry analogy, basically Devil Trigger. It's a pretty hype moment, which I've just spoiled. Sorry, everybody.
I knew that children were tested, that a bearer's fate was decided at birth.
Yeah, from a story perspective, what's happening in Cal's game right now is Clive is kind of confronting his past self and accepting that he is, in fact, Ifrit, and then he gains a little bit of extra power as a result of that acceptance, which is the limit break,
and also
coming
ignition.
up a little later in the fight. So
he also gains ignition, which is probably, I would say, if I had to pick one ability in the game to be pound for pound the most useful, it probably would be ignition. It's a movement ability, it's a damaging ability, and a crowd control ability all in one.
Darkness awaits us within, I wonder.
Oh, absolutely.
It is a heavy lifter. It's the only ability. Well, actually, no. You also get Willow Wikes, but it's the only Ifrit ability that we use in the run, I think. And it is real strong.
We should get back to Martha's Rest.
Yes, we should.
So the Evil Clive fight started with a lunge, and now that he's going into Evil Clive's Evil Limit Break, there's going to be another lunge. I think it's going to be another Rook's Gambit here. There we go.
All of the phases of this fight kind of start exactly the same way, which is nice.
The thing is, I would say he's quite shifty.
Like actually using Deadly Embrace there.
Yeah.
I think that's not something that like everybody's gonna use, but it seems like it makes that part more like consistent or like, a bit easier.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was gonna say that this fight, a lot of the boss fights is very much so just about using the right abilities in the right order. But I guess that makes him a lot more like likely to stand still, because with Evil Clive, if you drop combo, as it were, that's when things get really hairy, because you start slipping around like an eel. And yeah, that's a cool option to try and keep him under control.
Excellent. Yeah, I like that too, for sure.
Don't let them get away.
Writing notes. I'll take that one.
I will freely admit all three of these runners are way beyond where I'm at with this game right now. I'm definitely keeping an eye out for stuff that I'm not either not comfortable doing myself at the moment, or would like to learn or integrate into what I do. So absolutely. Yep.
Keep your distance, boy.
Now we see the limit break popping off, and I could explain now what are the benefits of limit break. And for the speedrun, the most significant one is just the straight up increase in damage. I think it's 10% increase. It does also, so that applies to like all your attacks. But then limit break also changes your combos, which is actually not for the better, because it turns out that the like aerial combos that we were doing before are actually like better than the limit break combos. But if you're using abilities in limit break, then that's just a damage increase.
Yeah, the other benefits. I mean, in this fight, you actually have infinite limit break, so that's pretty strong. But that's obviously not the case for the rest of the game. But the other benefits to limit break are casually, you can't die while you're in limit break. You'll always drop to 1 HP, but no lower. And as you hit the enemy, you'll recover health. So that's helpful, obviously, in the casual run. In the speedrun context, the combo, the melee combo, is not as good as you say, but it's very good for parrying. It's an absolute flurry of attacks, so it makes parries that would be otherwise really difficult to time. Because I think almost there are a surprising number of attacks in this game that are parryable. Lots of them are, but some of them have incredibly narrow windows. And limit breaks make them very, very easy to hit some of the more tricky parry windows. And then also, finally, there's a mechanic called limit break cancelling. So if you use certain abilities, and while the ability is going off, you activate your limit break, it immediately end the ability, which 99 times out of 100, not that there are 100 abilities, but most of the time that is not good. You don't want to do that, because it means the damage isn't taken. But for some abilities, they kind of circumvent that. One of which is Phoenix's ultimate ability, Flames of Rebirth. That you cancel the animation of that, and you still get the full damage, and you can still move around while the damage is being done. And then also, one last thing that can happen with it is, when you are damaging an enemy with an ability, and their stagger gauge reaches the end, like so they're about to stagger, typically speaking, only the last hit in the ability use actually causes the stagger. It's a bit like a finisher in Kingdom Hearts, if anyone's played that. Although you can kill it. Yeah, it basically is like that. So the enemy won't die until the last hit of the combo lands, until the finishing hilo lands. If you do a limit break, that last hit doesn't actually ever land. So you are able to reduce an enemy using a really, really powerful ability that would normally completely blast through the stagger. If you activate the limit break, you won't stagger them, but you will still do most of the damage and get to the HP gate. So there is quite a bit of thought into when is the most optimal time to activate the limit break, which is not really obvious. I think if you're watching it without having actually ran the game yourself, it's not as obvious. It just, it just seems like you're activating it to do more damage, which is most of the usage, but we do try to be kind of tactical with it.
Yeah, a couple of the things I would say, I totally agree with all of that. Sometimes it's just full, and you just need a little extra damage, and you don't really have a specific use for it for a while, so why not? That's definitely one, reason. You don't need to bank it, really, if you don't have to. If you have an enemy that is going into a stagger animation, you can also activate Limit Break, and it will cancel out the animation of them going into a stagger, which is a little bit faster in some scenarios as well. Or at like a nice side benefit of going into Limit Break once an enemy gets staggered. So
yeah, that I think is probably when you're going to see it the most. And also, activating the Limit Break itself actually does a little bit of chip damage, so we try to get maximum value out of it with all that stuff.
Yeah, and to preview something maybe to look forward to in probably about another hour or so, but parrying is going to become even better in combat. Because of the slowdown that the enemy experiences while they're being parried. And while we're limit breaking and parrying, we're also, I believe, going a little bit faster with our effects and abilities and animations as well. And parrying an enemy is gives you this perfect window to drop a certain ability later on that is can be a little bit hard to do if you don't parry an enemy.
So Pete, starting with the Ifrit fight there, I think he went a little bit early with that Scarlet Cyclone. It's meant to go after you get hit by the Crimson Rush. That's when you're really meant to use it. But thankfully, with multi-phase fights, I talked earlier about how fights can snowball a little bit if you get the abilities in the wrong order. But if the fight's got different phases and long cutscenes, it's kind of like a reset point.
Could I have done this?
Not to reset the run, please don't do that. But it's a point where all your abilities will come off cooldown when the fight's over. So with Ifrit, even if things go a little bit awry, when you get to Evil Clive, you should still be good and able to recover. So I'm sure we'll see that from Pete here.
I have to know.
Meanwhile, Angel is chasing down these stragglers. So this is the East Pool fight that he's been on, and it's actually one of the hardest fights in the run, in the sense that there's just enemies everywhere in a very large area, and you would actually see that Flames of Rebirth into Limit Break that we mentioned earlier that cleared truly almost all of them, but then there was some survivor somewhere behind a building.
Yeah, Flames of Rebirth has got a massive radius, but East Pool is larger than the Rebirth radius. A lot of enemies who can and frequently do misbehave. Also, one thing that happens quite a lot with East Pool is you'll go through the first pack of enemies, and generally what you want to do is you want to push them all towards a town square so you can take them all on all at once. But Jill frequently does not receive the memo, and she'll just keep an entire group of enemies occupied down the street somewhere.
How can these things still function?
So that's an example where the party members kind of work against you.
This must be what the fallen ruins were like before they fell.
Yeah, it's also just a testament to how important just crowd control as a concept is, especially some of these bigger fights that do kind of sprawl over these larger areas. So, early on in that fight, I believe generally you want to open with an ignition, and it's very easy to miss an enemy with ignition if you're not being careful or picking a good line when you do that ability, and then that enemy is just kind of going to be back there, and you have to deal with that aspect of it for the rest of the encounter, trying to track everybody down and account for where all of those enemies are that you need to kill to move to the next phase of the fight.
Pete also, I think, missed the first Rook's Gambit on this phase, but managed to land it on another attack that Infernal Shadow did right after, and now it should be on pace to finish this fight.
Yeah, I think Pete said that basically the error there, well, what happened there was he meant to be on Garuda, so the abilities you have access to, you only actually have 2 buttons that can use iconic abilities at any given time, and you need to cycle through your different equipped icons. And I think basically what happened was Pete had Phoenix equipped, but thought that he had Garuda equipped, so then when he tried to use Rook's Gambit, it was Scarlet Cyclone that came out.
Yeah.
So he was as surprised as we were.
Yeah,
especially when you get 3, which
Oh,
will have
yeah.
Yeah.
3 icons for the rest of the run pretty soon here. So
That's just what I was going to say.
There was also a point that Blaze made that's kind of interesting in terms of like the speedrunning lore, I guess, of this game, and not that there's much of it at this point, but it's quite young. But about the importance of crowd control. So when the first runs and routes of this game were being put together, there was a bit too much emphasis on single target damage and on getting bosses dead quickly. And it took a little while to identify that actually the best iconic abilities to use are the AoE ones, even though they don't do as much damage. The multiplicative damage across the enemies in the game, say multiplicative damage, it adds up, right? So an AoE damage against 3 enemies does 3 times as much as against 1, obviously. And that's where the real value is. So the route has actually changed quite a lot from the early days, as you can imagine. But that was what the biggest shift was the realization that the AoE abilities are the real carriers of this game. And you only really sub in.
You're good. Oh, I was just going to add to that, like the idea that we mentioned Rising Flames earlier, but there are certain abilities that you can actually use as AoE abilities, maybe to a lesser extent, but if you position yourself correctly, you can still use those good single target abilities to hit multiple enemies as well.
Yeah. And it's not that they're all, it's not like, you know, all the single target abilities are bad. Like there's an ability called Thunderstorm, which is really, really strong. That is strictly a single target ability, but it is used quite heavily in the run as well. But yeah, generally speaking, it's the wider ranged abilities that are used.
Pete had a really smooth third phase once he got the limit break there, so I just wanted to mention that as well. And those Rook's Gambits are really hard to time precisely, so you know, got that on that last phase and had no issue with that last little bit of the fight. So
he actually just there's something that I've just been reminded of that we've not really mentioned, the Infernal Icon Evil Clive fight, which is that there is a phase push which skips a move. So if you leave Evil Clive alive long enough, he will actually use Hellfire, which is, you know, a big, grandiose, flashy, really cool attack that you definitely don't want to be hit by. But unfortunately, with it being flashy and grandiose and big, it's slow. So we tried to avoid him doing it, and I think we've Pete managed to avoid that. Now, when he got his icons, he had the right icon selected, and he executed, you know, fine on that point. It was definitely a case of, in that first phase, he was pressing the right notes in the wrong order, and then he got the. Now he's got it down.
Yeah, a little detail I want to mention. So Unicorn is fighting that Iron Giant now, and one kind of detail about this enemy and some others is that enemies can have a weak point. In this case, it's the head, and they take was it 20 or 25% more damage when you hit the weak point. So even when it's not staggered or parried or anything, you might see these like yellow damage numbers pop up, and if it's yellow, then it means that like you have some kind of multiplier applied to the damage. And also that multiplier stacks with like the stagger damage that's going on right now.
So there is no such thing in this game as a critical hit. So when you see the yellow numbers, it's not because of a lucky crit. It is because of a deliberate thing that's happened, as you say. When you stagger an enemy, I guess this is a little bit another layer to the stagger mechanic. So each ability inflicts 2 things. So they call it will damage. So you have HP damage and you have will damage. The more will damage an enemy an ability inflicts, the more damage it does to the stagger bar versus the health. But also, when an enemy is staggered, that's not the end of it. There is actually still an incentive to continue to inflict stagger damage. So when they are staggered and they're taking hits, you'll see a little multiplier next to the damage number. That multiplier, you'll see it here, will go up as you hit more hits. So at the moment it's 1.05, and it'll go up to 1.1, 1.5, 4.15, so on and so on. And one of the ways of maximizing the damage during stagger is to use high stagger abilities early in the stagger and then use HP abilities towards the end. But you also want to use stagger abilities to actually achieve the stagger in the first place, so it's a big old balancing act that becomes... You get more options obviously as you get more iconic abilities, and it becomes easy to manage all that stuff. But yeah, it's a lot of moving parts in optimizing a boss fight, and it's just another reason why getting the right abilities in the right order is so important. Because there's lots of things that can actually result in a lot less damage than you would expect if you don't get it quite right. And thankfully, most of the runners are getting it right most of the time here. So it's a lot to remember. It's a long run. That's where I struggle the most. Is just committing to memory all these ability sequences. It's really tough.
Let's see Pete doing East Pool now. So he was kind of rushing downstairs, trying to get the furthest away target. Push him with Ignition, and now in the middle with Flames of Rebirth.
There it is.
Hopefully cleaning things up nicely. It seems like
no.
two dudes are just chilling out here on a break and not feeling like fighting.
Oh, well, that captain's been shown the error of his ways. Good lord. That's...
Yeah, I could kind of see the struggle when he was trying to get that furthest away target in the Ignition. He was kind of running back as like Pete was approaching. He's trying to get behind him.
Look at that. Yeah.
It's one of those things I think you get accustomed to, in particular in this battle, but there's other battles later on in the run. You end up using Flames of Rebirth quite a bit. And you get done with, the Flames of Rebirth is done and the animation is done, and you just kind of look around and be like, okay, where's that one straggler that didn't die to this thing? I gotta find them so I can move on to the next fight.
It all seems to lead to this room.
Pete is actually using Gouge, which I don't think everyone uses it. It's one of the abilities that did get buffed a little bit with an update. I haven't really seen it used much.
No, so the Gouge buff actually is quite a significant buff in damage, and it still isn't used. The only reason that we use it here really is that there's a lot of in order to get Flames of Rebirth, we had to reset a ton of abilities. So like the upgrades to Rising Flames and Scarlet Cyclone and Rook's Gambit all got reset, and everything went into Flames. Gouge is an ability that you have for free, so the only reason it's being used here is that we have nothing else to use. It's the only option, and it's better. It is better than doing just an aerial combo, but I think Gouge will go away basically now. Like,
yeah, that's the one fight. That's the one fight that we use.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, and the thing with Gouge is it's also like heavy on the stagger damage instead of HP damage. So you could see that like little mini boss gets staggered pretty quickly with that, so it did have some use.
I mean, the damage on Gouge isn't like terrible. It's not great, but it's not awful, and the will damage is really good. So there are some things to say in favor of Gouge. The problem with it is that the attack animation is like 20 years long. So yeah, in a speed context, it's just there are always better options, I think. Well, apart from that, when there aren't. If you can have another ability, you probably will. Is what I'm saying.
Face your fears.
So we're on with Angel Cal. We're on the final stage of Act 1, as I call it. This game's kind of got 3 sort of clear acts. There's going to be a time skip after this stage. Not that Clive really looks much different, really, does he? I don't think after the time skip, but
no.
There's one difference, but I also love fighting with Sid for who gets to go through the tunnel first. The answer is it's always Sid.
Yeah, he pulls rank.
Yeah, I mean, if you play the game casually, Sid is probably gonna breach that tunnel before you. But then with a bit of Phoenix shifting and stuff like that, you can get there way before, but still unable to get through.
Yeah, it's a little subtle thing. There's a couple moments, especially early on, like that very first sequence where you're going through with like Tiamat and some of the other soldiers, where they'll just like materialize in front of you because the game doesn't expect you to be able to get there before them. But Sid always makes you wait, which is kind of a jerk move on his part. But you know, he's pretty good for other reasons, I suppose.
You could see a nice parry with the limit break combo. Oh, but you see Hellfire.
Yeah, we're seeing Hellfire from on the Unicorns.
Yeah, that's the thing we wanted to avoid.
Yeah, the fight kind of slipped away. I mean, it was probably just due to a small mistake at the beginning of this phase. It really is like that. It's very, very tightly mapped.
Yeah, missed the charge magic at the end.
Right. I mean, that is such a tiny, tiny thing. But you need to throw everything, in order to phase push past Hellfire, so...
It's those little tiny optimizations, though.
Yep.
Yeah, gonna be done with the fight now.
I was just gonna say, shout outs to all the people who've worked really hard to find those little tiny optimizations for these fights.
Oh, another parry for Angel, and yeah, parries are just an excellent time to like unleash your abilities. Like even when you stagger someone, and that's like kind of the big time to use big abilities, but it takes some time to build up the multiplier, while parry is just immediately 25%, so it's actually a great time to use your abilities.
Yeah, I mean, you also get the benefit of the slow time, and it kind of results in faster ability cooldowns because of that. I think the fight against that cannoneer, though, he has like this an attack where he kind of, instead of firing the cannon, he tries to bop you in the head with it. And as he's doing that wind up, that one's quite an easy, you know, in inverted commas, one to parry relatively. It's got quite a big tell, so yeah, it's a satisfying one to hit.
Maybe just a little lore update as well on Cal's gameplay here. So we're sort of descending into an aether-filled mine, and oh no, I wonder if there's a little glitch that may have just happened to Cal's game, where you can have I think that's actually the one that I had earlier today when I was practicing. You lose the sound effects sometimes if you skip certain cutscenes a little quickly. And unfortunately, the only way to reset it is to actually go and restart your whole game. And you would, as soon as it happens to you as a runner, you realize it immediately, because the sound effects are actually really important to understanding and timing all of your combat abilities and things like that. So it just feels really weird to be playing without them.
Yeah. I mean, certainly you can play without sound, but like most runners are gonna be very accustomed to having that like audio feedback when they're playing, you know. So it's pretty rough to play without sound.
Yeah, it's not, you know, it's not a massive time loss to thankfully, because of I guess because of the power of the PS5. It's not actually a humongous time loss. Obviously, if you were pushing for like world record, you wouldn't reset there, but.
The one thing you do have to be a little bit careful of if you're trying to get them back, because I've had this happen to me once, is you have to watch and make sure that the game actually auto-saves before you do it. I thought it auto-saved, and then I found out very unfortunately afterwards that it had not in fact auto-saved, so
yeah,
I had to redo a fight.
Yeah, generally, sure. As soon as you finish a fight, there's an auto-save, but there's also like a few cases, I guess it's kind of a glitch where the autosave just doesn't occur. I think there's like specific conditions when that happens, so you should be able to know it technically, but yeah, you just gotta be careful with that.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, conceptually, the other idea before I saw the game being reset by Cal was So there's these whole class of enemies now called Akashic, and I guess I would describe them as they're kind of like zombies, but I think the story reason is they've become poisoned with ether, and they lose like their human qualities, and they just kind of become zombies. So
It's
they're also stronger.
Their will. There is actually a very specific term that the game uses for it. I don't know what it is, but it's to do with their human will. When that is removed from them, they apparently go like zombies. Yeah.
I can't help thinking she'd be safer with Sid too.
And
We should arrange
that
an
becomes.
introduction then.
Well, you'll see a lot more. You'll start to see progressively more Akashic enemies as the game goes on until until everyone's blue dabby.
Yeah, conceptually to the overall like story and the villain of the game, like that's pretty central to like what they're trying to do. So,
come on.
Rainbow's gonna get their shot at the East Pool fight here coming up too. So I'm kind of curious if any of our 3 runners is gonna sort of be able to, I would say, have a perfect East Pool fight, knowing that is incredibly hard to do and sometimes out of your control. But it would be really cool to see one of our runners be able to get a.
It is like herding. It's like herding cats. It really is.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Angel is kicking down this gate with Sid. To kick it 3 times, you get cool force feedback on the analog PS5. But yeah, East Pool. Like, I see one kind of like. There's some of those like enemies at the start, like you kind of hope that they follow you, but you can also kind of like clear some of them out at the start, and your cooldowns are gonna be back by the time you want to use them again anyway. But let's see, he's gonna like approach the bottom, try to lure everyone in. Like a bit of a different strategy. Didn't like ignition people in. But hopefully this reaches. Okay, survived barely.
There's a couple other ones too, it looks like. So yeah, it's so hard to do though, and like we were kind of identifying later, like sometimes especially Jill will sort of like take it out of your hands if it's even possible. So
yeah, those guys at the like start, yeah, they didn't really like follow all the way.
Pete also did. It's not super often that it comes up, but we mentioned earlier ignition can be used as movement tech. The area that Pete just went through before coming into this sort of mine area is one of the few where you can actually do it a couple times, and the conditions are such that it has to be a combat area, but also a combat area where there's not really any enemies around, where you wouldn't want to actually use ignition to fight them. So it's pretty uncommon, the areas where you can use it, but it is strictly faster than just running or moving normally if you do get an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, compared to Phoenix shifting, you can actually use it uphill. That's one advantage.
Yeah, that too.
So I promise to not talk about it too much because it's not the category at hand. But in New Game Plus, you have all the icons and stuff available to you throughout the entire game, and it actually expands the movement tech quite a lot, movement options quite a lot. And I'm not sure how much of this you'll see because it kind of most of these icons are unlocked towards the end of the game, but you can actually string together quite a few icon moves and stuff. So you might go Phoenix Shift into the Shiva ability, which elevates you into the air. And then you go into the Odin ability, which is a big slicing attack, which basically zips you forwards. So you can get some serious speed. I think we are going to see some pretty zippy movement towards the end of this game. I know there are a couple of sections where the Odin abilities are used for movement. But yeah, for any percent, the primary movement is still Phoenix Shift. Okay, that's my new game plug.
I'll add to that actually, and just say,
hell yeah.
I'm learning the DLCs right now, and the DLCs are a great option if you like this game and want to run this game, but you don't want it to be in 8 hours, because both DLCs are roughly an hour or so, and you have all of the abilities for the DLCs as well. So some of those movement things that MT was just describing are available to you in the DLC runs.
Yeah, there are some categories as well. There's a category called Stage Replay, which is basically just using the New Game Plus stuff and beating all the stages in a row. That takes about 4 hours. So there are quite a few categories for anyone who might be interested in learning to run 16, but don't have the time investment. I mean, it is quite an intimidatingly long run. But there are categories that are quite a lot shorter. So yeah, if you are interested in running, you can check it out on the Discord.
Yeah. I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier. Didn't sound happy. What do you...
So right now Cal's fighting a dragon enemy. Fort has now successfully murdered a dragon enemy. There are a few of these enemies in the run. It's the first major one that you do. I think each crystal. I mean, so lore-wise, what's happening here actually is we've entered the heart of the mother crystal of the Empire of Sambrek, and that glowing thing in the distance is the heart. We are trying to destroy that heart because the crystals are sucking up magic from the land. Each heart has got a guardian or guardians, and usually that's a dragon. So that was the Akashic dragon there that we've just defeated. Cal has. I've not done it. I'll take credit. Those dragons I find are kind of unwieldy because they're really, really big, and they've got a specific hit spot that you want to hit, which is on their head, but they just don't hold their head still. So they can be quite a frustrating enemy to try and sort of pin down. Cal did a really good job there. There are going to be a couple more. There's a white dragon later on. I don't know if do you fight any more? Is it just those? Is it just Akashic and white?
Yeah, that should be it.
Yeah. The checkpoint. So, yeah, there are quite a few like other dragons in terms of like hunts and side quests and stuff, but obviously that's not going to come up. They're slippery critters though.
The Angel is kind of approaching a pretty significant fight. I think he did. Wait, did he already do the mob fights here, or?
No, he's not done it yet. I don't believe.
They're still coming, yeah.
Yeah. So those are also like kind of tricky. It's about like gathering them and like finishing them with AOE. At the start, there's not that many. But then some of the later waves here, there's going to be so many enemies that it'll be pretty difficult to manage.
Yeah, so really good use of ignition there as a crowd control attack as well.
Let's see what
it's ignition's one of those where like the ability, it's a crowd control, it's an AOE ability, but it actually has the damage of a single target. It's definitely it's a real heavy lifter. I'm also conscious that the cutscene before this fight was skipped, so from the perspective of viewers, it's kind of like you're walking up some stairs and now you're inside this weird realm fighting some disembodied, some like bisected floating thing pinned to the middle of the air with a staff. So yes, you have missed a few things in that cutscene. Basically, what's happened is Sid. Well, we destroyed the mother crystal. And this thing.
Oh, that was pretty good.
Yeah, that was smooth.
Yeah, that was
this thing is popped out, and Sid turned into Ramu, and tried to. It kind of like erupted out of an interdimensional portal. Sid turned into Ramu, and threw his staff at it to try and get it inside the portal. But as it went through, it dragged Clive with it. So now here we are. That's why he's holding a staff, and this is why Clive is kind of flailing around in this weird realm.
Yeah, what's actually coming up here is like the kind of the first real fight as Ifrit, where you have full control. So you're gonna have like a full move set. Well, it does get expanded later on, but basically, like, all the basic actions that you can do as Clive are now, like, available as Ifrit. Of course, the attacks themselves will look a bit different. Yeah, this is also.
If the people of Moor are as
Well, there's going to be
opposed
a
to
couple
ourselves,
phases, and
no wonder the
this like in the later phase, it's I believe it's a like pretty tight strat where there's like another kind of long attack that you usually want to avoid by like kind of optimizing your damage well enough.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, so you do have like full range of motion, like Denho was saying. You also have what's called a backdraft finish, which in terms of damage is probably the best thing that you can do now that you didn't have access to before. And the way that works is, as Ifrit, you'll do a 4-hit combo here, and then if you hit Magic Burst twice, you'll do a Magic Burst and then a backdraft finish, and the backdraft deals a ton of damage. So you always want to be able to get a full combo plus a backdraft if possible.
The timing on it could be a little bit finicky, so you actually want to press the finish a little bit later than you would expect, or is it sooner? Sorry, than you would expect. But I'm sure Carl's got it. Later on with Ifrit, you do unlock specific abilities, but at the moment he doesn't have anything too fancy.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a good phase 1. Pretty much flawless.
There's actually like a combo that I want to test with Ifrit if it's actually better. Like with regular Clive, your like best combo without using like cooldowns is to like chain Charged Blade and Charged Magic. Like if you use Charged Blade in the air and then follow with Charged Magic, it actually like pushes you back on the ground, and you can loop that really fast. And you can kind of do the same loop with Ifrit, but I'm not sure how the damage compares to like using backdraft finishes. But
yeah, well, I mean, that's a pretty cool combo with Clive. But I think backdraft is sort of like the equivalent for Clive would be a Magic Burst, which is way weaker than backdraft, right? So I don't think Clive really has that option.
Yeah,
so
of course.
Yeah, so maybe that'll throw it off, but because usually there's kind of like parity, right, between the two of them. Like Ifrit inherits Clive's strength stat and stuff, so what works for one, broadly speaking, is meant to kind of be mirrored by the other one. But the backdraft is a totally unique ability. So
the only like kind of well, the downsides of backdraft finish is that it takes a little bit to like build up to it. Like you need to do that full combo first, and then the other is that after you use it, it's gonna like push you back, and it takes a while to like start another combo.
Come on, this way.
So even if the combo I mentioned ends up being like maybe better DPS overall, like even then backdraft finish would still definitely have use because of the like kind of high burst damage.
Yeah, you'd be slotting it in like as a finisher just before like a phase transition or something. Yeah.
Yeah, these sections are a little bit difficult to test because it's like you need to play a long time to get here, and like then you have all these mid-fight cutscenes. Also for the demon wall.
Did the demon wall skip, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, nice trick where if you go really fast, you can just get behind him. You're just like shooting. This is also where like damage is really important to like skip a long attack later. Now with the stagger, I think he should be good.
Yeah, Cal got off to a little bit of a rough start, it looked like, to this second phase. There's an ability that Typhon does that sometimes your movement, you'll kind of just end up still in the splash zone, I guess is the best way to describe it, and it looked like that's what happened to Cal, but good recovery. Doesn't seem like they missed on damage, and they've pushed the fight to the end here, so...
Now we got this quick time event that's one massive Dragon Ball reference as well. Yeah, it's just it's basically the yeah, it's a proper Goku versus Vegeta kind of moment.
Now this one upcoming here, the next one that Cal's going to do, I believe, is another one of the ones that you actually want to fail because the animation is a little bit faster to fail it.
Yeah, and like I mentioned before, you can't actually die at this point anymore. Like even if you were like low HP or something, it's like at least as far as like I've tested and seen, it's not ever possible to lose here. So
yeah, for the fight finishers, there's basically no punishment for failing all the quick time events. I think the only one really where it matters is later on, where if you have the quick time events at the start of the fight, and if you fail them all, you end up with really low health.
We've also got that situation happening again where we're in 3 separate boss fights at the same time, and it's just really get a sense of all the different things that this game has to offer.
I think the dragon seems to be going pretty well for Pete.
Yeah, so before the half stagger, so before Cauterize, I think Pete half staggered a little bit early, which put him a little slightly behind, but no, he's recovered pretty well. It's gone perfect after his Cauterize. And then on the Imperial Cannoneer, I just saw that he used his flamethrower attack, but thankfully Unicorn had just entered the limit break first. So Cannoneer has this attack that he just shoots big gouts of flames out the end of his cannon, and if you're caught by it, you pretty much get locked into the attack, and you can't dodge out of it once you hit. And it takes a while. And it does a ton of damage as well. But he navigated that one deftly. While you're in, one thing that happens in 16 is you get some seriously almighty hyper armor when you're casting abilities or entering limit break, and you can really tank through serious hits without recoiling. And we use that quite liberally through the run to carry on inflicting damage while the boss is trying to have its moment in the sun. We're busy killing it.
Yeah, especially on story, like you're not really worried about dying most of the time. We should mention Angel is now kind of he's past the time skip. You wouldn't know, but he does now have access to Ramu abilities. He didn't have time to do any menuing before this fight, but it gets auto-equipped since you only had 2 icons before, and now you have 3, and 3 is the maximum amount of slots. So it was just put in the 3rd slot. You don't actually in this fight have the best Ramu ability, which is Lightning Rod. You have to unlock that separately, but you do have Thunderstorm at this point, and then Pile Drive, which is like AoE. I don't know if that's really it probably gets used once here.
It's funny. So I actually think Ramu, it has the worst iconic feat by a mile.
Yeah, even though it got buffed.
Yeah, he got. Oh my god, did he get buffed? It's like he got buffed to do about 3 times the damage, and it's still rubbish. Yeah, but the actual abilities are, I think, one of probably the strongest abilities of any of the icons. I think some of them.
They were there to keep.
He's got Lightning Rod, Thunderstorm, and Judgment Bolt are all really strong. Although Judgment Bolt doesn't have that much use in any percent. Lightning Rod is, I think, in terms of damage, the best ability, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, situational, but it has the most damage potential.
Yeah.
I think we'll probably also end up talking about Lightning Rod a lot because it really does sort of fundamentally change how you approach combat once you have access to it.
Yeah, it does. But they were all brought to bear there against the Imperial War Panther, who could not withstand all that lightning. But yeah, so now I think Pile Drive will be removed. Pile Drive is an AoE ability, and it's actually probably... It might be the strongest AoE ability that's not an ultimate. However, its cooldown is ridiculously long, so it's not got enough uptime. And also Lightning Rod is just better, so that's going to get removed and replaced with Lightning Rod. And we'll have a pretty solid loadout for the rest of the mid-game.
Yeah, and the other ability that we will use pretty much through the end of the run with a few short breaks is Thunderstorm, which I think we talked about briefly earlier. I would say for me personally, the thing I like best about Thunderstorm is its versatility, because you can really use it no matter where you are on the screen, and you're pretty much guaranteed to hit what you're aiming at, which is it's nice to have an ability like that because some bosses are a little slippery and tricky, or they'll teleport around, and the thunderstorm will always find them, which is nice.
And it's really, really, really strong as well, I think. In terms of non-ultimate abilities, maybe it's the third strongest. So
yeah, it's like Lightning Storm and Wind Up are like the heaviest hitters of like regular abilities.
Wind Up's like, you know, the punch in Hercules. that's Wind Up. Ding ding whack.
That's gonna be the next icon. Titan will come up later.
Yeah, it's easier to miss though, but Wind Up's another one of those abilities that's like, it's technically single target, but you can catch up multiple enemies in one punch, and when you do it, they're not left standing afterwards.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, for Pete, it's gonna be Typhon. Phase 1 is relatively simple, I think.
Yeah, those backdraft combos again, when you get an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, kind of a convenient trick there is to like he was kind of like very near the half stagger, and then starting that combo half staggered him, and then that kind of put him in place for that backdraft finish to hit.
Once more.
Yeah, it's a very easy phase 1.
I think he. Oh, is he purposely not using it, or? Oh, well,
no,
yeah, it's HP kit anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, not too worried.
I think that dumb stagger is. I don't know if you even really can avoid that. Maybe you can, but I've never been able to.
I can't see a thing.
That's right.
Well, unless someone's moved it.
I mean, technically, it's like you could deal damage without staggering as long as the enemy is in an attack where you can stagger. But you wouldn't want to wait around just for that either.
Rainbow's also in that last area now, coming up on the Akashic Dragon here, doing some of these. I don't know what to call these enemies specifically. They're like the undead that seem to be lurking in a lot of the different dungeons that you go through. I know there's some story significance there, but I've never quite been able to.
So these enemies are like minions of the antagonist. They are distinct to the Fallen. So like the Fallen are made by an ancient civilization before these guys. The liches, the wraiths, specters and revenants, they are like denizens of the god of the game, because like Final Fantasy, every Final Fantasy game, there is some light god killing that occurs, and these guys are kind of like denizens of that god civilization, so they're just like a really, really old civilization.
Yeah, and then we mentioned the time skip earlier, so I think probably the most important thing to know about that now, because Cal's past the time skip, is Clive is the new Cid, because I guess that's just like a role that, well, there's more significant story reasons why, but basically everybody thinks Clive is dead, except he's still alive and is going by Cid the Outlaw.
Cid has become a hereditary title, yeah. Typhon the Transgressor here, just want to point out, has had a bit of a glow up. He's been to the salon, he's come back with some highlights. Look at him, he's looking fabulous.
Let's see how the fight goes. Should be Demon Wall now.
Yeah, he's a little far away.
Yeah, as long as you know the pattern, it should be pretty easy to get through.
No, I think Pete almost went too far then. He almost hit the other wall.
A little bit scary.
He made it, that's the important thing.
And as long as you get the stagger here, yeah, we're good.
Well, if it's a fight he wants.
Ready, Clive?
Maybe the strat for Typhon nowadays is easier than it used to be, because I just remember it being like kind of tight, but it seems like all the runners are doing it with these.
We got Akashic Dragon number 3 going on here with the Unicorn.
Yeah, one thing I'm curious about with this fight, and I will admit I didn't watch the first 2 Akashic Dragon fights super closely, is yeah, there's like a timing window where you kind of don't want to have happen what happened here, I'm pretty sure, to Rainbow, where the dragon takes off and does this before you're able to get that first stagger.
I believe the cauterize does happen at some point anyway.
Yeah, the cauterize is triggered by hitting a... It will happen 100% of the time when you hit a certain HP value, which currently eludes me.
Yeah,
it ran down, but yeah.
Yeah, no, and it does happen regardless, but
it's about half. It's about half. So if he gets to just under half health, he'll start to cauterize anyway. Not that has got there, but
well, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't matter then if it's before or after the stagger, in terms of optimization.
No, yeah. I mean, I think it does change what you do, right? Because you don't want to hit the HP gate before Dragon Dance during the stagger. Because I think Dragon Dance has another HP gate, so in either case, Unicorn got that boss down, easy peasy.
Mm-hmm.
So Cal here is now facing down the Ahriman. Now this fight is actually quite an involved fight. So it's only a rank C. It's only a rank C hunt, but obviously, so what you do here is you turn and you leave, and then that's the fight done. So big round of applause to Cal, successfully fled.
Then what are we waiting?
Yeah, it's kind of the.
Oh, go ahead.
It's kind of the tutorial to hunt. It's the only like you kind of guaranteed run into it. I kind of remember there being like some case where you could maybe avoid it or something, but
No.
you're kind of expected to run into it. But you just run, and you're not going to run into any other hunts on accident.
There's one other hunt that you potentially could hit much later in the game by accident, but that's only if you. There's like 2 stairs that you can take. They're both the same length of time. If you take the left stair, there's a chance you'll hit the hunt. If you take the right stair, you're fine. So I think it should be pretty trivial to avoid it. But we shouldn't see that one. But all the other hunts, I think, are way out the way. Because if you look at the maps of these zones, the maps are actually quite large, and there's tons of zones or areas of the map that it's like. You think to yourself, well, why are they even there? Nothing takes us there, and usually it's because some hunt will take you there. There are some areas of the map where you'll see like a path and then a suspiciously boss-sized shaped circle on the map, and that's usually where an S-class hunt will show up. Not that we kill any of those in this run.
Cal is doing the Chocobo quest now, though, so we'll be reunited with Ambrosia very shortly here. We can start talking about Chocobo movement tech, which is pretty fun.
It's funny because the first time you use the Chocobo is probably the most difficult section. It's kind of funny. It's a baptism of fire.
Right now you can kind of see the time investment going into getting the Chocobo, so having to do this running up to this point where you have this battle, which is I think it's like 2 waves of enemies. It's like this and then more.
Yes, two waves with one of them being a boss. A boss, yeah. It has a yellow.
Yeah, mini boss. You see that lightning rod there? So I guess I should explain that the main function of lightning rod is that if enemies hit it, then it deals like big damage to them. You can also hit it yourself to trigger it, but it deals way more damage if the enemy hits it. So you usually want to have it like kind of between you and the enemy, and then the enemy's gonna hit it, and you're also gonna hit it, and it's gonna do a lot.
It does. tremendous amounts of health, HP, and stagger damage if the enemy hits it. Yeah, it has it's a fixed number of times that it can be hit. So it's not got like a HP value per se. It's just how many hits it can take. And I think I want to say it's 30. And then, yeah, it's kind of the damage that the enemy takes when they hit it is double the damage that they would take if you're the one who hits it.
I think it deals like actually 3 hits when an enemy hits it, and 1 hit if you hit it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. In either case, it's a significant amount, and there are some fights where an enemy will use an attack that might have 30 hits in the same. You know, like in some games where you'll take one punch and it'll be like bah, and that one punch hits you about 30 times. Well, some enemies will do that to you, and they'll hit the lightning rod, and it's quite spectacular what happens to them when they do that.
Yeah. I just realized we didn't talk about the funniest piece of movement tech in this entire game, which I just noticed on Pete's screen, and that is when you're in town, you'll see them deliberately like have Clive run into an NPC to get like a little mini speed burst when he bounces off of them. It's hilarious that actually works, but it's definitely a little bit of a minor movement optimization, but it's very funny to see when you see it happen during a run. So there you go. Now you can watch for that for the rest of the run.
Sometimes you can convince Torgal, or sometimes Torgal, when he's feeling particularly helpful, he'll position himself in such a way where you can bounce off him as well. Doesn't always happen, but I think in the hideout Torgal has his own kind of hangout spot, doesn't he? But in other areas, sometimes Torgal will be either in the way in a bad way, or he'll be in the way being helpful. He's a whimsical dog. So Typhon's getting his last glow up of the relay.
It's done.
And now we've got the Ambrosia Mario Kart Gauntlet.
The kind of main thing is that you can do a drift, and then that drift will give you a speed boost. And then you kind of saw that jump carrying that momentum onto this dialogue. And then after that dialogue, get another speed boost from the drift, and then you see these attacks.
Run into a wall.
This is why this first one is so hard, is these little areas that you have to traverse are so tight, and if you run into one of them for too long, you will lose the speed burst. You can kind of glance off of the side walls, but you can't really, like if you run into one dead on, it'll kind of stop you.
But something that he's doing is like using the attack, which like makes Ambrosia like kind of bounce, like hop forward, and that actually like maintains the speed burst from the drift. Another thing is that if there are enemies nearby, then it kind of tries to like launch to the enemies, but at the same time you can also control it, like kind of steer it away from the enemies, and it's just like you gain the speed boost, but you can like kind of steer it in the right direction, but sometimes you might end up going the wrong way because of it.
I mean, yeah, so sometimes she will just pivot like a ballerina and go the complete wrong way. So she's an acrobatic bird. But it was, I mean, you know, it looked that from Cal there, it did look like, oh, you know, they hit up the wall a couple of times and stuff. But I can tell you that sequence could have gone a lot worse for Cal. It was, you know, it was not actually that. It looked a little bit jank, but it was pretty well executed, to be totally honest. It's because I mean there are these tiny little rocks that Ambrosia will just not refuse to run past. You can't even really see them, so there's a lot of things to avoid there.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier that is really one of the hardest sequences to get the movement right through, and it's also just it's just odd if you see it and don't understand that it's movement tech, it's, you know, Ambrosia's squawking and there's a lot of hopping going on, and it looks, Deno mentioned like the combat aspect of it, and that's also really important too, because if you're Clive and you do like a Phoenix shift, it'll automatically direct you towards the nearest enemy if there's one in range, but a lot of times Ambrosia will just kind of go right by, and it's perfect.
I like that you point out all the squawking. It is quite a ruckus, isn't it? It's very dramatic.
When I first heard it, I was like, oh my god, what are you doing to that poor bird?
Yeah, right?
So just giving some exercise. Another Ambrosia movement section, and something you'll see here is that there's going to be an enemy that you can kind of drag with you to kind of maintain that like a boost from targeting an enemy. And now there's even like dialogue that would normally make you really slow, but dragging this enemy with you, you can really like kind of boost past this section.
Yeah.
I saw before that Cal attacked some wild chocobos as they were leaving what's the name of that town? I can't remember the name of it. The town that's been sacked. They were leaving that, and as they were walking up towards Lazarus, they got into combat with some wild chocobos. I don't know if that was on purpose or not to try and get the lunge movement, but it's kind of, yeah, it was interesting. I don't know if that was on purpose or not.
He was at least making use of the lunging.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Must assert dominance over the other chocobos.
Well, yeah, the thing is, I was about to call it out and be like, oh yeah, that's some cool movement second, and I was like, actually, was that on purpose or not? I don't know. But they made the most of it.
It's definitely one of those things that once you've tried it yourself, you really get a deep appreciation for how difficult it is and finicky it is, and you really do appreciate when someone does it exceptionally well.
So, with that from Unicorn, that's it for Typhon. Typhon's done. The demon walls were all successfully dodged. Typhon is successfully gone forever, so well done to the runners.
We do get reunited with Sir Wade here, though he's not gonna be in our party at this point.
Yeah, in the prologue, it does look like Sir Wade was real dead, but thankfully he survived. The same cannot be said for Sir Tyler. Tyler is crisp, unfortunately. But Sir Wade somehow managed to survive. So, and he's the best one.
Since we've got the audio on Rainbow's screen, I also just want to mention one of my favorite lines in the game is coming up here when the Imperial War Panther comes out.
Enough of this! Let him play with the kitten!
Said in all seriousness, let him play with the kitten.
They brought a pet.
Yeah, I like the emphasis on that. With the kitten. It's like...
You'll pay for what you've done, Sid.
Those things are fast.
We'll have to be faster.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, there is still action going on the screen, but there's a little bit of a lull. I just want to talk a little bit further about the lore and how we're sort of in the state that we're in at the moment. So, post time skip, we are one Sid down. Clive is basically absorbing the power of the dominant as he goes, and Sid's been a dominant for a while. For every user of magic in the world of Final Fantasy XVI, apart from Clive, using the magic can turn you to stone progressively over time. And Sid was pretty much stone by the time we fought Typhon, so turning into Ramu at the end there and sort of trying to defeat Typhon himself was a bit of a last hurrah for Sid, and it was too much for him. A similar thing's happening with Jill. She's used a lot of her powers as well. So Clive is now kind of taking on the mantle of Cid, and he's working on reclaiming the town, or the city of Rosaria, which is where he was from the Imperials. And that's what all this is in service of at the moment. So Wade is kind of like a resistance leader against the Imperials, and Clive is trying to get himself some allies with which to stake a claim back to Rosaria. I think we're about to soon. I don't know when we actually do meet Byron, but one of the best characters in the game is introduced in service of this part of the story. Clive's uncle, Lord Byron.
Never a dull moment.
You'll also notice that there's a new hideout after Cid's death. There's the hideout was also attacked by Titan, which meant that a few members of Cid's little band had to relocate, and now we've got a new hideaway, which is it's actually in the ruins of an ancient airship, a fallen airship called the Invincible, which Final Fantasy fans may recognise the name of. It's the closest thing we get to an airship in 16. But that's why we're wandering around a new location.
Yeah, I feel like this is the main reason for the time skip. It's like, yeah, okay, like during the time skip, they built this and like gathered allies here. But it's like, I feel like nothing else really like changes during that time skip.
Yeah, I mean, when they were talking about, marketing the game and stuff, they said, this game takes place over decades, and it's across every phase of Clive's life. So I guess maybe they just wanted to give a sense of time passing, which is what a time skip will do. But Clive looks basically the same, other than the tattoo being gone.
That's right.
So, what'll it be? No scratches, alright?
Which also, they're kind of like, when the tattoo is gone, they're sort of like, oh, well, now nobody will know that he used to be a Brandon. It's like, he's got a branded tattooed scar on his cheek that just looks exactly like the tattoo used to, but okay.
It's funny because when you first approach Martha's Rest, which is the long sprint section that we went through a bit ago, there's like an NPC that's like a side quest NPC that you run straight past. If you actually engage with him in Act 1, he's really, really not very nice to you because you're branded and he sees you as a second-class citizen. But he's actually the quest giver that we speak to get the Ambrosia quest, and he's a much nicer to you once that tattoo on the face is gone. But it's kind of like, how have you not how do you not recognize him? How do you not know that this is clearly the same person with this tattoo missing on his face? So I think lore-wise, there's like if someone tries to remove the tattoo, it releases a poison that'll kill them or something, unless it's done in a very specific, careful, surgical manner. So I guess maybe he just thought it's not possible to remove it, so therefore it must be a different person. I don't know, but
see that.
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
So Cal just now is fighting that Minotaur. They're an example of an enemy in this game which do have a kind of semi-predictable attack pattern. They're pretty much always going to start with a Minotaur-style bull rush. Earlier in King's Fall, we tried to take advantage of that by using a Rook's Gambit counter, I think. Whereas here it was just a regular counter attack. But there are some enemies, there are some repeated enemies in the game, and you'll see similar strats employed for them as the game goes on, because even though we'll get new abilities and we level up, the enemies also get stronger. For example, that was an Akashic Minotaur. This is an Akashic Marlborough. And more enemies are going to become Akashic as the game goes on.
See, the one earlier was a marble, and this one's an Akashic marble. They're two totally different things.
Totally different. Yeah.
Up ahead.
Yeah, this one also has like a really lengthy attack, which is like during which you can't stagger or anything that you don't like in your speedrun.
Seems a step too far.
Yeah. Wild charge, yeah.
I think does this acid rain, you also can't stagger it either.
Yeah.
Remember, but yeah.
It's pretty much impossible to dumb stagger this guy once you get to acid rain. But I think for this part, ideally, we are meant to be past the half stagger, because you can see here it's stuck at a half stagger. I think the ideal is that before the acid rain comes out, we get them past the half stagger, so we can stagger them afterwards.
Well,
get a kill a little bit quicker, but
the boss dies anyway, very quickly.
Oh yeah, we are talking minimal differences there. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually surprised that he died that quickly. As I was saying it, I was like, oh no.
The power of lightning rod and ignition. That's kind of a thing you see very often as like a kind of quick tool to get a lot of damage in.
Because ignition hits several times, and lightning rod obviously likes to be hit a few times. There's an ability we get later on called Giga Flare, that's like the natural best friend of lightning rod.
Yeah, it's like a fan favorite, I would say.
Yep. It's a lightning rod into Giga Flare is a classic.
Yeah, in the end, you want to remember that like lightning rod has a limited amount of hits that it can take, and the more of those hits come from enemies, the more damage it puts out in total. So if you can take advantage of that, you want to do that, but if you can't, then just unleash whatever you have.
Yeah, generally you see lightning rod into Giga Flare during a stagger, right? So like when the enemy can't counter. The most satisfying thing, of course, is when it's the enemy that staggered themselves by hitting the lightning rod. That does happen. The enemy just immediately... It's like, it's kind of like watching someone run into a door or a lamppost or something.
Step on a rake.
Yeah.
Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Unicorn successfully completed the Ariman fight.
That one also has a pretty good line.
Well, the Araman fight.
Yeah, when you're running away from it and Clive is like, Torgal, do you suppose it spotted us? Of course it is, it's a floating eyeball.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, that is a good one. So Cal is beating up some moose, red moose. It's a spicy moose. And then I believe after this fight they're going to load an autosave. So in this game, when if you load a save, it refreshes all of your abilities. So we take advantage of the frequent and gratuitous autosaves to refresh your abilities from their cooldowns, because in this fight red moose goes immediately into flame lizard or fire lizard. Flame lizard?
Yeah,
Flame
it's
lizard.
basically like Fafnir again, but for some more fire.
Yeah.
Spicy Fafnir.
Yeah, spicy Fafnir, right. You can see lightning rod here. There's not been a hit from the enemy yet, but there you go. So he staggered himself. So he charged into the lightning rod and then just immediately got hit by a rake, and now he's
and
down.
he just had the limit break ready and unleashing abilities. And this thunderstorm is going to be big damage. Yes, right before the stagger ended. It's like the very last hit of thunderstorm is like the biggest chunk of damage. It takes a while to get there, so you want to make sure you cast it early enough.
Some classic lightning rod shenanigans there, making a boss look like an idiot.
We didn't really talk about the fight that Pete's doing now earlier too, and I would say I've noticed at least that in terms of scaling, this is one of the encounters with the black shields where it does seem like the enemies suddenly have a lot more hit points to chew through, and you have to play really well and do your combat really optimally just to kind of like keep up with that jump. And then on top of that, you have your third Dragoon fight, which they're getting a little old by now, but this one is, I would say, not as difficult as the second one that you do, where it's the Dragoon plus the Avis. But it's still, these fights are still just kind of generally tricky with these Dragoons, so.
Only now with jump, obviously it leaves like a very helpful telegraph, a very helpful lightning rod shaped telegraph.
They did not get grouped up.
Yeah, Pete really did melt that. That was very impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the enemies kind of slipped past the corner, and then Wade kind of further pushed him away. So he had to deadly embrace to get them back together. I didn't actually remember that Sir Wade is part of this fight.
Now, where's Gav?
Sir Wade was helping.
Look at him. He's so proud of himself.
Yeah, I really like that scene. It's just like this wide smile, and it's just like standing there.
He's just a dude. He's the most just a dude of any of the side characters in this game. I appreciate that.
Trying his best, yeah.
Yeah.
So Unicorn has now got Ambrosia. We're fully Ambrosiaed. Let's see how the Ambrosia movement goes.
I saw Pete's. Pete's looked really, really well done. So it's one of those things you practice a lot once you kind of figure it out, especially that first sequence, because we mentioned it's one of the most difficult. So.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Marcus Rest?
More than likely.
What we can also see here with Pete at the moment is he's gone to the Patron's Whisper. It's the only time we visit it in the entire run, and basically it's a free 400 AP, which is a pretty significant chunk of AP. I think it took a little bit for someone to come up with the idea of using that, but as I said earlier, like AP is probably the most precious resource in the run. So
I believe there's a second visit later on to the Patron's Whisper in the route now, but I'm not 100% sure if all these runners do it, so they might go back there one more time. But yeah, it's mainly for a nice AP boost with this sort of quest-related currency that the game starts giving you at this point.
Renown, yeah.
I don't know. This pass will take us through the mountains.
So there used to be an audio glitch that would come up around about this point in the run that has been fixed and has been replaced by arguably a worse one, where the music would stop. And obviously the music is amazing in the game, but from a speedrunner's perspective, I think you'd rather hear your own inputs and your own actual feedback than the music. But thankfully that one has been fixed, so viewer enjoyment of the music has been restored.
Meanwhile, Angel is fighting Liquid Flame, which I would say is actually casually one of the harder fights in the game. But something about this fight is that he has a lot of attacks that you can parry. You saw one parry there earlier. He also has some, like all bosses, some kind of like HP barriers where it's going to be specific moves and this little cutscene.
Yeah, where Shiva makes herself useful. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I always feel like Shiva could be doing a little bit more here.
Yeah, definitely in general, it's like it would have been nice to see a little bit more from like Chill or like Shiva throughout the game.
Yeah, she does get a really good moment at the beginning of the game against Titan, but yeah.
Look, they can't all be Torgal, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Another parry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a like consistent attack, I believe, after that cutscene.
But if the
You
black
have just enough time to go into limit break and.
They may already be in port.
The world's most telegraphed punch, I think. I mean, he couldn't wind up any further.
Yeah, I do think this is probably the fight that is, because with the speedrun and, you know, there's a lot of work that's been done to, you know, be able to react to the patterns and use the optimal abilities at certain times, and it is one of the harder casual fights for sure, so probably distance between how difficult the casual fight and how relatively trivial I would say the speedrun fight is. Probably Liquid Flame is at the top of the list, or very near the top of the list.
And good use of lightning rod. They're also like, you can see it often used for these like explosion type moves where it's like really like charging up this explosion and just like put it in the middle. And a lot of these moves also have multiple hitboxes.
It's like the biggest, it's like an Uno reverse card, isn't it? You know, he's charging up this huge attack and then it jokes on him.
Yeah, especially with limit break, you can really just stand there and take the hit.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
My mother happened. Those who lived here didn't stand a chance. I tell you, Uncle fare better. That's the main gate.
So I don't know if anyone commented on it earlier, but Unicorn's assault course moment with Ambrosia went pretty smoothly. I think it might have been the smoothest of the three. It's pretty impressively done.
Yeah, I keep getting distracted by the other streams. Like,
it's tough, right? Oh, yeah.
I wanted to see the other runners do it, but I totally missed it.
I mean, this game's relentless in that, and we're watching 3 people play it. It's there's so much going on.
There's really only two, like, it's funny because they're pretty much both like 10 minutes apart right now, and for as fast-paced and intense as the game is, most segments, with a few exceptions, are less than 10 minutes long, I would say, or maybe about 10 minutes long. So more often than not, you're gonna see like all 3 runners doing 3 different things at the same time. Like, there's maybe 1 or 2 icon fights where I could see them being in the same battle at the same time, just kind of in different phases. But if they kind of keep on the paces that they're on right now, this is going to be the way it is throughout the rest of the run, I would guess. So, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It makes sure we always have something to talk about, as long as they're all doing different things. So,
I imagine this endeavor.
Pete was getting some safety materials there.
Let's hope Sir Wade has
just in case.
Master.
I don't even know what was in that chest. I think it's like bloody hides and wyrite or something. I don't know.
Look, sometimes you just want to open a chest, and that's
I know.
totally fine.
Yeah. It makes you feel safe. I get it.
Honestly, what probably happened is you're doing like the jump lunging, and you just jumped too close to the chest and kicked it open.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to guess, yeah.
Since they
RNG manipulation, clearly.
We tracked down the bastards responsible and fed
That excuse doesn't really work in this game because there's not that much RNG.
Yeah, most of the RNG is about like some of the like kind of critters that spawn in outdoor areas are going to be in random locations, and that will affect your movement.
It's about like it's more like companion AI decisions and spawn points of random mobs.
On your command,
Yeah.
my lord.
Also, for as much as the main path through the game is pretty consistent, one funny thing about this area that Angel already went through, Pete kind of just went through it a moment ago, is there's one spot leading up to this red moose fight where the path actually branches. And when I was learning the run, I was consistently behind going through this part, and I could not figure out why. And then I was like paying a little more attention when I was watching someone else's VOD, and I realized, oh, I'm going completely down the wrong path through this area, and there's a mini boss there that I don't even need to fight. So
yeah, skipping the
that was a fun little revelation there. So
Oh, this is not a great formation for Unicorn here with these wyverns. One of them's actually out of range of the Deadly Embrace. So speaking of RNG, there you go. That's an example of it working against us.
Albeit a misguided
A noble stand for Unicorn. That's one of the lines that we like to meme about.
that this land is in dire
Yeah,
need.
this Knight of Lasting Dawn's a bit of a dick. It's like it's just a proper. You know what I mean? It's just sort of like aha, I've got you. I'll beat a misguided one. You've just proven our point. Aha.
And the thing is, with a speedrun like this, where you have these unskippable mid-fight cutscenes with voice lines, like you pretty quickly like start memeing about them because like you just keep seeing them over and over during like practice, during runs.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
It is a pretty quotable game. There are some lines in particular. The antagonist, he has a very specific way of speaking that's very it's hard to not quote it back at him, I find sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Sid and Clive have some good dialogue too. And
Yeah.
Clive likes to talk to Torgal. Those are always fun moments. So. There's some pretty fun movement there that Pete just did where you can actually kind of fall off the side of that wall. Doesn't look like you can necessarily do it when you first come up on it, but if you like take a hard right around that corner, you just kind of drop into where all of the enemies are, and you can immediately do that Flames of Rebirth to kind of kick this fight off, which is sort of like a two-phase fight. But it leads in really well to ending up at this door that you want to end up at. That's another part of the movement. I don't know if we've really talked about that specifically so far. Well, combat into movement, I would say, kind of the way those two things come together is when you're doing a fight, a lot of times you're in like a little mini arena or something like that, and the door won't open until you're done with the fight. So your optimal strategy will not only end the fight quickly, but also end the fight quickly and have you standing right in front of the exit from that fight that you were just in.
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
So that was like a really good example of that Pete just did.
Game soft locked.
Oh no.
Oh, that's the was that the hard crash? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that doesn't happen very frequently, but it is a known kind of crash. It shouldn't take long to get back to it, though.
I'll take the slight longer time waste there to not walk back just in case it's going to crash again.
Part of me thought Drake's head might be the last crystal we ever...
Come to claim your just desserts? Here you are. Come again. I may have more for you.
How did we never hear about these guardians of the...
So Pete's almost to the liquid flame fight. This is the last fight before that, and Cal is escaping from jail after Kupka caught them all. Basically, Kupka set a trap. They all just went anyway, fell into the trap, and now Clive has to save Jill because Jill's about to get executed. And Gav and Torgal break Clive out of jail.
Yeah, Torgal's about to have his moment in the sun.
Torgal is a special pup, as it turns out.
Yeah, there he is. There he is, yeah. It's a very shiny looking Torgal.
Yeah, you find out in one of the cutscenes after this battle that Torgal is descendant from a long line of dire frost wolves, I think. But the idea is that Torgal is basically Fenrir, so that's pretty cool.
This path was abandoned after an equal
Yep.
flood. They don't guard
We get to an interesting part of this battle where these two ninjas come up and they have an attack like poison breath attack, and if you have a lightning rod on that, it's gonna deal massive damage. So let's see if that's gonna happen.
I don't think he came out in time.
Managed to avoid
I think he has it on cooldown.
Oh, is it on? Oh, okay. So it's later on, is it?
That wasn't even a bad one. It's nothing.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit different than what I've usually seen this fight. Pretty fast though, it seems. Seems like they didn't jump around and like go away too much.
Yeah, they kept together pretty nicely for the Scarlet Cyclone.
Then next is gonna be a pretty big fight against Hugo, right?
Yeah. Yeah, right through these double doors here.
So we kind of talked about it before, how like Hugo's not really going to be throwing around magic or stuff. He's going to be punching. So that's a prime opportunity for you to get parries for that increased damage. And something that's also kind of interesting is that he's kind of this defensive style guy, and he can actually parry your attacks if you're not careful. So you kind of need to know when to attack.
Yeah, he can knock you straight out of your own abilities, but not all abilities are vulnerable to it. So you see there that Flames of Rebirth was used into Limit Break. That was used to get Kupka into a stagger sooner than you would normally be able to, than if you were just spamming abilities, because he would parry you out of one of those. So that's the best slot to use.
Another parry, reducing the cooldowns on the abilities, but yeah, didn't really have anything else to do, but you know, hitting the HP gate anyway for this cutscene.
That was a pretty cool ending with the fight that Pete was just doing then. The liquid flame did hit the lightning rod pretty hard a couple of times. A couple of bonus hits there. Pretty much knocked himself out at the end, actually.
Back, are ya?
Cal's into the back half of the
will it
Kupka
be?
fight now, which is
Not bad,
where
if I do say so myself.
he's gonna semi-prime and gonna have to deal with a lot more of the more like traditional Titan attacks, so not just the punching and the
What do you want?
the big blows,
work.
but some of the AoEs as well. So there's some more like zoned attacks, and there's also this really interesting sequence at the very beginning of this phase where he dives underground, but again, kind of like the jump that we were talking about a second ago, like he dives at a very specific spot where it's really easy just to kind of go in and put a lightning rod down and then get out of the way for a little bit.
Oh, I missed a parry there, I think. Again, during this attack, you also can hit that half stagger, but okay, is that the HP gate or no? No, the HP is going down. Okay. And it's kind of the end of this combo attack.
We must be ready to
At this point, right now, he doesn't take damage, but right after this like little explosion, he's gonna be vulnerable again. So you want to be kind of ready here. What was your limit break to attack?
You see there, Cal activated Limit Break before Earthen Fury went off, and it reduced his health. Like their health hit 1.
Yeah.
Earthen Fury basically will one-shot you unless you have Limit Break active. But obviously it's worth doing, taking the hit there, because once her Earthen Fury starts being cast, you can just start wailing away on Cupco.
Yeah, it seemed like a pretty clean fight though. Something I wanted to mention also that you saw in that fight is placing the lightning rod, but then relocating it later. So that's actually something a lot of players don't realize. That like if you press the like activate the skill again, it's gonna relocate the lightning rod to where you currently are.
There's only one fitting punishment.
So, Titan's now been unlocked for Cal. Probably one of the less useful icons really to have in the game. He's a very stylish one, and like I think a lot of the animations are pretty cool for Titan. But he has by far, and I mean by far, the worst ultimate. Like I can't even. I mean, it's even worse than Garuda's in my opinion. And then, but Wind Up is probably the strongest single like non-ultimate ability in terms of hitting it just straight up, just using it. Obviously, Lightning Rod can be more powerful, but so Wind Up's a pretty fun one. But then I think the others are kind of a little bit less useful.
Yeah.
It'll mainly be Wind Up that we see, and we won't see his iconic feat at all, like the block ability. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, although usually like counters are like they're gonna be stronger than like just regular abilities that don't have conditions, but for the iconic feat, you know, it's not even like a cooldown ability. It's really not that strong in terms of damage. Titan does also have another like cooldown ability that's like a counter, but that's also like it's like I think it's like kind of too lengthy and not enough payoff for it.
Yeah, the animation for that one, the one that's kind of like really anime.
Yeah.
One, yeah, the animation's pretty long and the damage actually isn't that impressive. That's the problem with it. And it's the same thing with the block. Like the damage from the block is okay, considering it doesn't use up an iconic ability, but the animation takes too long.
It's the outcome of my city, or die. We're nearly at the castle. It ends there.
Well, one kind of minor thing that I wanted to mention at some point is that there's no like concept of like attack elements or like types. So it's like even if you see them use like fire attacks against like fire elemental enemies, it's like it's all the same. It's kind of silly how it works, but yeah, it really is more of an action game than RPG.
Yeah, no, definitely.
That really annoyed me when I was playing the game casually at first, and then I just kind of thought about it more, and you know, it's if you start doing that, you're basically dictating what skills the player is going to use in a lot of situations like that. So I do think that one of the really cool things about the combat system in this game, regardless of how you're playing it, is just you can kind of do whatever you want. The game doesn't really try to push you too hard in one way or another unless you sort of know that, you know, certain things are stronger or more optimal for certain things.
Yeah. I think pretty much every ability is viable, and it's only really the last two icons, which you get pretty close to the end of the game, that have more specialist moves that are kind of maybe you need to, you know, they might be used like for example Rift Slip, for example. I think for most players that ability's use case is kind of not obvious at all. But that's like the last icon you unlock. So yeah, the generally speaking, I think every ability you have access to for most of the game is going to get you through any encounter. Like, it's going to serve you pretty decently through most encounters.
I do really like the way too that this game used a lot of the really iconic Final Fantasy enemies as Pete finishes off the Curl fight. We saw the Iron Giant earlier. There's going to be some other ones throughout, but I like that they use those as kind of like boss fights or mini boss fights or whatever. It just adds a lot of really cool flavor to the game, in my opinion.
I have to get to the courtyard. Don't you let her die.
So the lore reason for why we're in the area that Unicorn's in at the moment, well, firstly it's a mother crystal, and we want to destroy those mother crystals to stop them from siphoning magic from the earth. It's kind of like FF7 parallels there, right, with the Mako extractors. But also the reason that we want to go here in particular is that these people, the Iron Blood or the Iron Kingdom, after the events of Phoenix Gate, they kidnap Jill and basically have her used as like a weapon of war. And the person who runs the Iron Kingdom is not a very nice guy, to say the least. So Jill is basically like says to Clive, you know, let's get these guys. I want these people to go down next, which is why she accompanies you and why she sort of takes part in the fights. It's another reason why I kind of wish that she had got a little bit more to do than just hold back the lava during Swelter, because Jill is really like amped up for this whole thing. It's quite emotionally charged for her. I kind of wish there was a bit more payoff in terms of Jill actually doing stuff. But it's safe to say that she does get her revenge on the. I can't even remember his name. The guy who runs. He's the leader of the Iron Kingdom, but he does get his comeuppance.
Yeah, he's like a generic evil high priest character. Like, I don't even really think you interact with him other than right before this fight.
Yes. Yeah, the Iron Kingdom's probably the nation that gets the least fleshing out, I would say.
Okay, Unicorn is now on to the 11th hour, which is the attack you're just gonna have to sit through.
Sometimes worth, I think, taking some of the hits in 11th hour to gain limit break. But I don't know if it's...
Well, I don't know if you're really gonna like reach. Are you even gonna get enough?
Yeah, no, I think you can get enough.
Well, if you take that
a few
hit.
hits. Oh yeah. If you take that hit, you do definitely. Yeah. No, you can take enough hits, I believe, to get maybe one bar, like during it, so that then you can tank the big hit at the end.
Yeah, this is not going as intended.
No.
I feel like Pete's Kupka fight's off to a fantastic start over here watching that one.
Yeah, I was speaking with Pete yesterday, and he said that he'd been putting a lot of time into practicing the Hugo Kupka fight just because of how long it is.
Oh,
I think
that was good.
Because Kupka's got so much HP and you know, can defend and stuff. I know we said before that this game can kind of snowball out of control a little bit, and the longer the fight goes on, the more opportunities there are for that to happen. So Kupka you can lose control of the fight quite drastically if things go wrong. So it's a good. If you're gonna pick a fight to practice, I think Kupka's one of the best ones to go with.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, you can actually see upheaval being used from Titan's abilities there. It is that one's pretty good AoE, and well, for a while now, you're just going to be dealing with these like mob fights to fight lots of weak enemies. So having some extra AoE is going to be really handy in like sweeping them all down in like one big swoop and not letting them get away.
Yeah, I think there's a short part of the sequence that Cal is in right now where you use upheaval for a bit here.
One neat thing about upheaval is that if you use it in the air, if you're high enough, then it's going to be like full power immediately. But from the ground, you have to like charge it a little bit.
Yeah. So the main like gimmick, if you want to use that term, of the Titan abilities is that you charge them up if you got like an optimal point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of height related. So there are three. Each ability, apart from the counter one, have and the ultimate have three levels. So level 1 is you might as well not have used it. Level 2 is like if you're in a yellow band, and level 3 is if you hit the red sweet spot. And I think with upheaval, depending on how high you are in the air, it does level 1, 2, or 3 without actually having to do the charge up, right? So you do need to get pretty high in the air to get the level 3 one, but it is if you can do it, yeah. That's probably definitely the best case of upheaval, like the best use point for it. But the charge unfortunately does take up time, right? So that's the weakness of Titan's abilities. They're a little slow, which is pretty on brand for Titan, I suppose.
Pete is also now at the point where he's just doing this long chain of attacks, and once he's done, you can go wild with damage and clear the fight. Actually managed to avoid a lot of the damage, I think, with like well-timed limit break.
Yeah, it's almost like he didn't use it at all. That's crazy.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah. Just remember that this boss does actually die even during the stagger. I couldn't see the HP bar fully with the overlays. For a while, I was like, "Wait, does he die or not?"
The team icons are covering up that last little bit for us. We're just like, he's probably about dead. Probably about staggered.
That's a bit of tension.
Yeah. Cal, unfortunately, reading an advertisement in oh, I forget what town, whatever town this is.
Dalamil.
Oh, well, yeah. Just trying to jump through the areas, and if you wander a little too close to the walls, you will.
One of the only mentions of cactuars in all of Final Fantasy XVI. And some cactuar needles to solve all of your virility issues.
Oh my.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest?
We also didn't mention there. We have actually a couple new side characters for Angel, Cal, and Pete now. Although I think the second one is not quite, hasn't quite showed up for Pete yet. But we've got Mid. Mid is Sid's daughter, who I guess is like. I think the story is like Mid was at college essentially, and then came back to study at the Hideaway or work at the Hideaway, but kind of a tinker engineer. And then we've got Uncle Byron, who is with Cal in the Dalamil right now. And Uncle Byron is a character. I guess I'll just leave it at that for the moment.
Yeah, he's an exaggerator. He has different names for his axe. you'll notice it at various points. You'll hear him like refer to, if you're in combat with him or whatever, you might hear him refer to his axe by a name, and that name changes every time he says it, as if it's some sort of legendary weapon, but it is not. Yeah, there's what people. It's got a really wide area of effect as well. Actually, I think if the cooldown was a little bit shorter, it might have more use throughout, like for more like longer trips longer through the run. But
yeah, this fight Angel is pretty tricky because like kind of a lengthy area where enemies can spawn on like both ends.
Yeah, there's some RNG as to whether or not they spawn at the right end, yeah.
I think there's actually some like camera manipulation that you can do for the spawns. Like, if you're kind of like positioned and facing a certain way, then that affects where they're gonna spawn.
And part of the reason why that gets a little bit unwieldy or affected by the spawn points is you can't embrace those chocobos. And I think there's like 4 of them, so if they spawn on like both ends, like there's no really good way of dealing with them all at once, and you kind of just have to run around dealing with them, or you have to sort of hope that your guest characters knock them down quite a bit, and maybe you can just finish them off with a charge magic or something like that. Rainbow finished up their curl fight. Pretty good fight from what I could tell. That fight is a little bit challenging. The curl moves around a lot, which enemies that move around a lot are a little bit harder to get with lightning rod. So you have to be kind of careful about when you lay it down and how you deploy it. And then also it has it has one of those like charge up abilities where you have to knock the purple bar down. So a little bit of trickiness to that fight, but wasn't seemed to go down pretty quickly. So
I think one of the things that makes that fight a little bit more tricky is that the fight immediately before it is a load of small packs of enemies in a large courtyard. So you kind of need to use your abilities to get around them, clear them out first, and then by the time you've actually got around to the curl, you're kind of low on ability to recharges.
Take care of Mid's little list.
Yeah, that's true. You don't get that opportunity to do like a auto save load or anything like that. It just throws you directly into that fight. So there's a few like that. In fact, this one as well. You kind of do the fight with this one big enemy, and then you're immediately into the fight with the 2 assassins. And I believe there's also an extra wave of enemies that spawns towards the end of that fight too. So you have to be really careful how you like either save or use certain abilities to make sure that you have them available for like cleanup duty essentially. So.
Yeah, I think the art of effectively mopping up does a lot of heavy lifting in this run.
It really is a thing in this run, absolutely. Later on as well, the last couple chapters, there's a lot of instances where, like, it happens during runs sometimes, but like you'll accidentally use Flames of Rebirth too early, and you're like, shoot, I wanted to use it on the second wave, and I accidentally used it on the first wave, and then. Well, it's just gone because, you know, it's got a really long cooldown time and you're in the fight already, so you just kind of have to deal, but not fun when that happens.
We saw Unicorn use Lightning Rod for this phase. Oh, there was a little bit of poison miss. I think it was still there, but yeah, missed a couple like opportunities for that to like really hit them. So yeah, they were not really cooperating here.
Seems to be a bit of a theme, right? Because it happened with way back with the Avis with Unicorn, like that didn't cooperate. These guys aren't really being very friendly either. I mean, look, where's this guy? Like, what? He's like off in the hedges somewhere. What the hell? I don't know if anyone notices either, but this courtyard's the one that you're in at the very beginning of the game as well. It's the same. It mirrors kind of the path that you take at the very beginning of the game as young Clive. It's kind of a homecoming. It's the same zone at the end.
Yeah, let's see Unicorn doing Hugo. Got the parry at the start already. Yeah, placing the lightning rod in front of you before the attacks. Getting that easy damage from it.
I've also got the sound effects glitch, so I might have to fix that after this fight.
Oh.
Our destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins.
Yeah, that's gonna
Mark 'em well, Clive.
make things a little more difficult to manage.
Yes! Many years ago, when you were just a boy,
It makes the fights kind of like weirdly eerily quiet. I imagine this one will just be a lot of grunting from Hugo.
It was pretty funny when we had the like music glitch, and like you get here, and then especially like once you're like down, and Hugo's like laughing maniacally, and it's like there's no other sound except laughing. It's just like such a different mood than if the music was
I
there.
shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
Yeah, Pete is challenging some of the other Chocobos, but using that opportunity to get a few good kind of hops with the attack. Yeah,
It's
well,
like
well there's
a really long triple jump, but
yeah,
a really long one.
For that section, I think was like Byron who's like just keeps talking that entire time, and it's like
Sure does.
basically the only thing you can do is just like keep hopping with Ambrosia, and it's like you can't get the like drift bonus when someone's talking, but you can still do some hops.
So Angel there is receiving an attack called Spirits Within. It's quite a brave reference for the developers to make there, considering what it did to the company.
We do now. The royalists said it themselves. Their guest is in the.
Light it for Gilbert's sake.
I don't remember the Undertaker using Spirits Within. It's more of a Tombstone Power Driver kind of guy. Oh, okay.
I doubt this young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Sid's contact was
I
likely
understood
to be
that reference.
Yeah.
Influence
I
comes
thought about
with
it. I thought, oh,
age
maybe I
and
won't.
Believe you me.
Get it? No, that was good. I was very focused on making sure I hit the split for Angel, because that fight goes so fast if it's done well, and sure enough, it went so fast.
It sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this photo knows.
Incense. What?
Oh, right, yeah. So Undertaker's one of the splits. Oh, I see.
Do you think we can
I
trust
didn't even consider that the Undertaker would be one of the splits. Makes sense.
I just do what the button tells me to do.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Oh, it's funny. No, it's I mean that's kind of how this run goes though. Like there's a lot of things that are presented as like really big epic fights, and maybe not so much if you know what you're doing. And our three runners certainly know what they're doing. And I think to the point that was made earlier about Pete really wanting to practice like the Kupka fight. A lot of those longer fights where you're just controlling Clive really are the most challenging to optimize and also just do well over the course of the run, because a lot of the icon battles are more or less on rails in a lot of respects. So you do have some ability to influence them, but not nearly as much as a lot of the fights like the Kupka fight, because they're long fights, and you have all of those tools in your toolkit to try to influence how they
we were
go.
the only ones causing trouble in Delamil.
So, Cal is in Hugo's crib at the moment. He has possibly the gaudiest crib of all the cribs. It's a lot of, it's like built, I think it's built into the mother crystal, right? So it's, it's a very ostentatious house. Which kind of goes with Kupka's personality, really. Which is what I think is so quite satisfying. I mean, we skipped the cutscene, but basically at the end of the fight,
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
in Rosalith, Kupka kind of a little bit, maybe slightly loses his hands somewhat. And he has all these big rings on his hands and that kind of thing, so it really does affect him. So he's taken quite a lot of psychic damage after that fight. And he's been quite heavily manipulated now by the antagonist of the game. Who I don't think we've not really seen him, right, have we, at all? Because the cutscenes with him will have been skipped completely. But he's been revealed, so we know he's called Ultima, and he's pulling the strings of the dominance of the icons. He can kind of like show up and make them hallucinate to an extent. And Kupka's absolutely been consumed by hatred for Clive. So a little bit of backstory that probably has been missed is that when Benedicta, so Benedicta and Hugo were lovers, and really Benedicta was kind of manipulating Hugo, but he cared about her quite a lot. And when Benedicta dies in that fight, someone, a mysterious figure, shows up and basically removes her head from her body and nails it to Hugo, and then signs it from Sid. So Hugo thinks that it was Clive that did this. It wasn't, but he's really hacked off with Clive. Like you would not believe. And Clive doesn't quite understand why, but Clive is equally hacked off because Hugo is the one who attacked the hideaway initially and killed quite a lot of Clive's friends. So there's quite a lot of mutual animosity going on here, though Hugo's is completely misguided. He really does... he does a very good job of being absolutely furious for a very long time.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Yeah, you can kind of see it in the battle sequence that has now started for Angel. That he's really mad, and that's gonna reflect in the battle here.
Things escalate, yeah. They escalate somewhat. It's a really long fight, yeah.
Yeah, right now, for the first phase, it really feels like it's like in slow motion, but you gotta remember just how big they are, and then it makes more sense. Even if Freight is like really big, but then Titan is like way bigger still, and yeah, something we're gonna see here is we're gonna unlock a new ability for Ifrit in just a moment. So this phase always happens. It's just gonna throw some procs. Nothing really to it, but yeah, now as he's going to uses that little shield, and then Ifrit is like, oh, nice trick, and he figures out that he can do it as well. And that's how he learns new ability, Brimstone. And that's actually like a charged ability, kind of like those Titan abilities are. But another property to it is that it's like a defensive barrier. So if you have the Brimstone like currently charging, and you take a hit, then it's going to like
Good day, my lord.
nullify the hit and deal damage. And this is kind of supposed to be the tutorial for you to use it, but actually you can also just not care about it or like dodge it or whatever, so you can save the cooldown for damage.
Should be just beyond these springs. shall we?
Yeah, there we go. Pretty massive damage.
It's a very satisfying one as well. I think I prefer. There's another ability, but I think I prefer. Brimstone just feels like it hits harder, even though it doesn't. It feels like to me.
Yeah, it feels good.
Yeah. So I know that there's been like, I guess when the game came out, there was a lot of memes and criticism and stuff of the game for being a bit of a fetch quest simulator. That's mainly about the side quests, but there is also some extended periods during the main quest where unfortunately there's a lot of run here, talk to this person, run back, talk to this person. And Mid's a great character, but she is pretty responsible for, I would say, about 2/3 of that. That's currently what Unicorn is engaged in. Some of that, and then there's some more later on as well.
Army now. How the hell did that happen?
The scene that Cal's in now is a bit of it's one of only 2 breaks in the run, natural breaks in the run, so this is quite a significantly long in-battle cutscene, which means you can't skip it. And it's about 3 minutes long, does it? And that constitutes a break in this game.
Yeah, a lot of the in-fight cutscenes have quick time events somewhere in the middle, but this one is just a pretty long sequence of
there's a
nothing.
clash. Yeah, there's a clash at the very beginning, and then once the clash is done, you've got about 3.5 minutes to I don't know to try and do something.
Do what you got to do.
Yeah, 4 hours into the run.
If you're speedy about it, there's one in the Typhon fight that's about a minute 40. But this is the first one that's like multiple minutes. I will just mention, we were talking a little bit about the length of the run and some of the like maybe accessibility concerns surrounding that. So, and the community just in general. But if you are interested in doing full game runs of this game, you are allotted a break at any point you want during the run if you're doing an official run for like a leaderboard time or something like that. So there are some of these natural breaks in the run. I'm sure the runners are not planning on taking any kind of extended break, but if you do want to run this game for yourself, you do have that option. So.
For the section that Angel is doing now, the little bit of optimization you can do is to like not use the evade option, because that actually slows this down. So you can just shoot fireballs to destroy all their rocks and just run straight. That's the fastest way to do it.
Yeah, there's a couple sequences like that in this icon battle where you're sort of running along we're kind of going to the next phase of it here, where you can kind of slide around these like rock croppings that are going to pop up, but you can also just move around them naturally, and you don't lose the time that the slide animation takes. So you just have to kind of know where they're going to pop up, and I think it's fairly consistent. I guess I haven't paid a ton of attention, but.
Yeah, at first I was kind of thinking like maybe it's just time-based, but now it's actually distance-based. So if you do anything that slows down your movement, it's gonna slow down this segment.
There are a few things about this fight that are obviously quite impressive visually, but for me, one of the things is the soundtrack for this fight. The use of it's like a siren or a klaxon in the actual soundtrack. I was just like, how has anyone decided to put a siren into a song and it somehow works? Obviously, Soken, the composer, is a pretty well known for his work on 14, and I think 16 is one of the more impressive elements of the game. I think the soundtrack, not massively relevant to the speedrun, obviously, especially when the soundtrack would randomly cut out as part of the glitch, which obviously now it doesn't do. But
I think this battle theme is probably the most FF14 of the battle themes in the
yes,
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we actually get to kind of fight this huge thing, so you can actually shoot him even when the hand is not there, but when the hand is there, it's going to be your opportunity to like do melee attacks and brimstone.
This fight's a little bit unique in that you can stagger. Well, basically, it's impossible to. You can only stagger during certain segments, and it's impossible to dumb stagger. As soon as you hit the HP gate, the stagger ends.
Yeah,
and it will move on, which is I think maybe the only fight that does that.
I think Angel is having a bit of a tough time right now.
Yeah,
he got hit there, but like what you want to do for these punches is that you get the like evasion on them at the start, and after that you're going to be completely immune to the attack. If you kind of stand on the side and then like immediately go in, you might still like get hit if you do that. So usually you want to specifically like get the like precision dodge on it to make sure you're not going to get hit.
There's Stone Throw again. We're still not using Brimstone on it. Oh, there we go. Much better use of Brimstone.
Yeah, that's also another way to avoid the damage, and like it's also really convenient because like before the hand was there, he was using the time to kind of get Brimstone ready, and after that just do combos as long as you can. Yeah, a little bit silly how it tends to go is that like get the stagger, he kind of puts his hand away and then it comes back and then you just deal a few hits and it's over.
Yeah, I mean yeah, I guess it's the compromise from having a fight, because I think people who play this game casually, this is one of the fights that sticks out to basically everybody, right? It's like this is one of the first fights where you really think, oh wow, like, this is like an adrenaline sort of fuel kind of fight. But I guess the cost to that obviously is that it's really heavily scripted, and you do get some strange kind of jank, especially if you start to go fast through it. Obviously, I think it's worth it because there's not too many fights like this in the game.
He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it. Come on, Toggle.
It also isn't that like it's a little odd and it feels a little uncomfortable when it happens, but it's not like you're hitting an HP gate and you're just sitting there dealing no damage to it. It just moves on.
Yeah, I mean
nice.
that is a good point. That is a good point. Yeah, hitting a HP gate does feel miles worse. Yeah, true.
This fight has places to be. It doesn't need to wait around for a full stagger.
Yeah, so it's long enough as it is. I believe it's going to be long enough for Pete to start the fight before Angel finishes. Yeah, actually Pete is like just behind the door.
It better be the last of them.
Yeah, Pete had a good sequence of mob fights there, because it's quite easy with that part especially. So you'll spam Deadly Embrace to bring enemies close to you, but there is kind of a limitation of how many times you can do that before the enemies kind of stop standing there waiting for you to bring more people to them. And when you use Ignition, it's possible that you can pick up an enemy, but then if they're right on the very edge of the Ignition, you can drop them again, or you could miss them and leave stragglers behind. I think at the end there he only had one straggler, which was pretty quickly thunderstormed. So it's quite neat. For me, like whenever I'm doing like those sort of sections, those are the parts where I find that I'm most worried about losing time, because if you drop an enemy, it can be really hard to chase him down. He did a good job.
Yeah, for this segment, we're kind of in the air. The only thing you really need to worry about is like the big proc tentacle that comes like later. I mean, you want to break the procs that fly towards you before that, but how fast you do the fight depends on like how quickly you take down that thing at the end. So you can kind of charge one fireball and like send it before you even see the HP bar.
Yeah, that's the only target that matters is the two tentacles, right? And you don't have to wait for the lock on yet. Although, like anything, you could always fire it a little bit too soon and be punished, but it's not. It's talking about maybe 3-second time loss if you do that.
That's like the one part of that fight that I feel is just pretty useless. I wish they didn't have that as part of the fight, where the falling sequence or whatever. Like, it's not necessary. I like a lot of the other parts, but
this falling sequence is pretty good.
This one is, yeah. The specifically the one where you're just like riding the tentacle for a minute and there's one thing that you have to shoot, so.
Yeah, that's gonna be the last phase now, and that's kind of really shows how angry Titan is and refuses to die. It's kind of a tricky, like, in terms of like depth perception. It's like, am I close enough to hit him or not? And it's like, generally, like if he goes in for a punch and you precision dodge and counter it, you're gonna be fine. And then after a stagger, it kind of puts you in a specific position as well. But I think after a stagger, if you immediately use Brimstone, it's gonna miss. So you're gonna want to do like some combos first.
I was about to say it's particularly easy to mess up a Brimstone on this section.
Let's give this a try.
You know, I gotta say, I really love the animation work for this segment. How he's like, just like grabbing these rocks and like running on the walls. It's really quite crazy. Yeah, also that big rock, you can somehow just precision dodge through it. It's like, just phase through it. It's fine.
That's the old classic Ifrit ability. Phasing through things.
Alright, that seems like it was a pretty clean fight. Now all we have is a couple quick time events.
Yeah, that one that was failed there, it's important to fail that one. It can be actually, it's like a pretty significant loss if you don't. I mean, significant in terms of quick time event fails. If you do that one, you kind of like punches Titan in the head, and then there's like this whole segment where Titan kind of like he recoils from the punch and then he sort of turns his head back into it. It's a bit like a scene from Yakuza or something. But I think it takes like 12 or 13 seconds time loss just for that one quick time success. And like many of these fights, whether or not you succeed or fail these quick time events doesn't really matter because the fight's over.
A little bit of mashing here at the end. But that's only so fast that you can go with this, so it's not like you gotta put your all into mashing. It's like, as long as you mash at like a decent speed, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it caps out. Yeah.
It's just casual mashing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not like some of the other games in this relay where it's like the mashing has to, if you're gonna mash.
Funny thing about those like mashing QTs is that if you don't press anything, then just like literally nothing happens. You can't fail those. It's just gonna wait until you press buttons enough times, and then it's gonna progress.
Yeah, I always kind of think that the Clash ones are kind of like a transition scene, right? They're not really. It sort of moves you from one phase of the fight to another phase. Usually, that's what they save that for.
Right.
Whereas if you succeed or fail, it doesn't matter because they need you to succeed, basically. So like the finishing blow on Titan, for example, that's always going to be a clash because they can't have you fail that blow. They use that quite a lot.
Yeah, at some point I was curious. I want to see like alternate scenes where you fail, but but yeah, none of the clashes have like a fail condition.
No, they just end up staring into each other's eyes for an uncomfortably long length of time.
It really does look really funny in a lot of those cases.
One little quick thing I'll mention on Rainbow's screen here. So fighting this Orcish warlord, and we've talked a little bit throughout the course of the run of, you have kind of like the big clumsy enemies, and then you have the ones that teleport around and are a little more like slippery or whatever. And these ones will actually start to teleport around if you let the fight go long enough, which this one shouldn't go that long, but later on there are some more high-level ones that they can start doing that, and it does get to be a little bit annoying at times.
Let me tell you, I was a little bit surprised the first time one of those things teleported and then hit me with a Kamehameha wave. That was yeah. I didn't see that coming.
You're not supposed to do that. Just a big dumb orc with a big stick. How can you do that?
However, that is one of the cases where you can Uno reverse it with a lightning rod.
Oh yeah, the beam attack, yeah.
Yeah.
It hits many times. It probably hits about, maybe not quite 30 times, but I reckon you can get almost a full lightning rod out of it. Which has been more than enough to kill any Orcish warlord, I think.
Okay, yeah. Unicorn actually used lightning rod for this Spirits Within, and was actually like too deep inside the body. I feel like it didn't hit as much as expected.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, the thing is, you don't really have any time to adjust at all. You kind of need to, because he opens with Spirits Within. If you're going to do that tactic, you need to commit to placing the rod straight away. And once you've placed it, you don't really have time to try and adjust it or anything, do you? You just got to hope.
Yeah, you need to do something like 2 lunges and go, jump back, or like 1 lunge and then walk forward a little bit.
Oh right, okay. Yeah, I suppose there is time for a setup like that. Yeah.
That's also an example of something I mentioned a while ago, which is you can use Limit Break to kind of slow down time a little bit and make sure that you get the rod placed sort of how you want it and don't get interrupted while you're doing that. And that's something I end up doing a lot in runs, is I'll go into Limit Break just to put the rod down to make sure I don't get interrupted or something. So
yeah, it truly is like one of Limit Break's best features, like the actual moment of activation. Like a lot of the time when I've been playing the game, like kind of casually, I would just kind of pop Limit Break and maybe use something and then just deactivate it like before I lose more than 1 bar, and then I'll just have it ready to activate whenever I need to quickly like cancel into something else.
Can't have it difficultly. That's a classic. It's having to pick up some Stardust. It's the most difficult boss fight in the entire game.
You can overshoot it by like an inch, and then the game just will not let you pick it up.
Nice hops
oh,
there.
Again, yeah.
For style.
It's like a little tantrum, right? Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Good time's a charm.
This is all Mid's fault, by the way.
Yeah, also this was one of the sections where you can choose who you go with. Was it between Otto and what was the other option?
Gab.
Yeah. In this case, it doesn't matter which one you pick, but actually later when there's you can pick between Tarja and Jill. I think it was Tarja who was faster because of the like placement in the environment.
Yeah, that is correct. Otto and Gab will stand in the same place regardless, but Jill and Tarja will stand in different spots, and Tarja's is better for where you spawn in at, so. Tarja is also the second option when you pick, so it's a little annoying, but worth it.
Yeah.
You're mine.
Oh yeah, we're just having non-stop Titan action for like almost an hour with like the time difference between the runners.
Yeah, the Titan fight was one of the two fights where I was kind of looking at where the runners were all at, and I'm like, they'll end up in the Titan fight together. They'll end up in like the Bahamut fight together. That's probably about it, as long as everybody stays on pace, pretty much, because those fights are just that long.
I think, didn't Cal manage to just about avoid Unicorn catching him into the Titan fight? But I think the Bahamut fight, they will probably all be in the same. I think it's Bahamut maybe slightly longer. I don't know.
I think Bahamut's maybe like a little bit longer, maybe just like a minute or so.
Oh yeah, of course, because of the Phoenix section being so long.
Yeah.
Basically an auto scroller that's like really long.
But at least we get to listen to Away again.
That's right. Yeah, that's the only good part
song.
about that section.
Yeah, it's not there.
There's a more Chocobo movement from Angel. But yeah, like we said earlier, like the movement like you do as soon as you unlock Chocobo is like the hardest, basically. A lot of these other sections are like you have quite a lot of room to work with, and you have some enemies where you can get some boost, and it's pretty straightforward.
The first Final Fantasy where they actually put lyrics to the victory fanfare. I have absolutely no idea what those lyrics are. I can never actually hear them, but I'm sure they are actual words.
It's had words before. It goes da na 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 na. I mean, Barrett knows the word.
True. Yes, Barrett does. Barrett does. That's great. A surprisingly musical man.
Yeah, I guess
when
we're gonna get to hear that later today. If you stick around for the relay.
Yeah, oh man, Rebirth's coming up later today, and I'm gonna be so asleep. That run's gonna be fantastic too, though. No, I was thinking earlier. I think MT, you made the comment about like the mother crystals were like draining the planet of its energy, and all I could imagine was Barrett going, "The planet's dying, Clive."
Yeah. I mean, that's basically what Sid was saying.
Yeah.
He has the Sid's hideaway and all that stuff is basically Avalanche. Only they hard commit. I think Avalanche only blow up 2 reactors. Sid's Outlaws really go the whole hog.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So now this is obviously the post-Titan wind down sequence, so we've got to bring everyone's blood pressure back down by going for a shopping trip. Find some garlic and nuts and all sorts.
Oh, right, and this is where you go with Tario, right?
Yep,
yes.
That's the sequence. Also, conveniently enough, the merchant that sells garlic also sells strength potions.
Yeah, well, we haven't actually mentioned that before, but yeah, you got the item called Strength Tonic in this game, which like increases your damage. I think it was by 10% for some amount of time. It's like 30 seconds.
I think it's not 60, or maybe it's graded. It's either is 60 or it's graded to 60 with access rate. I think it's 60. I don't know.
I think it's 60 also, yeah.
But yeah, so it's. But the thing is, you can only hold 2 at a time, and yeah, they're a bit of a. They're not a scarce resource in that you can buy them, but obviously there's a time investment in doing so. So we try to sort of maximize. Which I think it's basically not really worth buying them unless you're already at the vendor, or are running past the vendor. So I think get some from Karen, and then also from that vendor in Northreach.
But they are kind of like crowded in very specific places, and for some fights they might be like really crucial for like hitting a certain HP gate, and it's not uncommon for like a runner to like forget to use it and then wonder like, okay, why is my damage not as it should be?
Yeah.
Or a thing that also happens routinely is you think you're on the Torgal menu and you go to do a Ravage and you accidentally drink a strength potion.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah. So it's like your items and Torgal are both on the D-pad, and like you toggle between the 2 sets. So you have to be careful with that.
Yeah, it's a bit like being on the wrong icon and then using the iconic ability. Only the strength tonics don't come back. once you've drank it, it's gone. Yeah, we talk a lot about like well, I say a lot. We talked a little bit about the equipment and the weapons and stuff, and these are all like offensive stuff. There is armor in the game, and there's also something called a stone skin tonic, which reduces the incoming damage. But the thing is, because of like stuff like limit breaks and your capacity to heal with potions, there really is no consideration into the defense side of it, because ideally every hit that you take, you're either going to parry it, Rook's Gambit through it, or use it as like a Scarlet Cyclone, or it's all quite planned. I mean, obviously, no one plays immaculately, but I don't think there's really any boss in the game that can one-shot you or do serious unexpected damage to you out of nowhere. Usually, if there's a big attack that's going to be lethal, it's got a serious wind-up. So we don't really have to focus too much on defensiveness. And because there are no elemental affinities in the game, so there's no enemies that are strong or weak to elements, and there are no status effects really either, we don't have to worry too much about playing around those things. It's all just about, dodging hits and utilizing counters as best as we can. So there's a lot more control.
It's true. I heard it
Yeah, definitely on story, you're not truly gonna be scared of dying normally. I mean, in some cases it's possible if things go like really sideways. On action, you have to be a little bit more wary of that, though.
Yeah, I think like an example on story where you could die is against Hugo when he uses Earth and Fury at the end. If you stay in there thinking that you've got your limit break and you don't, that'll kill you real quick. You can't really heal through that; it's too much damage. But yeah, it is all pretty significant runner mistakes that would result in the deaths, I think.
Yeah,
so what I'm
definitely
saying
not
is
like.
there's zero chance of anyone dying in this run. That's what I'm saying.
A nice bit of movement from
don't say
Angel.
There's a. I think the other factor is kind of like the Hugo attack that we've seen the runners all successfully navigate using limit break is the stuff that is so bad that it's going to kill you is going to kill you anyway, even if you have slightly better armor. Like Odin has a couple attacks like that as well, where if you don't have limit break or you run out of potions or something, you know, and you miss a dodge or whatever, like it's just going to one-shot you or put you in a position where, you know, you might as well like take the L and refill your potions because you're going to end up having to play too much defense to do the fight efficiently anyway.
So there is a bit of a contrast now between the action for Team Choco and the others. Bit of a contrast. I think Pete doing the he's doing the impossible savage difficulty item pickup challenge. So let's see how this goes.
Let's see if we get any hops here.
Thanks, Gal.
Pete's playing in the dirt. Angel is trying to put a child under citizen's arrest, and Unicorn is fighting a giant towering icon.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Titan Loss is a reference to something. I don't know what, maybe, but it just feels like that entire fight is one big reference.
I thought we were just rubbing his face in the fact that he lost.
Could be.
There should be enough for now.
Yeah, Pete successfully collected all the star sand without extra hops.
Yeah, not a single bunny hop in sight.
So now we know what Pete's really been practicing the last few days.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sequence Angel's on right now, this specific sequence, there's actually you're supposed to talk to this one specific NPC right here, and there's a few other ones scattered around that if you talk to them, it actually won't advance the quest, but that is the one that does. So it's a little thing. At the tail end of this quest, there's also a NPC that you run by that has the quest marker over his head, but you don't actually have to talk to him either.
Old Terrence. Is he Terrence? Theodore? It might be Theodore, actually.
That sounds right, yeah. Bouncing off those NPCs. This is one of the good areas for that. Yeah, Chocobo. Oh, it's just Chocobo trainer.
Good day to you.
Oh yeah, I know it's Theodore. I think it's Theodore that we end up speaking to as part of the
afterwards.
sequence.
Yeah, you're right.
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worthless. It's not just the crystals.
Yeah, there he is. So you may see this as they're leaving the camp, but on the left there's like a load of waterfalls that fall down into a pit, a very 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 big pit called the Eye of Zemeckis. And as far as I'm aware, it's never explained why the water that's draining into it never drains and why the pit never fills up. As far as I'm aware, it's never explained. It's just a thing. But I believe lore-wise, there used to be a mother crystal there, and Ultima took that crystal away.
Thanks,
The Fallen, which are those robot people, or the people who built those robots, they tried to get inside that mother crystal, and like harness the power that's inside it. And I think that mother crystal is connected to Origin, which is kind of like the origin, as it were, of the antagonist's powers. And he really didn't appreciate them doing that, so he eradicated the entire civilization and then took the mother crystal away. So if anyone was wondering, I mean, you can see it on the map, on the world map when you're out there. You can see like a big hole in the ground. If anyone's wondering, that's what it is. Big old tantrum, big old divine tantrum.
I've seen, I think we might have some folks kind of waking up and tuning in part way, and I've seen a few comments in the chat the last few minutes about the Chocobo and is Ambrosia okay? And the answer is yes. Ambrosia loves doing that. It is speed tech. It is kind of maybe abusing the Chocobo movement mechanics to kind of keep top speed as much as possible, using Ambrosia essentially has a move set that you can take advantage of when you're in battle, and we're sort of carrying that through to other situations where we're just trying to move across the map from point A to point B. So
yeah, basically when you get the boost from her, you do like a drift and then you can boost. And when you press the melee attack, it kind of pauses, I guess, the timer on the boost for a little bit, so you end up with more boost for your buck, if you get what I mean. And then obviously going through combat or when someone's talking, she can keep lunging during that, so it's just faster. And she's an acrobatic gymnastic bird. She enjoys it, I'm sure.
Yeah, the one thing you can also do to keep your momentum when they start talking is like if you jump and you glide in the air.
Yeah, it can carry you through, yeah. Because the thing is, when the dialogue starts and it puts you into a slow walk, it's like, my lord, is that slow walk slow? It's a real slow walk. So we need to avoid that at all costs. It's a big time loss. So Ambrosia is very very helpful to us in avoiding that.
What do you want?
It seems like Pete ended up going with Jill. So now we see the kind of different route that you have to
Can I
take
interest you in today?
with Jill. It must have been an accident choosing the menu option.
it's not a huge deal, and if you just sort of spam X, that you're going to pick Jill. But yeah, it's just not as... I'm sure it's only a couple seconds, but it's yeah, it's not as optimal as where the game puts Tarja for you to interact with. Yeah, not a big deal.
Okay, we're almost done with our lengthy Titan marathon. And now
better go and give Mid the good
Angel is
news
going to
then.
be starting the Crystal in Dominion.
Yeah, this will really put our theory that about how long Bahamut is to the test.
Yeah.
So we've not really, I don't think, seen Dion at all in this run because of all the skipping of the cutscenes, but he has been present in quite a few of them, and he's a bit of a fan favourite character. I think he's the biggest badass in the entire game, to be completely honest. The guy's an animal. But yeah, we are going to see him. Well, actually, will we even see him in this? I don't know if we'll actually see Dion himself. But we'll certainly see him after he's finished having a bad day. As Bahamut. And let me tell you, Bahamut has no chill. We thought Titan had no chill. Bahamut really does take things a bit far. It's kind of, where can they go after this Titan fight? And it's they go places.
And another Dragoon that Angel's fighting, but fortunately with all the tools you have by this point, you can kind of just like, for a lot of these mini bosses, you can kind of just get a stagger pretty quick, and with like unleashing all your abilities, you can get the kill during the stagger.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, and one thing with the Dragoons is when they use jump, they leave a kind of like a bullseye on the ground, which is a very nice place for you to put a lightning rod.
This used to be a
Yeah.
They just conveniently land right on that lightning rod.
Made a new road wide enough to let wagons pass.
And they can just, it helps.
Official traffic moved there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed.
Feel after Crystal Dominion we don't get too many more Dragoons actually though, 'cause I think the Sambrek is pretty much done after this.
Yeah, it's pretty much orcs the rest of the way after the sequence that Angel's in now.
Yep. And Akashic everything. And also one Adamantoise, which is possibly the most annoying enemy in the entire goddamn game.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
It's not an Adamantoise like Final Fantasy XV's Adamantoise or any big impressive creature like that. No. It's effectively a walking boulder, and it's got a very narrow window to attack it in. Anyway, we'll see how they deal with it when we get there.
We saw Angel do another autosave reload to get the cooldowns back. There's actually like a little bit of time between like the previous fight and this, but I think in this case, yeah, it must have been for the Flames of Rebirth that you want to do that. Because of course, like these kind of ultimate abilities have really long cooldowns. So that's a lot of the time the like main reason for you to load the autosave.
Yeah, it is mainly the ultimates for sure.
Let's go. Run like the wind.
I think Flames of Rebirth is a full 2 minutes on its cooldown. It's the longest. Apart from weirdly, Upheaval has a longer cooldown.
The path continues on the other
Ask me why, for I do not know, but it does. Like Upheaval's got the longest cooldown, I think, of all of them. Despite being the worst ultimate. And then
you mean Earth and Fury?
Oh yeah, not Upheaval. Yes, I meant Earth and Fury. Yeah. Yeah. I think Earth and Fury has the longest one, and it is a very strange thing considering how.
Yeah, it seems like Earth and Fury is just designed for like small enemies that get like staggered and pushed back, so they would get hit multiple times. But if they're small enemies, then they're pretty weak anyway, so we're not really that worried about them.
Yeah. Actually, I think they reduced Earth and Fury's cooldown time, in a patch. Now I think about it. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, they all range from, I think the shortest cooldown is 45 seconds for Dancing Steel, and then the longest one is 2 minutes for Flames of Rebirth.
Hey, Pete is grabbing a friend here to on a trip.
Let's go.
Getting on a sector.
Oh no, it's got revenge. It's taking its revenge.
Oh,
no. Ballerina Ambrose.
Yeah,
There she is.
Yeah, hoping to like attack one of these in front of him. It actually just went to the one that was still in combat. And the ignition also, you can see if there are enemies behind you, it's just gonna like turn you around.
Yeah, that was a vengeful antelope.
Yeah, that just kind of goes to show how like when you do the movement right, it looks like no problem, but it's like then you see like okay, if something doesn't like play nice, then you're gonna have a lot of issues with movement.
Yeah, that stretch specifically before that part there's like this bridge you have to go across, but it's missing chunks of it, and so you have to kind of like hop Ambrosia around the missing pieces, and it's really, really hard to do as well. It's kind of narrow again, and it's a struggle sometimes. So I think not Ambrosia's best work, but you'll get him next time.
The Cal's against the second dragon at the run, White Dragon. As you can see, when they're flying in the air and their heads are sort of flailing around, it can be pretty awkward to hit them. Boy, I guess Lightning Rod helps actually quite a lot. And Wind Up being used as well. It's the only, yeah. Wind Up, I think, has it's like so to put it in perspective, Wind Up does probably more damage than Flames of Rebirth does, and it does more damage in quite a few ultimates actually. When it's fully upgraded, it does about the same amount of damage as an unupgraded Judgment Bolt. So it really is a heavy hitting move.
Yeah, I mean, Flames of Rebirth is not impressive for its damage, but its radius.
Oh yeah, it's range and radius for sure. Yeah. But what I mean is basically is that
You won't find anything
Wind Up is
useful
comparable
at
to an
Inside.
ultimate
Yeah.
damage. And considering that Judgment Bolt is meant to be Judgment Bolt's entire thing is damage,
Questioning children.
it's kind of impressive that it does around about the same level. Although there are, it's not quite like Zantetsuken or Giga Flare. They're in complete leagues of their own.
So this White Dragon fight, the dragon really does have a lot of the same moves that the Akashic Dragon did, the first one that we did a couple hours ago, except they're like all ice-based, whereas the earlier dragon was spit and fire, so spit and ice. Really nice use of the lightning rod there. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, Wind Up also like if you hit the charge correctly. It's gonna hit multiple times.
I think the level 2 one hits like twice, and the level 3 one hits six times, six plus times.
Laney's cleft is to the south, past the camp. Oh, you better not have scared any of my birds.
So, in the cutscene that's been skipped by Cal here after the White Dragon, quite a few things have happened. Namely, the entire city has been destroyed because the Mother Crystal surrounding it has transformed into a different form, and in doing so, it's completely ruined and destroyed the city that they've all built around it. And it's causing serious chaos, basically, for the people there. And also, Dion has got quite upset in the meantime. It looks like the menu with Goots, I think, went wrong, so Cal's having to redo that one. Get the enhancer +1, I think.
I believe it's Diamond Sword +2 right there.
Oh yeah,
it's
sorry,
a
the
little
Diamond Sword.
tricky.
Yeah.
It's a little tricky because you have to buy the Diamond Sword from Goots and then upgrade it multiple times on the hammer.
Yeah.
With the other sword called the Grindstone as well. It's kind of a confusing menu. So.
Yeah, I think they had to redo it.
Good catch though that they did do that and then kind of back up to make sure they got it right, because it's definitely worth the upgrade.
Oh yeah, it's a huge loss of damage.
More foot soldiers.
Fewer now.
Just I guess a bit on the stats in this game. So some other Final Fantasy games, the stats don't like scale linearly to damage, whereas in 16 they do. So you know that if your strength stat in 16 goes up by 10%, you are going to do 10% more damage exactly. Whereas in other Final Fantasy games, like 10 for example, it goes up. I'm not sure it's quite exponentially, but it does go up by quite a lot generally. So like one strength point is worth more damage, the more strength you have, that kind of thing. In 16, it's pretty much linear, and also enemies I don't believe have defense stats. All they have is it's just their HP value. So you'll always be doing the same. You know, so a Clive with 100 strength will always do the same amount of damage no matter what enemy they're hitting, unless the enemy is using like a shield or something. I'm using an actual ability that mitigates the damage, but a normal hit will always do the same level of damage each time. So that way, you are able to pretty much measure quite precisely. Like, okay, if this sword does 3% more damage than the previous sword, how many sword hits do I need to do for it to be worth it? So, and the answer I think basically is, if you can upgrade your sword, you pretty much always should. There are a couple of sequences where maybe the gap between upgrades is really small, and it might not be worth it, but in almost every instance it is worth it.
Yeah, usually when you do a weapon upgrade, you're getting like either plus 20 or plus 30, which in the context of the overall stat is, you know, I want to say that the upgrade that Angel just did was like 30 on top of 300, so that's like 10% right there. But earlier on, you're getting even more than that. Usually, you're getting like maybe 15% or something. It's pretty noticeable.
Yeah, it's an additional 35. I think they went from 40 from grindstone to a diamond sword plus 2 is like 40 more.
That sounds right. Yeah, maybe that one's 40.
Yeah, so
but
it's
a lot of times it's 30. So yeah. A lot of times what'll happen too is we'll kind of forego one upgrade and then just do 2 back to back. And when that happens, yeah, that's usually about the percentage of boost that you're getting.
The city's on fire.
Oh, another Spirits Within and Lightning Rod here
In the middle of town, right?
on Angel's stream.
Yep.
You know, the only thing that it's kind of a downside that the enemy tends to stagger really quickly when you do that, because if they didn't, they would take a whole lot more damage. Because the attack would.
Yeah,
continue.
the attack would continue. Yeah.
There are some enemies that do like attacks that like hit really many times and they don't stagger during it. There's a few cases where you can like really just melt the boss with it.
Yeah, and the thing is, like with a lot of these abilities, well, with all the abilities, you can kind of measure like the HP to will damage ratio that they do. So for each 1 HP damage, it does, you know, more or less will damage. And Lightning Rod actually does slightly more will damage than HP damage, which is in contrast to the other lightning abilities, who I think is a bit different. And obviously, when Lightning Rod hits as hard as it does, yeah, the stagger just falls real fast. And also, it burns straight through like a half stagger. So if they're above a half stagger, usually if you say you use wind up, an enemy has maybe, it doesn't matter how far above the half stagger they are. Say they're 1% above the half stagger. If you use wind up and that hits 6 or 7 times, you're not going to go below the half stagger, because only the final hit, like with Kingdom Hearts kind of thing, would actually push you below the half stagger. Whereas with Lightning Rod, each hit is a final hit, as it were. So it just melts straight through. So there are limitations to it, but also the fight that Cal's doing right now, Necrophobe, is a pretty tight fight as well, I believe. Quite a lot of phase pushing that goes on in it.
Yeah, you kind of want to have your like.
There it is.
Have his HP low enough before the like barrier, and then have the cooldowns ready to go at the end, and you get the stagger and get the kill during that. I think if you don't get the kill there, there's some pretty lengthy attack that I don't remember.
Yeah, it's like an elemental dissonance, but like it goes for a full one or something along those lines. Necrophobe's another one of those where it starts off with an attack that you can get basically a guaranteed parry on by lunging twice. As soon as the fight starts, go lunge, you're gonna get the parry 100% of the time. But then from there, he becomes a very zippy, fly around kind of boss. So you wanna be very careful with the ability sequencing, which Cal was. Kind of made mincemeat of Necrophobe, really.
Yeah, for now we're moving on to Behemoth then.
Yep.
A little bit of QTE before the actual fight starts.
Another planned fail coming up here as well for one of the precision or the cinematic evasions you want to call it.
You would think you would want to dodge Mega Flare, but no.
Yeah, I mean, you could see kind of how quick the animation was. Like, you just see like for a couple seconds as like he gets hit, and that's all. The damage you take for that is not really an issue.
Yeah, especially because during this fight, partway through the fight, Phoenix shows up and uses Flames of Rebirth, which heals you. When you use it as Clive, Flames of Rebirth also heals you to full, which doesn't really come up in the speedrun, but I'm sure people who play casually might have used that in the past to save themselves. And yeah, during the fight with Behemoth, it's the same deal. So when Joshua casts it, the small damage you took from Mega Flare there is rendered moot.
You also get 6 healing items that you get to use during these icon battles as well, and they're pretty substantial. Like, I want to say each one heals like 33% of your health. So if you like, you know, if you miss a dodge, or even if you decide you want to like face tank some hits just to get some more damage through, your HP total doesn't really matter that much. As long as you don't run out of those items, which I don't think. I'm trying to remember the last time I was ever in any danger of dying during an icon battle, and I don't think it's happened since I've took to learning to run, so.
No, the last time it happened to me was against Leviathan, which isn't really going to be relevant for this. That's actually a tough fight, unironically a tough fight.
Yeah, that's actually insane.
It's only really like, I think in Final Fantasy mode you get a bit less. If you play on Ultimaniac, which is like for arcade mode only, then you definitely like. I think you get like what, like 1 or 2 of those.
Well, yeah, but in Ultimaniac you die in 2 hits anyway.
Okay, but yeah, now you get another ability for a great Spit Flare. And it's like basically like Giga Flare that, well, Clive doesn't have yet, but will have after beating Behemoth. You basically just shoot like a laser for some duration of time, and it's like the time is kind of slowed down during it. So it's like the enemy is not gonna be doing much or moving much while you're using it.
Yeah, the only time you can ever really miss with either that effect or Giga Flare, which we'll definitely get to after this fight, is if it's an enemy that kind of phases around the arena, then they can kind of you know, blink out and you won't be able to hit them. But and that does happen in some icon battles as well. But
Yeah.
as long as they're just standing there, you really can't miss them. And those are two incredibly important abilities. Well, one for the icon battles and the other for the normal Clive battles for the rest of the run after this sequence that we're in right now. That was really cool. Pete got airborne there for a while.
Yeah.
Was whacking on the white dragon. I don't know if I've personally seen that before. I thought that was really neat though.
Yeah, you can use Phoenix Shift to kind of like keep going towards the target even when it's in the air. You could kind of see some of that against the Akashic Dragon earlier, but that one move is a bit too much to like do much well in the air.
Angel's on the true shmup phase here of the Bahamut battle as well. I appreciate that this exists. It's kind of annoying in practice, in my opinion. I'm not totally sure if there's much you can really do to optimize it other than just do as much damage as you can during the time that it's going to be doing its scripted.
Yeah, like now we're already at the HP gate, so there's no point dealing any more damage.
It's strange because you have all these abilities at your disposal as Phoenix. So you have like the lock-on, you have fireballs. Say all these abilities. You have 2 abilities.
All 2 of these abilities.
All of these abilities. But really, the only one that you would ever use is the charged flame ability. Which is kind of like, rather than just spamming the bolts over and over again, you fire like that laser beam that Cal's doing right now. That does so much more damage than every other option. It's a little insane, really.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Pete's about to start. Yeah. With the Goots menu, so I wonder if we are going to get into the Bahamut.
He's need out.
I don't know, the Bahamut threesome. I don't know what to say. Like what the term would be. I don't know if we are going to make it. I think. Oh no, we will actually. If we include Bahamut in space, I think we'll make it.
No more roads.
We'll have to find our own path.
Do you feel that, Clive?
Or rather, we'll make it so all 3 runners are in Crystal and Dominion at the same time. How's that?
Just what we need.
That seems eminently doable.
Yeah, it's a bit of a climb down.
There's no reason to hold back.
I mean, so there's a couple of comments, but like the funny thing with Bahamut's phases is I think you can pretty much map them to the 3 versions of Bahamut that exist in Final Fantasy VII. And I don't know if that's deliberate or not, but it sure seems like probably that was the intent. And I also just kind of generally feel like a lot of the like at least in the cutscene animations, like the Titan upheaval is like a really good example. I feel like they really took a lot of the Final Fantasy VII animations as the interpretation for what they put into 16. So
yeah, I mean, in Bahamut, there's definitely one. You know, the Terra Flare that Bahamut uses is directly lifted from 14. But I think there are tons of references. I mean, and also like Titan's moves, you know, stuff like Stone's Throw and Earth and Fury. I think Stone's Throw is the Final Fantasy V name? It's definitely or maybe that's Golem's attack, but there's definitely some reference there to it. And of course, the final attack that Bahamut does in 16 is a reference to Donald Duck, I believe.
Yeah, from Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah.
It was the first case of a Zeta flare.
Zeta flare, yeah. Truly the most powerful of flares.
We have to save him.
And we will. We just need to keep moving.
Not now.
But yeah, it's strange because in Final Fantasy VII, it's almost like each Bahamut gets higher up in the sky. So like Bahamut, the first Bahamut in 7 is kind of at ground level, and then you're in the sky, then we're in space, more altitude.
Mm-hmm.
And so should we.
Do we have a Bahamut that just is in a different universe or something? Just like looks from like some higher up universe to you on the lower universe.
Yeah, instead of Bahamut 0, it's like Bahamut -1. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's like we were saying after the Titan fight. They got to figure out some way to up the stakes after that ridiculous Titan icon battle, and yeah, outer space, sure.
With the church choir and all that stuff, it really it gets so hard. Ascension's a great track.
Interesting with the spit flare, it's actually kind of combined with like Rhythm Phoenix in this phase. I don't know if that's actually have like increased damage because of that. Probably it does, right?
Yeah, I think it does. Oh yeah. I think it does. It would feel strange if it didn't, but you know, I don't know if I've ever measured it.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I think that would make sense. I also like that's one thing that we haven't really talked about, because Joshua doesn't really show up a ton until honestly like this fight, I would say, and one of the major themes of the game is brotherhood, and this is sort of the fight where you really start to kind of see that take form, and they're really like working together to accomplish the mission that Clive has kind of set out on, and Joshua's been kind of helping in his way along the way as well, but they kind of literally and figuratively like merge together at this point in the story, and they're kind of all in for the rest of it from here on out.
I mean, I think in fairness to Clive, until this point, Joshua was like Clive wasn't 100% sure that Joshua was alive, right? He thought he might have potentially hallucinated him just before the time skip, and I don't think they actually met or had a conversation until now. Joshua really was keeping Clive in the dark. Actually, I feel it was a bit mean.
They meet briefly at the end of the Typhon fight, but yeah, like you said, like Clive isn't 100% sure it's real, and a lot of what is going on before this is Clive trying to find signs that Joshua is also still alive 5 years later, which I think there's a scene at Dalamil where he finds one of like the Phoenix pinions, for example, and that's kind of like a big story moment or whatever, because then he knows that Joshua is still around.
Yeah. I don't know if any Final Fantasy XIV enjoys noticed before, but the big charge-up attack that Bahamut was doing when he was off the side of the arena, and you go inside that barrier around Phoenix is basically the Terror Flare that Bahamut uses in one of the raids, the first of the Realm Reborn, which makes sense that that's in the game. It's a very cool pose, and I believe the people who made 16 had a couple of things to do with 14.
Okay, now Angel is moving on to the last phase. Even though it says defeated, it's not actually defeated. A little tomfoolery from the devs.
Generous use of the word defeat, yeah.
Pete, on the other hand, is finishing up Necroprobe. Let's see, is his damage gonna be fine here? It seems like this fight is not going as well as it should be.
didn't quite
But-
finish off before that dual cast ability came out. So
Okay. Just
There we go.
Was it like last
A
hit,
little bit.
Look at
hit off
Torgal.
ignition?
Look at Torgal go. A slow motion backflip Torgal finish. Very good.
Okay, then here's another quick time event. That's it's actually whether you want to do it or not. It's like if you do it, it's a good amount of damage, but it's quite a bit longer. So I think doing it makes it a bit easier to execute this fight. But I believe the faster strategy is to actually fail that one.
Yeah, it is. It's quite a significant, like a pretty long animation. Although Clive does say like yield in a very dramatic and cool manner, so it kind of might be worth it for that reason.
there is one new mechanic in the space battle, which is what's called light speed. Which is kind of basically like a dash, but you basically teleport rather than do like a physical dash along the ground. It'll pretty much always put you in the boss's face, regardless of where you are relative to them.
There is a strange thing to it though, where if during the animation when you're vanishing from your current spot, if they do an attack that is between you and them, it almost knocks you out of the teleport, so you actually don't get iframes or as many iframes during a teleport as you do during wildfire, or not iframes but hyper armor. So you can actually get staggered out of a light speed, which I found a little bit strange when I first played the game. And also I think the downburst is a little bit different while you play as Ifrit Risen, but otherwise it's kind of the same set of abilities, just a lot more flashy, a lot more fiery.
Yeah, the backdraft finish is definitely different looking.
Yeah, and I believe they're technically aerial combos, so it's only a 3-hit combo as opposed to a 4-hit combo as well.
Yes, that is true. Yeah. Oy.
Okay, maybe there was a little bit more to fighting in space than I originally led everybody to believe.
Yeah, ideally in this fight you skip the Terra Flare entirely, but it's a pretty difficult strat.
I will say you really feel like the 3 dimensions of these fights a little differently too, because it's a lot easier just to kind of get behind the bosses. For example, when they're doing a particular attack, you can kind of just maneuver around them to the back pretty easily.
Yeah, it's funny because in this fight, sort of Bahamut doesn't really adjust to your light speeds and your teleports and that kind of thing. But later on, there's another fight where you Ifrit Risen again, and the boss that you fight, if you just chase after him using light speed and don't do any of the maneuvering that you're talking about, he'll adjust and just blast you out the sky. Whereas I guess Bahamut isn't quite as I mean, he's in this story-wise. Dion, who is the dominant for Bahamut here, you notice he's got yellow eyes. Basically, if an icon has yellow eyes, it means they've absolutely lost their mind. And yeah, this is the Donald Duck flare attack that we were alluding to. It's a pretty cool set piece of the game.
Yeah, basically Dion is like an ally to Clive, but it's just kinda going crazy from like the iconic powers that like Ultima can kind of manipulate or something like that.
Well, yeah, I think that in this case what happened was Ultima provoked Dion into trying to kill his half brother, and in doing so he ended up killing his father, and that has upset him somewhat.
Right.
That's what did it. So what we're seeing here is a pretty apocalyptic tantrum. But it's all when you think about it, when you realise that it's kind of everything that the dominants do is all being manipulated by Ultima. And the whole reason that Dion has gotten upset here and killed his dad is because Ultima tricked him into doing it.
Shit. Can't read
Bahamut's
that-
also kind of like the lone exception of one of these icons that we will fight, and later they will join us.
Yes.
Kind of.
The icon of light makes sense.
Yeah, but Bahamut does an icon for Clive is definitely going to see some use. So we've already talked about Giga Flare, which is just it's just kind of a massive laser beam attack, and it's just strong a lot of the times combined with lightning rod as well. Because it has the slowdown effect, it's a really good way to like fit in a lot of damage without the like enemy getting to do much.
Yeah, as a rule, like if an ability or attack or whatever slows down time, it doesn't actually slow down the cooldowns on your abilities. So you kind of end up turbocharging your own abilities.
Yeah, another cool thing about Bahamut is the actual like iconic feat, which is Mega Flare. I believe it's going to see some use in the run. I feel like it's a thing that might vary between the runners, but in any case, the idea is that you go into Wings of Light stance, and then if you do some precision dodges, it fills up your gauge. Or if you just stand still for a bit, it fills up the gauge. And then the higher the gauge, you kind of level up your Mega Flare, and then you can unleash it. And what's nice about Mega Flare is that it's just like kind of an additional attack that's just going to happen in the background, and then you can do other attacks while it's going off. So it's basically another source of damage that you can add on top of everything else.
Yeah, there are like two iconic feats directly. I mean, I suppose all of them deal some damage, but two that deal significant source of damage. Odin's and Bahamut's. The Mega Flare. You can cancel out of it. So when you actually fire it, you can cancel out of it with Limit Break, which reduces the cast time and just allows you to eke a little bit more damage out of it. But also, if you're taking a hit that, so for example, like Spirits Within, this continuous beam attack, if you're in Mega Flare stance, you can dodge and just spam dodge, and you'll dodge 4 times in a row, and you'll instantly go to Mega Flare level 4, which is the highest level of Mega Flare. Well, I think level 3 if you've not upgraded it. But in any case, Mega Flare level 3 and 4, I think 4 is more powerful than Zantetsuken, basically. If the full cast can happen, but it takes a while to do. So it's kind of like they go hand in hand, Zantetsuken and Mega Flare, in terms of what their use is. They're a wide range damage dealing attack that do tons of damage, but Zantetsuken does it all in one go, whereas Mega Flare it does it over a period of time. But either way, they're both really cool abilities. They're my favourite ones of the icons.
It's also something that they changed in the, I think, most recent update, is that just going into Wings of Light already acts as like evasion. So like if an attack is about to hit you and you go to Wings of Light, it's going to trigger the dodge.
Yes, so you can do it straight away. Yeah. I was sort of grasping what you meant then, but yeah. So the actual the entry to the stance is also a dodge. Yeah. It makes it a lot less jank to use, and especially because there are some bosses where they open with an attack straight away, so you can just immediately make like more easily Mega Flare dodge right at the start of an encounter. So I think Unicorn's about to face off against Necrophobe. Yeah, there's that parry at the very beginning that I was talking about. There's a second phase, sort of, to Necrophore, where he'll do that attack again. It's another opportunity to please after the purple bar. Another opportunity to hit the parry. Meanwhile, we're treated to another rendition of Away. Yep, landed the parry.
Yeah, for some fights, the parry is like it's nice if you can get the parry, but you can manage without it. But I think that's one of those fights where it's really important to get it, so that, like right now, you want to be killing the boss during the stagger, and if you didn't get both of those parries before, your damage would just be a lot lower by this point.
Yeah, it's why with Unicorn we didn't see the full saga.
Yeah, that was a good fight.
That was a very good fight, yeah.
Yep.
It's now or never, Joshua.
Oh, so Angel Cal's facing up against the Adamantoy, so I got distracted. Oh no! So this is the most irritating enemy in the whole game. You can only hit it in the head. If you hit it anywhere else, you bounce off, and basically any attack will bounce off it, as long as it's not a projectile. Including like ultimates and all sorts. Maybe an ultimate won't, but yeah, iconic abilities. But Cal seems to have made absolute mincemeat of it, so.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky because even if you're doing like air combos in front of it, sometimes the sword is just gonna barely hit the shell and you bounce off. And it's like, I was trying to hit the head, but...
If you're sure.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty precise.
Yeah, the sequence that Cal's in right now is what happened in the main story after the Bahamut fight. You kind of have to go back to all three of like the major outpost areas, and they're dealing with the, I guess they would say the Aether Flugs, but basically like Akashic everywhere, and you have to try to help them repel these Akashic from taking over their villages. So it's kind of a very long, kind of side questy feeling part of the run, which doesn't necessarily feel great, but the quicker you can kind of get through it, the better, I would say.
Yeah, and because these fights are against tends to be against regular mobs rather than bosses, it's a lot of like enemies spread out all over the place, and it's actually, I feel that in a way those fights can actually be more technical than the boss fights, because you really need to consider things like crowd control, enemy placement, and sequence things properly, and you can't rely on staggers either because a lot of these enemies can't be staggered. And there's also the goddamn Adamantoys.
Some of those enemies, like those wild chocobos, for example, they're like too heavy to be pushed around, but then they also don't have the stagger gauge, so they're kind of problematic. They also have like a decent amount of HP.
Yeah, the chocobos. Yeah, the ignition will move them, but not. It won't scoop them up. It'll just push them back. It won't. So you can't like move them around and reposition them the same way. And I don't think you can deadly embrace them. I'm pretty sure you can't.
You can't. Yeah.
So it is kind of technical. If you're wondering about the sky, by the way, what's happened is Ultima, the antagonist, has cast an ability called Premiogenesis, and no, the sky will never go back. This is it now. even in post game, the sky remains this weird pastel pink color. It's not a decision by the game developers I particularly agree with, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think they kind of tried to remedy that a little bit with the second DLC. Like here, have some like bright skies.
Yeah. But it also means that you never actually get to go to Ash and see it without this weird sky. So I don't know. I don't know if modding, you know, like when the PC comes out, I don't know if people are going to be able to mod it in really, because Ash doesn't have any other time of day. It doesn't have any other weather.
Yeah, it probably doesn't like exist internally. Okay, so we saw that Pete skipped the QTE. So going in with like less damage on the boss, but skipping quite a bit of animation time.
Hey, looks like Bahamut got away just in time to avoid a downdraft then.
Yeah, he's on the run.
Yep.
Was that I think that might have been a little accident with the brimstone.
Yep.
Just like immediately activating it instead of letting it charge, and that can definitely happen when you like try to use brimstone immediately after a combo. It's like you're like kind of buffering the input and you don't know when it's gonna go off exactly, and or if you need to press it again or something.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Terra Flare gets skipped in this one. It's like because we're down effectively. I mean, a minimum charge brimstone basically doesn't do any damage at all. So we're down a brimstone usage from Pete there. Oh, did he cancel it actually? Did he cancel the brimstone?
I think it went off, but I mean the cooldown isn't like that long.
Well, yeah, because he just used it again, so I feel like he might have actually just cancelled it. So we might be. I think maybe we'll still see Seraphair, but we might be okay.
Oh, it's a stagger, so this looks good.
Yep.
Actually,
I think he adjusted.
yeah, maybe with Bahamut going into this longer attack sequence, there was a good amount of time that he would not be going into Terra Flare, and that was enough time to deal damage.
We'll chalk it up to an elite gamer moment. This ain't Pete's first rodeo, as people I'm sure will be shocked to hear. He's played quite a bit of this game.
What in the hell? He would burn the world. Not today. Come on, Joshua. This ends now.
Alright, so even though it's pretty action-packed on screen at the moment, there's actually not a lot to talk about because it's the on-rail shooter and a quick time event, respectively.
And a random mini boss fight on Angel's screen.
Yeah, coming up imminently. So, obviously all the side quests and stuff are skipped in this run. But the village that we're approaching now in the first act of the game, if you do the side quests there, you find out that these villages are all basically not very nice people, to say the least. And they view the branded as objects and all sorts. It's not very nice. And so we approach the village now, and we find that they're all they've all been rendered Akashic, and everyone in the village is dead. Which is actually the case for most of the realm and most of the Empire. The Empire of Sanbreque, they are in a really, really sorry state now, because of all the ether floods that have started to blight the land. Get this Lich down. I really dislike the Lich enemies. I think they're cool, but they're just the teleports are too random for my tastes. I don't like it.
Joshua. While he rests, we might as well see what Otto has to say. Did you see the pair that got hauled into time?
Casually, I would say Heatwave is pretty useful to get them down, because they do have some projectile attacks and usually build up a lot of stagger with the Heatwave counter.
Yeah, and also the Heatwave counter freezes time, so they're not going to teleport out the way. Because like one of the very few enemies that can actually get out of a thunderstorm cast are Liches. They can, if you cast Thunderstorm as the thunderstorm starts to land, they teleport out the way. They can dodge almost all of the damage, which is very frustrating. But with Heatwave, with the freeze, I don't think they'd be able to do it.
All right, so Angel is done with that round of assistance, and now we get to proceed to the next area.
Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
And now the final party of the game is pretty much complete. Torgal, Joshua, Jill, Clive. They're going to be joining for the rest of most of the rest of the stages. You actually can have them join your party properly permanently in the open world and stuff, but that requires side quest completion. So obviously we're not doing that. But this is pretty much the last makeup.
There is one kind of like big battle coming up with all of the side characters, which is kind of fun.
Oh yes, yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah, that's a fun one.
But yeah, like in terms of which ones will actually go into battle with you, and the main quest line, it's like you said.
Suppose we just follow the shouting. What's he doing here?
I think it's fair to say I think that the Act 3 of the game is probably the most sparse. I think it feels like there were a little bit fewer resources put into the last part of the game. The stages are pretty good, but the in-between parts are kind of, there's a lot of reliance on Akashic enemies and going back and meeting people that you've already interacted with.
If I had my pickaxe,
the game devs got to put their resources into the best spots, and I do think they might got the balance right mostly. But yeah, it does mean that we've got a bit of a lull going on here, really. Although it shouldn't be too long until we do the 3 cities soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, there's a certain amount of, you see this with other Final Fantasies as well. Rebirth definitely does this, where they want you to kind of go back to all the places that you've hung out in before and check in with everybody and get to know the characters a little bit more, the cast, and it's functionally appropriate to the story, I would say, but in the context of the speedrun, it does give a little bit of like whiplash when you go from like these really, really epic icon battles or boss battles to just a sequence where you're just kind of doing cleanup duty, for lack of a better term, for honestly like a solid 20 minutes of the run at this point.
Nope. Oh no. Ambrosie's gone rogue. She's gone rogue.
Yeah, it truly is kind of weird how the like movement on the attack goes. It's like you can kind of just like make it go forward, but like sometimes it just doesn't want to go forward and it turns around.
There is
She's trying her best.
Yeah. Now I think about it, there is actually one other area where there is a bit of a hard mode movement with Ambrosia, which is like there's like a swamp in Ash that's got loads of like small trees in it, like really thin, spindly trees. And that bird does not want to go through those trees. But they're really hard to see. So we have one more obstacle course. But obviously before then we got the Free Cities of Canva and the Ironworks. And then Aldi and Narrow. But other than that, then we'll be in Ash.
There's more, I would say, starting in this area too for pretty much the rest of the run. You're going to see a lot more of like the multi-phase fights. You'll also see like this fight that Angel's in right now. The mini-boss is actually kind of at the front, and so far the game has kind of told you that, you know, the mini-boss sort of spawns at the end. But in this case, you actually kind of need to run through the mini-boss, bring him down here with the rest of the clump, and then kind of do Flames of Rebirth or whatever it is that you're going to do to take care of the big crowd of monsters.
I think that was another case of like wanting that fire breath to hit the lightning rod, but it was a bit too late.
Looking at Unicorns Bahamut Risen fight, it's looking like it's going kind of similarly to how Pete's went. I guess more comparable. I think we might face push through Terra Flare. See if they're going to yield. Oh no, we're already past that. This is the satellite, isn't it? Yeah. This one you always dodge this one.
My brothers. Mad dogs, the lot of them.
Some of these big group fights, you'll see the runners as well. They'll actually need to do like a limit. They'll need to activate Limit Break before doing their Flames of Rebirth, because that extra 10% of damage will be the difference between enemies dying or enemies like barely hanging on with just a little strip of life at the end.
Yeah, Flames of Rebirth does start to drop off around about now. I think because it's around about now that the level curve of the game starts to really affect you. Up until this point, you have been a little bit underleveled, but it's not so bad. I think by the end of the game, you end up 9 levels under where you should otherwise be. And I think it's a little kind of around now that Flames of Rebirth starts to not quite do enough damage to reliably kill every mob.
Yeah.
Well,
Also, Pete just had another really good turtle fight. And I'm
Pete
honestly
just
I'm a little upset about it.
He just absolutely boiled that Adamantoise. My God. That thing is done.
That makes me happy though. That thing has caused me nothing but trouble recently, so love to see it get taken care of smoothly like that.
Yep. Now that was smooth. And then this Orc Warlord's getting laser beamed of its own.
It's interesting that Angel was using Deadly Embrace again. I guess in this case the animation for the takedown is pretty quick, so it's not bad. But then I wonder if it was really necessary.
Well, I mean, I guess
AP optimization there.
I guess it means that the Warlord is guaranteed to not teleport out of the Giga Flare.
That was kind of my initial thought as well, is preventing the teleporting, which that is a nice use of that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, of course, during that time also your cooldowns are going to charge. Also, if you find yourself in a situation where you need a little bit of like extra time to get an advantage, then you might want to use it then.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah, but now it's the Sleipnir fight.
You'll notice that Sleipnir is not in fact a six-legged horse here.
Yes.
Your eyes did not deceive you.
But he also has a decent amount of like melee attacks that you can parry, so he already got one like parry into a Giga Flare, so that's a lot of damage.
Yep.
And
Giga
now he's
Flare with a lightning rod.
yeah. And now his dagger gauge is pretty low. So after this little transition cutscene, it should still be there, the same.
He's kind of the first in a wave of bosses that are a little more agile, a little more mobile, I would say. The Odin fights, I guess, are kind of similar in that regard, where
first we find Isabel.
They do a lot of moving around and teleporting and getting out of the way of things, so it can be a little tricky to pin them down sometimes.
Oh, that was interesting. I haven't really seen that, but he did a quick Wings of Light dodge, immediately cancelled it, then got the stagger, and then still had the like level 1 Mega Flare stored up. And also activated and cancelled it with Limit Break, so there's like no time wasted at all to like get that extra damage out of the Mega Flare.
Yeah, I think banking the Mega Flare there is pretty cool. It's not. I don't know how old that patch is. It's maybe 3 months old or so. But yeah,
I'm more accustomed to seeing Mega Flare for this attack that is happening right now, but yeah, I mean it's not a bad use of the ability for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if one full Mega Flare level 1 cast is like around about the same strength as a wind up, you know, it's a significant amount of damage, and it does a ton of stagger as well. So, and the thing is, a high stagger ability. I think also the thing with Mega Flare is when time slows down, Mega Flare continues doing damage at about the same rate.
Yeah.
So you really can tick up damage, and if you stagger the enemy, because Mega Flare does a ton of stagger damage, you end up at the maximum multiplier really fast. So there's very few downsides to actually casting it. The only time it really would be a downside is if the fight would be over before the Mega Flare cast is. But I think it takes about like I think it's about 5 seconds long. Mega Flare level 1. Most fights now at this point last longer than 5 seconds. So, yeah, I do think like a lot of this is if you can cast Mega Flare, you probably should. Although it is also you gotta be careful to not end up with a dumb stagger because
Look.
I see them.
you could easily end up accidentally in there because it damages over time. Plenty to think about. It was pretty well done though, that fight.
Yeah, that was a very, very smooth, very, very well done fight. That again, that fight is very technical because you don't have kind of just like unlimited access to wail on the boss like you do with some of these other fights. Much smaller, much more agile boss, and really felt very optimized there watching that. I think Pete's on the last of the aid missions here, and Rainbow's just getting underway with the first one. And I believe Angel's going to be off to the... I believe the Ironworks is next. Is that right?
Yes, yeah.
That's a fun sequence. That'll be fun.
Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least.
Ironworks is a bit of an interesting one. I think in any percent you can't really get the full value, if I want to say, out of it, because in New Game Plus, you've got Odin before Ironworks, so you can Zantetsuken at some point in one of the levels before it, and then in Ironworks, after you kill the first mini boss in Ironworks, there's like a sequence where it's kind of meant to be like a survival gauntlet, but I don't really think there's any realistic chance of dying during it. And it doesn't matter, you know, kill enemies, don't kill enemies, pretty much nothing that you do matters. You just want to avoid parrying and doing things that slow down time. Other than that, there isn't really any time to gain or lose there, so you can use it as an opportunity to charge up your Zantetsuken for free, effectively. Obviously, in any percent, that isn't really an option. Isn't really an option, it's not an option. So, it is you'll just see running in circles for a while, dodging Sleipnirs after.
Tabor isn't far.
So there's this wave. Summarily killed, there you go.
Assuming they would allow it. The echoes.
And then there's this boss, and then once this boss is dead, it's effectively Ironworks already over. Oh, sorry, there's a boss coming now.
Tell us about
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a fun
wave
fight.
3.
It's kind of a fun fight to optimize because they all do come running out this door right here. So yeah, we just immediately see the lightning rod go down. It's kind of a cool fight to do well, just because you have a lot more control over it than you do a lot of other fights in the game.
Yep, you can push it pretty hard.
Another eco flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go around it.
Actually, one other thing about Lightning Rod that makes it so good for, like, dealing with multiple enemies is the fact that the hits it does actually, like, pulls enemies in. So, then you can even use something like Scarlet Cyclone, but then the Lightning Rod is gonna, like, help the enemies stay inside instead of, like, flying all over the place.
Yeah, and it's AoE as well, right? So
Yeah.
in turns, it's like the amount of damage that you're outputting as a total just increases by a humongous amount once you've got it in the crowd. I'd say the only major downside really to Lightning Rod is if you say you use Lightning Rod in a fight with enemies that you're then planning to run away after,
And I heard,
or continue
which
on.
is why I had to let her
If
go.
lightning rod is still up by the end of that fight, you can't really lunge or phoenix shift or whatever away from
Yeah.
it. Well, you can try, but you might end up saying hello to the lightning rod, because Clive locks onto it as if it's an enemy.
Cyril seemed very.
There are a few times where I've dropped a judgment bolt on a lightning rod, which feels bad. Lightning storm, or drop a lightning storm directly on the lightning rod, that kind of thing. So single target abilities hitting the lightning rod feel pretty bad, but yeah, you can play around that as long as you know how it works and you're aware of it. But yeah, so here Angel Cal's kind of just jumping around hitting enemies at random. This part, that sequence just didn't matter at all. And that's Ironworks over. This was the sequence before that Den was referring to. I think it was Den. It might have been Blaze actually, where we fight with all of the cast, so like Gav and Byron, Joshua. I don't think Jill's here actually, but maybe she is.
Is this the? Isn't this the part where Jill is captured by?
Oh yes, of course.
Barnabas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're taking this ship to go after Barnabas now.
Yeah, Jill's on a cruise.
Yeah, and we want to go on a cruise as well.
So after the three cities of Canvas, so the stage before this one against Sleipnir, basically Barnabas shows up and defeats Clive in a cutscene. And kidnaps Jill. So now we're really trying to get her back pretty urgently.
Enterprise escaped.
By the way, there's an Enterprise in this game. I don't know if that really came up before. That was why we were. That was part of why we were running around doing errands for mid a little while ago.
Yeah, I mean, Mid is like the engineer of this Final Fantasy, since like the original Sid at this point is gone anyway.
What happened to the Royal Army? There's nothing but monsters here.
Pete is almost to Sleipnir. I think maybe just like one or two more fights.
And then the level that Angel is on, basically you're just on this boat. It's also a pretty fast level. You have this fight on the deck, a little mini boss you have to deal with, and then indoors there's going to be like a few small fights. But this is also like on top here. This is a pretty big mob fight where they're kind of all over the place, and there's also going to be a mini boss. So here's like pretty crucial that you don't like waste any of your abilities. Like if enemies like kind of fly off somewhere, like that one guy there survived, but you don't really want to like waste your cooldowns on him because you're gonna need them like also for this mini boss.
Yeah, there are two waves as well, so it's the mini boss, and then you also need to have the first wave dead for the second wave to spawn, I think, or have the mini boss get down to a certain HP threshold. So this fight can actually get quite sticky if you leave people alive, but as you say, you need to. So once that last ad died, that's when the second wave spawned. So you do have to kill them, but at the same time you got to balance that with the fact that you do need to be conservative with your abilities, otherwise you're gonna take forever to kill that axe. The Marauder? I think he's a Marauder.
Yeah, that was pretty clean though.
It was
Like
clean,
that,
yeah.
There's a little bit of problems with the enemies at the start and one guy surviving, but then Angel made the right call of like going forward, and that guy died in the Scarlet Cyclone anyway.
Yeah, he very helpfully came to say hello just in time to catch a Scarlet Cyclone. Oh, there's an Orc Warlord teleporting, and then there's a big beam attack. Oh no, I think Pete killed him before he could do it.
There may still be survivors.
And now we have the Barnabas fight, and this is kind of an interesting fight. You're not going to be bringing the HP to 0. The way the like HP barriers work for this is kind of strange, but essentially, as long as you deal a lot of damage really quickly at the start, he's going to go into his phase 2 very quickly. He has like a bunch of...
He wiggles around a lot during this phase, and during his charge. Like, so when he goes into his purple charge phase, it's one of the few times where the boss actually doesn't stand still and let you hit him, at least not initially, in his purple phase. So you kind of, here, Reading Iron Flash.
Yeah, and for this phase, you just need to deal enough damage for him to like start the final countdown. Which is now. Overall, that was pretty good. I think phase 1, he got away a little bit, and it wasn't quite ideal, but pretty good overall.
You could tell Angel was ready for the purple phase, like immediately dropped the lightning rod and the Giga Flare, so that part was extremely efficient.
And then as soon as that Giga Flare ended, the break began, so now there's about a 6-minute break. So I wouldn't be surprised if Angel was not even out there. Probably not even at their controller right now.
Yeah, I can tell you I had a couple quick breaks while being here, using the freedom I have as a non-runner. So I hope the runners also get to take advantage of these breaks during the run.
Speedrunners speedrun everything. Eating, drinking, whatever they need to do during a break. Speedrun it all.
Is this enough time to cook food? Maybe.
If you got something pre-made, you can definitely pull it out and chomp it down. It's also just a nice time to kind of like reflect on where you're at with the run generally, because after this, there's really not much left. We're gonna see basically 2 more dungeon areas. Well, yeah, there's kind of 2 long dungeon areas, and then the Odin fight and the Ultima fights at the end. So. Oh, and I guess the Behemoth fight. Yeah. There's not a whole lot left in terms of like. Big milestone type moments after this.
Yeah. But in terms of additional encounters, there's also all the stuff in Ash. So like the Isla fight, with all those enemies that spawn all over the village.
Yeah.
And then obviously there's the big section in front of the wall that's almost like a Dynasty Warriors game section.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking of. But you're right about Isla. I had forgotten about that. So,
yeah. Although I think that one,
yeah, go ahead.
I think there'll be a Zantetsukin that might deal with that latter one.
And we'll see how Pete manages with Sleipnir. I think the start of phase 2 didn't quite go his way. Didn't get any parries, or the Mega Flare, but. Here we have a level 2 Mega Flare, as long as he doesn't get knocked out of it. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Gonna be pumping damage now. Should go into a stagger. Yeah.
Yeah, so the interesting thing with the Mega Flares is that the higher level ones don't actually do more damage per... I mean, it isn't actually the bolts hitting the enemies that do the damage, but, more damage per tick. They last longer. So I guess going for getting a Mega Flare level 2 there is probably worth it. Oh no.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, he was lacking a bit of damage from earlier then, so it wasn't enough.
Well, I think that rising flames might have been enough, but it just whiffed.
Yeah, I mean, ideally he would have died during the stagger already, but...
Yeah, true.
I'm not used to seeing a Giga Flare pointed up like that. That
It's a laser show, yeah.
When you activate Giga Flare, it's gonna, like, be facing the target, even if there's vertical difference. But then there's, like, a limit how much you can turn. So it's like, if the enemy was, like, just gonna jump behind you, then you'd be in trouble.
Right.
So, Unicorn just got through that sequence with Ambrosia without any ballerina style pirouettes from her. So that's an example of how it can go when everything is kind of behaving as it should do. I don't really know what it is that causes, because sometimes it's like you can fight away her impulse to turn around and smack an enemy, but sometimes the second you press it, she just turns on a dime and goes. I don't really know exactly what it is that causes her to do that.
Do you think midship will ever send?
So it was a lot smoother. And this is the only Phoenix down in the game you get, by the way, that Unicorn was given there. That enemy gives you the Phoenix down seal. There are no Phoenix downs in the game. There are no there's no like raise spells or anything like that. Well, there is a raise spell, but it's a big deal to cast. So it's kind of tied to the main plot of the game, really, which is that these mother crystals that are sucking up the ether, like a macro reactor, they're all being pulled into one spot so that the antagonist can cast the ultimate magic, which you assume would be Ultima, but it's not. It's actually Raise. He wants to cast one hell of a Raise spell. Because there is no magic really in 16 that does like reviving people.
Also, pay attention to Angel's stream now. He finally beats the fight and we get the victory screen.
Yeah.
Clive bested. It's kind of funny because like it's such a long like cutscene, but you forget that it's still like technically like an in-fight cutscene, and you know it was a boss battle, so you need to have a victory screen, and then it's truly over.
So I believe Clive should have acquired Shiva's abilities now.
Yeah, this is when you get Shiva in the story.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, from what you can see as a viewer, you might be confused, like, why did we get Shiva out of, like, getting beaten by Barnabas, but, yeah, Clive and Jill have some private time after that, and then Clive kind of gets the Shiva power from her. I don't think you see any of her abilities in the front though, right?
Yeah, unless one of our runners does the movement tech involving the wings, I don't think we'll see any Shiva.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be part of it because like.
I know for a while people were talking about using permafrost on the behemoth, but I assume that doesn't. I don't think that kind of went much further. So.
No, I don't think so.
So no, I don't think we'll see a single Shiva ability. Her abilities are pretty underwhelming. I mean, Diamond Dust is pretty good for like arcade mode, like building up score and that kind of thing. It's an AoE ability that does tons of stagger. That's kind of like what her abilities are meant to focus on, but they don't do enough stagger to be worth it. There is an ability called Mesmerize, which actually does a respectable amount of damage and has a very, very short cooldown. That's probably the only one that would even be close to being used, but it's a little bit too inconsistent. So,
yeah, that one's like the shotgun, where it's like multiple projectiles, and if you're at close range or the target is big, then the damage is actually really good for its cooldown and like cast time. But yeah, it's just not it's not that applicable. I mean, the like fights that we're really concerned about are going to be against like humanoid-sized enemies, and it's just not going to be very convenient to use.
Yeah, I think realistically the only fight left where it would even be applicable would be against the behemoth. You know, where you'd actually be able to land all the hits. Ice Age did receive a really significant buff. It probably got about twice as powerful, but it is still not good. Ice Age's primary purpose is to push enemies away from you, which you may have noticed is the opposite of what we want to do in this game. so we don't even consider Ice Age.
I think when I was testing it, it was like about the same damage as Rising Flames. But the problem is that you need to charge it to get the full damage. So it's slower. I don't know if the cooldown is also maybe longer. It does have like kind of larger area of effect, but that's not really something we need.
Yeah, I think the charging it thing, it can hit multiple times, so if it does hit multiple times, so against a larger enemy, it actually can do more damage than Rising Flames, I believe. And the charge is like how big its area of effect is, so it doesn't actually increase the damage directly, but it does mean that against a larger enemy you will hit twice if you do charge. But it's so I guess it's kind of a bit like Mesmerize, really. It falls into that sort of category, where it's only really good against large enemies. Also, so at the moment, so Cal's doing the only, as far as I'm aware, the only skip in the game that's like an actual, I would argue, real skip. So, rather than defeat the enemies in this town, so the idea is, the intended route here is to go into that town, defeat all the enemies there, pull the lever and open the gate. What you can do is you can get through to this gate and then hug the gate, and the enemies will eventually, they'll remain, I think they remain in combat, but the aggro goes away from you, so you're able to interact with the lever before you would otherwise be able to, and you can skip that entire sequence of combat.
Yeah, he was being really careful with that lever, made a save, and then was just like kind of slowly nudging towards the lever, just making sure that he doesn't fail on the skip.
Yeah.
It is like a huge town, like full of enemies, basically. It's not really like it is a skip, but it's not like it's a scripted fight or anything. It's just there are enemies hanging around, and when you're in combat, you can't use the lever, and it just happens that you can just get out of the combat zone by kind of dashing past them.
So this part is the assault course on Ambrosia that I was talking about as well, but go on.
Oh, I was just going to say regarding that skip, because I hope the other runners will be able to get it as well.
Yeah.
It does kind of break the mechanics of the game in the sense that I can't think of any other fight where you have to either like pull a lever, or open a door, or like squeeze through a planned spot where you can kind of get out of it like that. So it is pretty valuable in that regard. It's an encounter you're not supposed to be able to skip, and folks have figured out a way to do it. So it was kind of cool for that in that sense.
Yeah, getting stuck on that little proc Ambrosia or hurt some toes there, probably.
Poor bird.
Yeah, sometimes it might be better to kind of play it safe with the movement in that area. Yeah. Like, if you're just kind of like going all over the place, then you might like crash into something like 5 times, and and then you're gonna be really sad.
All in all, that was really well done, and reapplied the speed buff to get across that bridge
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Seems like Rainbow's having a pretty solid Slickner fight so far as well.
Yep, he got knocked out of the stance, but it didn't matter because of Dead Man's Beer. You get plenty of opportunities to regain the stance.
Oh!
Oh no, he teleported.
Okay, that's not good.
That's not great. It's a wasted Giga Flare.
Creeping Darkness is actually a great opportunity for a Lightning Frog, but he was not ready for it, it seems.
So now I think we're in Operation Throw Every Ability you have at him and hope that he dies.
Oh, nice parry. That's gonna
That's a good
really
parry. Yeah.
help.
That'll end it. Yeah, that was an unfortunate teleport. And the thing is, it's because Giga Flare takes up so much of the screen, you're not entirely sure what's happening, you know, so you kind of like... Am I at a HP gate? Is he even taking damage? And then when you look, and it's because it's hitting the lightning rod, so you're kind of seeing the feedback from that. And then it takes you a few seconds to realize, oh, hold on, no, we need to adjust. So Pete straight into the Mega Flare on that first attack from Barnabas there.
Plus a parry.
He's oh jeez, he's going ham here. Barnabas won't know what hit him. Yeah.
Oh! Kind of a slipping pass with that ignition.
I do think so. These kind of fights are the fights where I also just sort of really struggle with ignition sometimes too, because you'll like kind of glance off of them when they move. Kind of like what happened to Pete there. But the last several bosses towards the end of the run are kind of like.
Oh, did he get hit out of the Giga Flare?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Barnabas
So
is one of the bosses who can like kind of parry you out of your attacks.
If you're too close when you so if you're too close when you use Giga Flare, even though Giga Flare's a range attack, he can cancel you out of it. And I also think earlier Pete went for a wind up on Barnabas and ended up targeting the lightning rod by accident. So he kind of hit the lightning rod more than Barnabas. So it was a good open. It was a really strong open, but then didn't quite go his way at the end. But the important thing is it's going his way now, which is a bit of a funny thing to say when Clive's about to get sliced in half, but...
It builds character.
Yeah. Right.
And thus is the light of hope severed.
And Pete gets to go on a break.
I think he might go for a nap. I don't know how much sleep he's operating on, but I wager it's not a humongous amount.
Even if it's not that much, I would not really recommend napping in the middle of a speedrun.
In the middle of a marathon. I'll let someone send him a DM. Pete?
Quick 5 minutes nap.
Quick Blaze, you need to jump in.
You ever further from your purpose.
In the nap, I could go for a 5-minute nap too.
Who are we? What are the dominants? The breath of the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might guide.
Well, this
the
has been really
masses
good. I
in
hope
his
everybody's
name.
been enjoying this.
We
I know
are but
that
mighty acts of
this
God.
is a Final Fantasy that I've been more
We are
into
more
and
than
excited
that.
about for pretty much all of the
You would
ones
be
on the
nothing
modern
without
consoles.
what he
And
has
it's neat
granted
to be able to
The power
share
we
some of
wield
the
is his,
speedrun
and yet
with
every
the
time
community
we draw
because
upon it,
I love
it
this event,
wears
and I'm
away
glad
at
that
our
this
very
game gets to be
being.
in it this year. So
It breaks us. It unmakes us. That its immaculate aspect might reveal itself.
Yeah, I'm really appreciative that we
The
got the runners
icon.
for it.
It is too much.
There's
for
not been.
even his
There was
chosen
obviously a lot of
few.
flurry of activity when the game came out, and then it kind of died down a bit. But I'm really appreciative that people
Apart from you,
sort of
Mythos,
came back to it for the relay and wanted to run it.
You wield the might of many. Yet your body does not answer for its
But it being the
avarice.
new, well, it's not the newest one, is it? But I guess it was unfortunately timed for the last relay. 'Cause I think the game had came out maybe a month or so before the relay was due to start, so there was no practical way.
Yeah.
We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength.
But now we get to show it
thereby
off.
fulfill
So
your
see we.
divine purpose.
Pete, Unicorn, Cal get to show it off.
To feed, as you would know.
Definitely 3 of the best though. I think the world record for this category is just a smidge below 7 hours now, but that is a very difficult feat to accomplish at this point. Getting the kinds of times that these runners are going to put up this morning are extremely respectable. And a really good showcase of where the run is at right now. So.
Yeah, it's definitely a kind of run where, like, you really need to put a lot of hours into learning it because, like, so many things are just so precise.
You don't really have, you need to do the exact right things in the exact right order, and you don't really have a moment to take a breather and try and recall exactly what it is you're meant to do, or consult notes even. I mean, obviously you can consult the notes, but in the middle of a fight, you definitely cannot. And and everything needs to be executed pretty. Each fight has its own strats really to do optimally. It's a lot to commit into the mind, but it's tough to do. Really impressive stuff.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not
Yeah, it's the kind of run where, like, if you haven't had enough time to, like, put hours into, like, every little segment of the game, then some of these fights you might go with a little bit more, like, improvisation mindset, and then some others you might have, like, practice more thoroughly, and you have, like, a really detailed strategy for what you're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to that a little bit because I'm definitely a beginner runner of this game still, relative to the 3 that are being featured right now, and you can definitely get through a run, sort of understanding conceptually what you have to do in a fight and not maybe being able to do it 100% of the time or even 75% of the time, but going through the process of learning and understanding sort of the mechanics of the game and how it all comes together is still it's really valuable and really satisfying, and you can definitely see a lot of improvement in your overall run and your overall time and your overall knowledge base and understanding of the game, even just working on like specific segments and specific boss fights, because so much of what gets done in the run is applicable to a lot of different parts. It's not just practicing like one fight at a time. You're really just kind of getting better at the whole thing as you practice individual pieces, and I think that's really great.
All the same.
Yeah, I mean, you can fall back on a principled approach for a lot of it, definitely. It's just more like when you start to get really hyper optimal. It's like with any speed game, when you start to try to push for the world record or the very, very high places, you need to optimize the hell out of every single encounter in that. And yeah, there's a lot of optimizing that can be done in terms of how you sequence your abilities and position enemies. A lot to think about. That's really cool.
Yeah.
In the end, it's like, because most things are very consistent with this game, then you can actually like route things down to like individual actions.
Yeah. But in the meantime, it's also, it's a run that really rewards good habits and sort of building the pattern recognition and the understanding of the systems and what's going on, and what's your objective at any point in a fight, and that also helps if things do go a little bit awry. You can kind of fall back on,
for sure.
What's the next best thing I can do in this situation. So
I should visit Joshua.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you're not going to have a run where everything goes to plan, and that's where usually like need to have good reactions. So like, okay, well, if the situation is like this, what do I do?
Yeah, because of the snowball effect, if something goes slightly awry, it tends to go extremely awry not long afterwards. Also, I like the camera angle posing from Cal there on that elevator lift.
How may I help you today?
You got to get a proper close up of Clive's.
All yours.
I don't know, skin paws or whatever. It was a very
I still say
it was a very detailed look at his character model. So this part shows a strange quirk that Cal's doing, in that you see the enemies, they're on the lift and they've got great health, and then they kind of need to assemble like the Power Rangers into a certain formation before you can actually begin damaging them or engaging with them in any way. There's a few instances of that where you can send off your abilities too soon and realise, hang on, they've not finished posing.
I have no...
Like a little bit of using Giga Flare as like a sort of AoE tool. I mean, after all, it's a big laser that goes through enemies, so you can kind of line enemies up and move the rotate after defeating one of the targets. So it's actually surprisingly useful for those kinds of situations.
Yeah, that's one of the specific fights where it's really helpful in that regard, because you get these two waves of enemies that come down on two different sets of elevators, and the first wave is a little more conducive to defeating with Flames of Rebirth. Those bombs, they're the purple bombs, but the bomb type enemies have quite a bit more HP, and Giga Flare is much more appropriate for dealing with them in that kind of scenario. So.
So we've upgraded from the Undertaker to the Soul Taker now. I don't know what his streak is, but it's effectively the same fight as Undertaker. Like, he's just red. This is I guess kind of what I mean, that towards sort of the end of the game, it's some of the bosses are kind of repeats of previous ones, and they may not have real proper cutscenes. But the sound effect when that Soul Taker enters the screen is weirdly an incredibly low quality sound effect. When Pete gets there, if it's still on his audio, you'll catch it.
Remember what I said about warm welcomes, Gav?
Really crushed, a really crushed sound.
Oh, this place is as dead as Grieger's ghost.
And it looks like Unicorn had the same issue with Ignition, by the way, where it slips off Barnabas, but...
Let's hope the villagers made it out in time.
Oh, Pick the Flare. Interesting. Yeah, that'll do it.
It seems like Pete did the skip and wasn't quite nearly as careful with the lever, but...
It's Canberra.
Yeah, he landed it. No drama.
Very confidently approached the lever and
Where the
cranked
hell
it.
is
Seems you were right
Unicorn
about
gets
that
his break
welcome
now.
after all, Clive.
Or their break.
Angel's in kind of an interesting boss fight. I think this is... I want to say this is the only boss fight in the game where it's kind of like two bosses in one, and they sort of function a little bit differently. This is going to lead into another kind of Iron Giant type battle afterwards, but first we get to fight this giant
Lady
jawbreaker.
Vivian's map is so old it's hard to tell which way is up. But if I'm right, we're not far from a village called
Flash
East.
Disco Ball.
Then we make our way there, resupply, and wait for Joshua.
Yeah, I think this is the only instance where you have two bosses in the exact same sequence.
This place reeks like a moble's arsehole.
Seems like a missed
Though I'm
opportunity for a
guessing it's
cinematic
not the
evasion there
smell
when he
that'll
jumps
kill
down.
us.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare this to like, you know, the really early game where you're fighting Chirada and Soprano, and you just, I don't know, I just feel like there was more development time put into those fights than this. not that it's bad, you know. I think, you know, because Golden Section, for example, that's not something that Iron Giant would use.
Yeah, I think it's tricky because, you know, there's value in kind of like doing boss refights as you get towards the end of the game. And they can be a little different. Maybe part of the issue too is just that we don't feel that as much in the speedrun because the fights end so quickly.
Yeah, true. And also we take on the bosses so fast that we have time to remember. You know, you kind of notice more in rapid succession.
Yeah, I think the fight for Angel didn't go quite as planned, at least at the start. It seems like there was a missed Wings of Light dodge, but it seems like the recovery was pretty good.
Angel's heading up to the Odin fight now, which, for my money, is probably the hardest fight in the game, or in the run currently, both in terms of, I guess, a balance of, like, it's very technical, but it's also got its moments where it's also a little bit dangerous if you mess something up, so...
Nice parry. It seems to be going
really good to see how this
well so far.
gets done. Yep.
Lightning Rod, Giga Flare going in.
Yeah. I think Barnabas hit the rod as well. Well, that phase one could have gone much better.
Yeah, this is also another... Well, it was also true for the previous Barnabas fight, but he can parry your attacks here as well.
Yes.
So if we fought Sleipnir before, then what is this steed that he has now?
Well, so I think this is still Sleipnir. It's just that he can transform. So I think it's the same guy. So you know how like when when Barnabas turns into his iconic form, he's Odin. When Sleipnir transforms with him as his edgy, he becomes the horse. I think is how it works.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, Sleipnir is like a summon, right?
Well, yeah.
That, like, Odin, like, creates Sleipnir.
Yes. Yeah, and edgy. I think the only other one like it is the ones that Garuda makes. I don't think any of the others make edgies. Or eggies, I don't know.
The Odin or Barnabas fight is kind of unique in the way that you don't actually play as Ifrit, like you just get this like little cinematic. You're gonna be back to just fighting on your own 2 feet.
Well, you win Torgal, at least for now. I think at some point during this fight, Torgal does bow out though. Gets too risky for his blood.
Oh, so nice case for Lightning Rod. Yeah, that's a consistent opening for this phase, and yeah, it hits multiple times. Ooh, nice parry as well. Yeah, I think this phase is done for.
Interesting banking the Mega Flow there. That was pretty good.
Yeah, this looks really clean.
Controlling the Akashic. Then wherever he goes, they'll follow.
Thank the Mega Flare for the stagger. That's really getting every single hit point of value out of Mega Flare.
what's kind of interesting here is that the cooldowns recharge during these cutscenes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, like you can unleash all your abilities, and then you get to the next phase, and they're all gonna be back.
That's it.
Well, I guess it's only polite considering how Barnabas can just cancel you out of any ability that you're using. You just go, that's enough of that.
Maybe you shouldn't talk so much.
Yeah.
He is a
It's
he is
on
a
him.
talker.
He is a talker, yeah. You went from not saying a lot to barely being able to shut up. Oh, there you go, Torgal.
What a good boy.
Torgal rightly identified that the 150-foot-long sword was going to be causing trouble. Give it like about one shot.
After all, dogs are pretty good at sensing danger.
He sensed it.
Tower. It's alive.
Pete's starting reverie. I don't know if we're gonna get any Odin. I don't know if we'll even get an Odin double. The fight's not quite long enough. I mean, we definitely won't, but. So if you think that Reverie looks a lot like Phoenix Gate Ruins, you'd be completely correct. It looks a hell of a lot like Phoenix Gate Ruins. I think lore-wise, Phoenix Gate Ruins, it sort of you kind of go down into the ground, and this is the same, but you know, skyward. It's all built by the same people.
He just got a triple wind up on those 3 bombs. That was
That was sick.
Very cool to see.
Yeah, they're all lined up next to the door as well, conveniently.
Angel just did one of my favorite moments in the run, which is where you Zantetsu can Odin with his own sword.
Yeah.
Just like, how dare you?
You kill Slipnir then. That's what it takes to kill Slipnir. Slipnir's done now.
Yeah.
It takes a Zantetsukin from Ifrit to do it. Fair enough.
And now we get a rather iconic scene where Barnabas gets kind of crazy here, but I guess we're gonna have the audio on it later, I guess.
Yeah, I believe this is the part where he starts to go Akashic. I think. And there's one point definitely later on where, as Odin, he goes Akashic. Like an Akashic Odin. Very strange.
He's got a case of the giggles.
He's serious giggles.
Rainbow's doing the skip here also. This is our last chance to maybe see that from the whole thing here. Ooh.
Very good.
There we go. Yep. Everybody got it. Nice.
I think Unicorn now just stampedes past the only side quest giver in the entire continent. Is that maybe a little bit further down? I don't know. I can't remember. I think it was there actually.
we get a little bit of time where we fight Odin in Odin form. There isn't like a lot you can do during this because it's kind of outside the arena. You can at least build up your Mega Flare, and then you'll be ready to unleash it once he comes back down.
He has a ton of health during this section, so you can inflict damage to him, but there's no point. Or limited point. But now he's, yeah.
That's actually a cool ignition, I didn't realize you can do that.
Yeah. And now he's Kamakashik, I believe.
And here's the Circle of Malleus, which is something you want to parry. There we go.
Good. Nailed it.
Yeah, he was like almost dead before that already.
that was all just super well done.
Yeah, I think the entire fight, including all the phases, that was really good for Angel.
It will take some. Yeah, it'll be tough to beat that, I think, for the other two runners. Angel really laid it down there.
It is a fairly unique fight to the run as well, because you do get those long breaks for the in-battle cutscenes. It is almost kind of like 3 fights in one, because you do sort of start every new phase with all of your abilities recharged. So just all three parts of that fight were super well executed.
It can be a little bit it can get a little bit sketchy if you don't remember which icon you are on when the phase transition starts.
Yeah.
Because obviously you can't see what icon you're on, and you may have to react. Like you may have to react very quickly at the start of the next phase. So there can be a mad scramble there. I've found anyway. So we might get some ability misuses. Hopefully not, though. I'm sure we won't. So I'm sure you heard from the audio then from Pete the low quality squelch sound that the Soul Taker makes when it lands into the arena. I have no idea why of all the ability, like all the sound effects, that's the only one really that I've noticed that sounds almost like a PS1 sound effect.
So I think we're gonna see Angel here do some skill swapping around.
Yeah, that's gonna be the Zandatsuken upgrade.
Yeah, and if this is sort of done by the book, the actual Zantetsuken is really only for like one fight, but you do kind of get some cool movement options like this this lunge ability that Angel's using now.
I would maybe rather call it silly than cool, but it is faster.
That's not. It's fast. We're speedrunners. The fact that it's faster is all we care about. Oh, missed the. There we go.
What's even better movement with Odin is if you can go downhill, and then you can do the like lunge attack, or if you have the Armor of Darkness active and you're in the air and attack, then you just like lunge downwards, and that's really fast if you're going downhill.
Oh, there's the only side quest giver in the entire continent. There we go. We hardly knew yet.
So we've got Pete on the control node Orm Giant fight now as well. Rainbow just finished up the big east throwdown and ready to move through that area. Angel's coming up on the other really big kind of multi-wave fight here. It's kind of just not really manageable with the current abilities that we have, so that's kind of like the main reason we want to do a Zantetsuken as part of this fight here. So we'll start to see the charge meter here on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, the way it works is that the Odin abilities, they barely deal any damage, but they fill up your Zantetsuken gauge. And if you have the Arm of Darkness upgraded, then you can get up to level 5, which is like a massive AoE around Clive. That also the damage is pretty massive. Like it's more damage than like Flames of Rebirth.
Yeah, it's a larger radius than Flames, I think, and it does what like over 3 times the damage.
Yeah, the like main reason it doesn't like it doesn't replace Flames of Rebirth though, because especially here in a lot of cases there's just a lot of weak enemies that die to Flames of Rebirth anyway. And for that you can simply do like save load to get the cooldown back. But then for Zantetsuken you always need to like find a group of enemies and use Gungnir to like build up the gauge.
Yeah, it's definitely more situational, but the payoff is pretty good. I mean, Zantetsuken's worth using against single target enemies even, you know, which is not something that really is true of Flames of Rebirth compared to most other abilities.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, just completely wiped out all the other enemies, and Angel also went into Limit Break for that to like increase the damage on the Orcish Warlord.
By this day's end, you shall know the truth.
Yeah, basically in this fight, we saw both Flames of Rebirth and Zantetsuken getting utilized.
Yep. I mean, it's a lot of enemies. It's obviously because of the Zantetsuken, they'll get taken out there quite quickly, but if you play through the game kind of casually, there are a lot, a lot of enemies there. So there is no reasonable way, as you say, to really take them out outside of using those nukes. Zantetsuken is pretty cool. Oh, is he not going to do the? Oh, maybe. No. I guess.
Yeah. For a time, we thought that using the like Arm of Darkness movement is best here, but then yeah, in the end, when we kind of realized that we can just glide with the Chocobo, it's better.
Yep. So this is the other part where there's a risk you might run into a hunt. There's an A rank hunt on just to the left here, but as long as you stick to the path for a little bit, it's kind of easy to avoid. It's nice and laid out for you, so there shouldn't be any mishaps.
Finally, we can begin. Yeah.
Ashes, I think, you know, the Blighted Sky aside, it's one of my favourite areas. I think it's so desolate and really cool. A lot of work obviously went into the vibe of each area. My only, I guess, issue with it is that you don't really get to see it alive. There's no like its whole thing is that everyone here is basically dead. Barnabas has sacrificed them all to Ultima.
You have been shown the path. Now you must follow it. Free
Oh yeah, how did Pete's phase 1 go?
It looks smooth to me.
I'll see that lightning rod and oh, I think he missed the Wings of Light dodge there, but the lightning rod is the bigger deal, and unfortunately it's pretty easy to just walk up there and put it down. But
the defensive limit break was required there though, because that attack
yeah.
really do you in.
Let's see. Okay, good hit on the lightning rod there. Got the stagger, and hopefully this is gonna be enough to carry on normally.
What happens when Barnabas steps on a rake?
I think there's a bit of like difference in bit between like the HP gauge for the phase transition and like the barrier where he actually stops taking more damage.
Yeah, I think you can over damage him beyond what is needed to actually push him to the next phase, which is nice because a lot of the bosses are, the gate is like a hard stop, but you can actually just kind of get it working ahead a little bit more to the next part.
So we're against. So Cal here is against the meteor machine that is Behemoth.
Well,
Casting
now
an
it's in a
ability
cutscene.
Yeah, well, it's casting an ability that people from FF14 again may be familiar with. You handle it very differently though.
Another little thing to note on Cal's gameplay for the rest of the run, this is where you upgrade limit break the rest of the way. So got 4 limit break bars now instead of 2 for the rest of the run.
Yeah, it's definitely very useful to have earlier on. It's really not the priority for the AP.
What are you waiting for? Men know nothing of
You ever just catch a meteor with your bare hand?
What the power of brotherhood.
This might be a job for a freeze.
Yeah, that's another.
And then Joshua's like, "Oh, why would you rely on him? Why not rely on me?" And it's like, Joshua, you've literally just been keeling over cough and got blood for the past.
The last entire game.
Yeah, the whole game.
Now, if it's doing it together, then they can do anything.
I appreciate the symbolism. I think it's very wholesome.
Yeah, it actually is like first like Joshua tries to do it alone, and then Clive is like, okay, I'll do it, and then they're like, okay, let's do it together. Okay, but the fight continues.
Kind of like fighting over who pays at a restaurant bill.
You are not the fool I took you for.
Okay, Angel went all the way to Mega Flare level 4. Okay, you just got that stored up. I don't think that's the strategy that everyone does, but that's gonna output a lot of damage, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the full uptime, it actually does more than Zantetsu in level 5.
Yeah.
Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that I have not known for generations.
And now Meteor is gonna destroy himself.
Yeah.
This is a really funny move because like it's a very like slow progressing AoE on the ground, and yeah, the lightning rod just goes wild.
Yeah, the AoE does continuous damage while you're in it, and lightning rod. Yeah. And that's Behemoth.
And Pete's on the third phase of the Odin fight here now as well. Nice segue coming out of that.
Nice lightning rod hit from Barnabas.
Yeah, something you also saw there is like Limit Break ran out just before the Giga Flare, and then that Giga Flare just completely filled it back up.
So I mean, this fight actually can be quite spooky because these attacks, you know, obviously they're really big and obvious attacks, but they can, if you do get clipped, you can quite quickly run into trouble. And from like the race, you know, the relay race perspective, you really don't want to die against Barnabas because I think it's possibly the worst place to die in terms of time loss. Might be Barnabas. You have auto saves, but there's loads of cutscenes and stuff like that involved. I'm obviously not trying to jinx anyone. I don't think anyone will die here because his attacks are quite telegraphed. But
well, if you were to die, you could retry, and it would be from the phase you were at.
Yeah, you start at the beginning of the phase, so you don't have to watch any cutscenes a second time. But yeah, this is the scary part right here.
Yeah, because this transition and all this stuff, you would need to do all this again there.
Yeah, you can see Pete still has 2 potions, 1 high potion.
Oh yeah, I think he'll be.
Yeah, of course, going into the next fight, like if you don't have any potions going into the next fight, you might be a little bit scared.
Yeah, these are the potions that you actually have through the Behemoth fight and beyond actually, but I think the Behemoth fight is the last kind of high damaging boss that you have to go through before you get a chance to refill. So it can be a little scary if you run low.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play it safe, you can just like go to town and get more potions right after this, but obviously that would be time lost.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a saving grace that you can speak to Goots before the end boss of the stage that Cal's on now, because that boss is actually pretty spooky and has really high damage output, but you can replenish potions just beforehand, so it's helpful.
Pete unfortunately did not get the parry on Circle of Malleus either. At least I didn't see it.
No, you went,
it
resolved fully. Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
it's a strange timing window that you need to go sooner than you think you would on the parry Circle of Malleus.
Mm.
Yeah. Still finished the fight though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would say that was a decent bit slower than Angels, but it was still
and we both
definitely an alright fight.
It is I who stand victorious.
Oh, on Angel's side, that was lightning rod, kind of between the Undertaker's legs. The Spirits Within was not hitting it.
No. It was his.
We did actually get to have
Clive
2 overlapping Odin fights now.
So yeah, as this ends, we get to see Unicorn's take on the fight.
That should be a lot of fun to watch, and in the meantime, so Angel's fights are going to be a lot of Flames of Rebirth, reload, autosave, rinse and repeat. which isn't to say that that's not interesting, but it's not as interesting as some of the other stuff that we might be seeing on certainly Rainbow's screen, and then Pete'll have that couple big fights coming up as well. I guess there's an occasional boss mixed in for good measure too, but nothing that's gonna really be too different from a lot of the stuff that we've been seeing throughout the run so far.
I mean, yeah, this Akashic curl is the same as the previous curl. It's just Akashic.
When Barnabas fell,
It's another reuse.
the road to stone here is barred to us no longer.
Oh. Yeah, I think Unicorn missed the wings of light there as well, but got the lightning rod.
Oh, that Rising Flames was also too far.
I mean, we did say, you know, Barnabas probably is mechanically the toughest boss in the speedrun. In terms of executing everything best and fully.
And just being able to land all of those abilities when they have their own, you know, like requirements for spacing and things like that can be just really challenging when you have a boss that's shifting all over the screen like he does too.
Yeah, in the end, it's like you also don't want to waste time like walking, like making sure you're like in the correct position. Like you're probably gonna be like okay, I'm just gonna like nudge a little bit forward and then use it, and then you realize, okay, I didn't nudge quite far enough. It's like you try to like get everything out as quick as possible.
Let's go.
Yeah, agreed.
Faster.
So now it's another posse of ninjas. The dynamic duo.
They've gone Akashic.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. That's it.
Lightning rod.
We got it. We got it. You know, that might have been the last chance to showcase that as well. It wasn't poison mist, it was flame, cast on flame, right? Because I think these guys are technically different.
Yeah, these guys are like lightning infused or something.
Yeah.
Ideally, with this fight, you can kind of get them like lined up for Giga Flare or like staggered close to each other. They got kind of like spread apart, but not too bad.
Looks like Pete did the Zantetsuken and Flames in the opposite order. So it is. I think it is. It's the other. Cal did Flames first, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually when Cal did Flames first, that was different than what I'm accustomed to. But I guess there's no reason it has to be one way or another. And if your intention is also to hit the boss with the Zantetsuken, that makes sense for sure.
So yeah, I think now Pete's not gonna have Zantetsuken before. So we might see a Rictus of Horror, aka the big laser cannon from the Orcish Warlord here.
Oh, did Flames already happen too?
Yeah, he's used both.
Oh, okay.
This kind of seems like it's not going according to plan.
Yeah, I think maybe he lost track of which wave he was on, and he fired the Zantetsuken early.
Yeah, it can be tricky for sure. Good, Giga Flare's a good backup here.
Yep.
You'll get Ignition to help with cleanup duty as well. But this boss can, can be pretty scary. Kind of got to focus on him first.
Yeah, one option would be to use Gungnir on like a group to try to build up Sandatsuken again, but it's kind of dangerous in some cases where like it's a pretty lengthy animation that you need to do to get it up to level 5. So if you get hit out of that, you might be in a bad position.
Yeah, I think it's an example where it was literally just the use of an ability one phase early. I mean, you still got pretty good value out of the ability usage. Like a lot of it was a full screen wipe, but it's a pretty significant time loss on the Warlord.
Oh, Unicorn is getting parried left and right.
What do you mean you want to use an ability? Do you know who I am?
I'll be fine.
Oh, those were just basic attacks, but...
That'll do, girl.
Cal is also on the way up to the first of the Ultima fights, so...
Yep.
Really only... There's no more normal fights left for Cal now. There's just a gauntlet of various Ultima fights between them and finishing the run.
Yeah, I have to say, if you look at the splits between the three teams, it's kind of the graph, as it were, has gone pretty leveled off. Like they've all kept, I think, pretty good pace with one another. It's a really, really good showing of the game, but also of all three runners. No catastrophic errors, I would say. Not that we'd want those. Yeah. But I think everyone's kind of maintained a reasonable pace, and it's a long run, you know, and kind of it's difficult to keep the consistency through all of it. So it's been really impressive so far.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, for Rainbow, there was like one soft lock and then the like audio glitch that lost some time. I think Angel also had to restart once for the audio glitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean overall it's not too bad, but Team Chocobo lost a little bit of time for that soft lock at least.
Yeah, I think it's more probably orders of seconds than minutes. I guess Unicorn's like crash actually was a little bit longer. That's true.
Let's see if we get the parry. Nice.
Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human sound?
Everything about this place bothers me.
The lightning rod against Ultima there is so satisfying. I feel he has like an attack. Is it neutron ring? Is it? Which is a load of beams that do constant damage. And if you just put the lightning rod right in front of Ultima, he will deplete the entire lightning rod onto himself. A ton of damage, basically for free. And the attack's quite irritating to dodge itself, so it feels good to kind of turn the tables a little bit with it.
For Angel, that was a defensive use of Limit Break to avoid getting hit by that rock, which actually deals huge damage. And then Lightning Rod on those little lasers. Procced quite a few times.
Yep, that's the second time in a row that's happened now. Both neutron flares got punished by a lightning rod. I think unless the attack I don't know if the battle AI really can be manipulated so much in the Behemoth, but the second phase, so after the Ecliptic Meteor, in order for Behemoth to actually die, it needs to cast Extinction.
Yes.
Which you then need to dodge. And when it casts Extinction, it needs to first cast both Comet and Meteor, I think, and there is a degree of randomness as to when he will decide to cast the two. I know you can move, I think if you move behind it during a certain attack, it will very likely start casting Meteor, which is the one that's the least common of the two, to push it towards the Extinction phase, but I think without that happening, there's a little bit of randomness potentially within the Behemoth fight. Even if you do everything right, he may not cast Extinction when you want him to.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird how it works. I mean, something that, like, he wants to bait out the meteor if you can, and then use the lightning rod to like deplete the HP.
Yep.
And after that, it should like then there's like really nothing that you need to do anymore. You just kind of wait for him to use Extinction.
And he could use it straight away or near enough straight away, or he could do, you know, a whole other Meteor and Comet cycle first.
That wasn't too bad. That was just the beginning.
All right. So, Cal's getting pretty close to entering the final stage of the game. Just got to get some weapons and
Is he missing material?
The Defender +2 looks like, yeah.
It's definitely an option. Oh, and Pete's doing Frostbite.
Oh.
Strat. Yeah, there you go. Very nice.
Oh, no lightning rod for this, but as long as he deals enough damage here,
Yeah.
that's gonna be fine.
Oh no. Oh no. Maelstrom is a pretty spooky attack. That one will one-shot you if it lands on you.
Yeah, okay. I think at this point we're like kind of in the territory of like he's just doing extra attacks that you don't want to see.
Yes, yeah, this is what I was alluding to, is that when he gets low, he either will go straight for Extinction or he'll go for, there we go.
I feel like he was missing a little bit of damage though.
Yeah, he was after the first Meteor, which may be the difference. Maybe if he after the first Meteor, if he's within Extinction range straight away, he won't do the full cycle. But you know, then again, maybe not. I don't fully understand it. Because for example, on New Game Plus, you have no issue hitting the HP gate, but then after you do hit the HP gate before where you'd want him to use Extinction, sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he just uses. There's a couple of Comet and Meteor cycles. So, fun fact: before in the release patch of this game, it was possible to do so much damage to him that he would go to 0 HP instead of hitting the HP gate, which you can still do now, but it used to softlock the game. He would just never cast Extinction, which thankfully no longer happens.
now Angel is fighting Ultima Prime, and by fighting I mean watching a cutscene with QTEs, and yeah, it really is quite a fight because once again you can't actually lose by failing the QTEs. So it's just again a game of knowing which ones are faster to succeed or fail. Not really like a huge difference between like optimal and like suboptimal here, I think. It's like the music is like just going from like start to finish, and then like once the fight ends it just like stops, and like in terms of like music it stops like around the same point, like kind of regardless of what you do, but with the like optimal choices it ends a little bit abruptly, like it feels like it ends a bit too soon.
Yeah, so I mean, Origin, we see that they've entered the last stage. Origin really is a boss rush. It's a QTE followed by three bosses, which is actually the same boss each time. And yeah, then that'll be FF16.
We had the Power of Brotherhood
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be
boss fight
easy
earlier.
targets.
This is the Power of Friendship boss fight.
Yes, definitely. And then we go back to Brotherhood again almost straight away. Now we're back to Brotherhood. That lot of good friendship did us.
Come on then. What are you waiting for?
Through the castle then. I don't see any other way.
I kind of like this scene with the long hallway here, since this is sort of the last moment. You know, these two get to spend together during the run, so kind of a neat way to wrap things up before the final boss rush. And I don't know, just I have a brother who we're both into stuff like this, so it's kind of fun to have a Final Fantasy that reflects some of that companionship or whatever you want to call it for the series. So yeah,
Now the
here we go with, Ultima Phase 1.
Yeah, I mean the cutscene between the end of that corridor and this is actually quite a distressing cutscene.
Yeah.
On the topic of brothers. So.
But we don't see it. Well, we just see the fights.
Yep. So we're all good. Everyone lives happily ever after. I swear. Okay. Okay.
I didn't say it. I think also in kind of, I would say fairly traditional Final Fantasy tradition at this point, this is kind of like the hard phase of the final boss, in a sense, I guess, at least comparatively. So So Angel's going to be looking at some of the same issues that we've talked about with bosses like Odin. Moves around a lot. Not a huge hit point pool though is the big thing. You can already see it's already kind of melted down. But some of these attacks are pretty scary.
The thing is, I mean, Ultima, the Ultima spell into Lightning Rod is pretty brutal.
Yeah.
I also kind of like how he casts the spell. It's like kind of doing the thing, saying the thing.
Yeah. The Giga Flare at the start also just took like a pretty big portion out of him. But overall, I would say like, I mean, definitely for the speedrun, there's like many kind of precise things about this final boss sequence, but like overall, in terms of like game difficulty, it's not too crazy.
I agree. There's some optimization challenges for sure. This upcoming, so we're kind of doing the space icon battle again too here, with Ifrit Risen versus the Ultima Risen, and this one is a lot more technical than the Bahamut space boss as well. The boss moves in a much more kind of like dynamic fashion, a lot more complex attacks, I would say.
Yeah, I think Bahamut
stuff like that. So
yeah, Bahamut kind of like when Bahamut runs away here, like so for example, you saw that Ultima Risen teleported away, and it's bait because if you follow Ultima Risen, they're just going to immediately counter you. Bahamut kind of does what Bahamut's going to do come hell or hellfire. But then if you hellfire, but then with Ultima Risen, if you just blindly follow them, it's always going to be a trap. So you follow them, but then you also need to adjust to what they're going to do next and account for it. It usually just involves getting behind them, but it just means that you can't blindly attack. And like here, for example, you have to do these dodges. There's no way to stun locking out of it or to skip them. So it's a little bit more involved. I don't think there's a realistic chance of death on story, not in this fight anyway. It's just more about doing it quickly.
Yeah, for sure.
And avoiding dumb staggers, but I don't know. Not that was a dumb stagger. That was a correct stagger.
We've got Pete on the last boss here before just the Ultima fights as well, so getting really close to the end game here for Pete. And got another Behemoth fight going on here for Rainbow. Seems like it's progressing pretty smoothly from what I've been able to tell. It seems like he got a little bogged down with the end of his Behemoth fight, but this seems to be going according to plan, I would say.
Yeah, I find the cutscene before the one with the Orc Warlord that Pete just defeated to always be a little bit alarming, because there's kind of like this cut away, and it's just like looking at the courtyard, and then suddenly you've got this Orc Warlord crotch in your face. It just teleports right in there.
I've got some good stuff for you.
Yeah, it always is a bit of a jump scare. I don't
you
understand why they chose to do it that way, but they did.
Is there else you need?
But yeah, so now Pete's got the Ultima fight coming up. And I think Unicorn just needs to wait for there it is. Wait for the Behemoth to calm down and use Extinction. I don't know if we'll get. Huh?
The space for Ultima is just it's a really tanky like kind of barrier phase, and you can't skip it either.
I think it's part of why it's a tricky fight, and I think MT was alluding to this a little bit earlier, but a lot of the icon battles, you sort of get accustomed to just sort of doing whatever you want. And this is really one of the only ones where you kind of have to employ a lot more strategy and patience, I would say, if you want to do it optimally.
Yeah, so like during the purple bar part there, you know, if you just keep attacking, because when you see the purple bars against every enemy, basically, that's just a sign for, you know, attack. Let's go for it. But then if you do that against Ultima Risen, the beams of light that come out of the shield, they're gonna hit you, and you actually don't really have time to attack between them. So really, what you're meant to do there is do a precision dodge and counter, and basically just do those. That requires a bit of patience. Which I think most players, the first time they got to that fight, would not have that patience. It wouldn't occur to them to do it that way. So there is a little bit more strategy to it. So I'm thinking now we're gonna get two Ultima fights on screen, but it'll be different Ultimas, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and just to kind of so we've seen the first two phases of Angel's final fight here. This is sort of like the victory lap portion, I would say. We get a lot of the reflecting on the journey pieces, and we're gonna see all of our friends one last time and stuff like that. So it's a very fitting way, I think, to wind down a Final Fantasy game like this.
Yeah, the last one's called Ultimalius, which is the name of the religion that Barnabas, who is an fanatic, as you may have noticed, is part of, is called the Circle of Malleus. So it's kind of Ultimalius, combines the two together. It took me way too long to realise that that's where the name came from. But that's the final fight.
Such foul intent may not be sublimed through gain-standing.
For the final phase of Ultima, it's basically split into many different parts, which are focused on the different elements of the icons. And here you want to be kind of precise with when you're going to be staggering. This is one of those cases where you want to avoid the dumb stagger and you want to stagger immediately at the start of other phases. Especially, it's like the Shiva phase, kind of, where he can do a really lengthy attack, but if you stagger him at the start, he's just not going to do it.
And still you would raise your hand against the Lord.
What now?
Yeah, this is the only time in the game really where you see the high level spells, where you see, you know, the ultimas, the holies, the flares. It's where you would see them if you give him the opportunity to cast them. But I believe he's not. Ultimalius isn't really meant to get to holy, I think, if we use the strategies correctly.
And now Pete is probably wants to go for parry on this. I think maybe. Okay, there
we go.
Yeah.
I don't know if he purposely parried only one of the later attacks, or if he just missed the previous ones, but it worked out in the end.
I think that seemed like a defensive limit break because of that attack. That attack hurts quite a lot if you don't dodge or parry it properly. But
okay, now Angel is using Power of Friendship to beat him up. Here's the ice phase, but if everything goes well, you should be getting staggered out of this, I believe. Yeah. I think ideally the stagger gauge would have been lower already, and you would actually get a really instantaneous stagger, but that was not too bad.
I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine. And I'm going to need Otto's help.
There's something about it. I feel like it's...
Who doesn't love a good beam struggle?
Joshua seemed upset.
We are seeing some of the Odin down, that kind of like down slashing movement tech from Rainbow here.
Nope.
we saw a couple.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he went for one more, but then yeah, I think they didn't have the target right.
Yeah, stuff got in the way.
Oh no, Joshua. See, this is why you get sabotaged, right? By that kind of thing.
I'm not much bothered either way.
It's one of those where you could just leave it, and Joshua will eventually kill the enemy, but you don't know how quickly that's going to happen, and it feels pretty bad. Plus, using the Odin sword swing going down that road is pretty fun anyway, so you know, why not go again?
The Angel is kind of on the final stretch, like the final real phase that you're going to be worried about. I think that Rising Flames missed.
Yep.
Gonna have to do a
Oh,
little
there's Holy.
bit here. There's
Yeah.
Holy, yeah.
Oh, we get to see a little bit more then. It's almost done. This is probably gonna finish him off.
Yep.
Yeah. So now all that's remaining is like the very final phase where he's just kind of standing around. I mean, if you let him stand around for too long, he's gonna use attacks, but
It's a bit like the end of FF7, yeah.
Yeah, like as long as you unleash some attacks, you're gonna be able to kill him without him like doing anything.
So yeah, well, once the Phoenix and Ifrit clash sequence starts, it's pretty much considered GG's.
Yeah, this has been such a great run from Angel. This kind of like start to finish. Very, very,
Yep.
Very impressed.
Yeah, it seems like it's gonna be a PB for him. From what I saw, people like talking about what his current PB is. I think it was like at 730 something. So.
It wouldn't surprise. I'd have to double check. It wouldn't surprise me if Pete was also on PB pace right now, but I'm not 100% sure there.
Okay, so now it's going to deplete the HP bar, then there's a little cutscene before the time actually ends. Yeah, there's one more like cinematic clash where he needs to mash. So a few more inputs that he still needs to do.
He's saying the line, he's saying it. The only fantasy here is yours, which will be his final witness. The developers gave an interview about how to localize that line. Apparently they really wanted him to actually somehow get him to say the words Final Fantasy. The localizing guy was like, no, you can't shoehorn those two words together in a sentence and make it work.
Yeah, one more clash here, and then just like most of the splits in the run, time is when the Ultimate is defeated pops up here, so it'll just be in a few seconds.
Very soon.
Time.
Time for Team Tonberry in Final Fantasy XVI.
Okay, and good luck to the FF12 runners. This is starting here.
Yeah, and again, just thank you to everybody who is involved in getting FF16 into the relay, everybody who worked on their runs and has worked on the game since it's come out. And it just seems like there's been a lot of really great progress, great community discussions, and a lot of things, kind of something for everybody as well, I would say. Between, you have your new game runs, and then you have, story versus action, which play out fairly differently, I would say. There's, New Game Plus, and then some of the harder difficulties, and now we've got the DLC runs as well. So definitely, if you like the game, if you're waiting for it to come out on PC, definitely check it out if this looks like something you would enjoy, because it is a blast. It's such a cool game. So.
I think we could give a bit of time for the FF12 runners, commentators to introduce themselves.
Yeah, sure, let's do it. So I'm Rista. I'm a speedrunner for a few different games, 10, 12, 13, but probably most famously, I'm the namesake of Garnet from yesterday's Tonberry FF9 run, so, I'm kind of a big deal. And we also have...
No, I think we're past that, Clive.
I'm Zero. I also run a couple of FF games, most known for 12, and but I'll be running FF5 later.
You said you run a couple of FF games, and then your next word was most, and I was like, yeah, that is true, you do run most FF games.
Aren't we?
Yeah.
Seems that way. Yeah, so we're here to do commentary for FF12. TZA New Game Minus on PC. There's a lot of words there because there's been a lot of categories in this game, and even this game itself has had a lot of different versions, and so this has sort of been the most active one, and it's a really exciting run because it's been changing a lot lately, and so we're really excited to do commentary for it. But for the first few minutes here, we're essentially just going to be advancing the story, just going through several different story triggers. So we just had a few cutscenes and a mini boss fight just to introduce the basic mechanics. We got to see the character Rex for a few minutes only. He's just there for the intro. Now we're with his little brother Vaughn, who's the main character for the rest of the story. And yeah, we're just going to be doing some story stuff. So if there's anything else you guys want to say about FF16, that's fine at any point.
Yeah, at this point, we have the two different ultimate fights again going on here. Unicorn is on the prior one. Probably on phase transition here, yes.
Yep. So yeah, I mean it's the same boss, but yeah, two different iterations of them. I think Pete's just beginning the final phase of the final boss. So yeah, it's one of those where we kind of keep an eye on like two screens at the same time.
It seems like okay, he did get the lightning rod down there.
Yeah, I didn't spot it either.
Yeah, but that then went a little further to like do the wings of light dodges. I mean, you can do it up close, but perhaps he just finds it easier to do that way, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
But that was a way to dodge the what is the event horizon or something? Is like the big rock.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous.
Yeah, it saves you a limit break usage.
I sense more here than mere will.
Really quick, I'll just mention that Dessa just took care of the Rogue Tomato, one of the most dangerous bosses in the run. Not because it's actually the most dangerous, it's just it's so early in the run that people will try to save a single potion and not heal. But in this version of the game, Vaughn actually starts off with a different weapon than the original versions. He used to start with a little sword, now he has a little dagger, and the dagger has a higher speed and damage, so you kill this enemy slightly faster. So it's even less likely to die in this version, but in a relay you would just use that potion. I'll also mention that in the early game, for some versions of FF12, Gil is a very important part of the route, and even a single push can make a huge difference. But they kind of just give you more stuff, and you have more access to Gil early in the Zodiac Age, so it's not a huge concern here. Also mention that we're going into the clan hall right now. This just happens to be the first time that we're anywhere near this door, and so we actually do a little bit backtracking to go in here now. This also means that when we come back later to, not here, but in the bazaar, there's a shop that sells some items that are acquired in different means in this version, but oil and decoy are the two really important spells that we're going to have access to because we did them, and they're both very critical for this speedrun.
Yeah, the shop, you cannot use the shop until you talk to Montblanc in the clan hall, so that's why
when I came back to do my practice runs for this, I completely forgot about that, and I was like, where's the shop? What's going on? Just things that you get mixed up when there's many different versions of this game, many different versions of the runs. Since we're doing a little introduction to the run, also just go ahead and say that this is a new game minus, and what that means is that our character's not going to be acquiring experience. This does not mean that they're going to be level 1, which is how weak mode in the IZJS version worked, where everyone would just be forced to be level 1. When the characters join the party, their initial level is set by the levels and experience of other party members. So the first 2 members to join after Vaughn have Vaughn's level +1, and then the next 3 members join based off of a formula from the rest of the characters' levels. And so how it happens is if Vaughn is fixed at level 1, or everyone is fixed and not gain experience, they join at level 1, and then level 2, the next 2, and the next 3 join at 3. So their levels will be 1, 2, 2, and 3, 3, 3. And so that is actually the name of the original low-level category, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. But they gave it a proper name in this new game minus. But the idea is the same, as we're just not going to be acquiring experience. In the 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 version, this was very difficult, and it was actually the key difficulty of the run was that you couldn't kill anything or more than a few things that give experience, or else you would gain levels, and so you could lose a run at any point from just accidentally leveling up. And this, they just made it so you do not gain experience, and so you stay weak throughout the entire run, and that's why it was originally called weak mode, now new game minus. But one of the key things that is really important for this run is that in this version of the game, we have these trials, which is basically a 100-stage challenge mode that lets you just test what your party can do. We don't actually want to do that. We just happen to put this exorbitantly just expensive item right at the beginning, the diamond armlet. I don't know why they did this. It's totally crazy and it's warped the routing of this anything in this game, because you can just go in here, start the trials, open that chest, save, go back to the main game, and you instantly have like 5,000 gil extra. And it's completely crazy.
So what the Diamond Armlet does is that it allows you to gain better stuff from chests. And since there are a lot of chests throughout the trial mode, they give you the Diamond Armlet in the very first stage, so that you can immediately start getting the better things from the chests if you equip it. But yeah, then in Zodiac Age, when you can just keep the items from the trial mode, which you were not able to do in the ICJS version, now it's just a free money, like 6,000 gil.
Something else I'll mention is that when I was routing this, I'm not even sure that Diamond Armor gives better items. I think most of the time the better item is the one that's not the Diamond Armor, at least from a routing perspective. But it was just, when this game was released, I was just completely shocked that they would let you just take things from the first stage and immediately take them back out. Right now, Dessa is doing a little mini game, the Sunstone charging. You basically just got to go through 2 to 4 of these sunstones. These aren't sunstones, are they? I forget
They're dark crystals.
Dark crystals, right? And they charge the sunstone, and 2 to 4, they each give 25 to 55 charge, and you have to go from 0 to 100, and you can do some math, and it works out that about 7% of the time it only takes 2, 10% of the time it'll take 4, but typically, the other 83% will take 3, which Dessa just got. However, he got 99 on the second one, so he thought he might have gotten that little boost. But, we just got a little bit of relay trolling as is standard.
No.
But now that we have that Diamond Armor acquired, there's a shop here which sells Dark. Dark is a very, very strong compared to your initial spells, and it does AoE damage. So this is actually another big change from earlier versions. We just have this access to a really strong spell. It's 500 gil, and it would have been difficult to get 500 gil if we didn't have a 6,000 gil Diamond Armor to sell immediately. So we sold that,
so you turned your back on your creation.
Now get the
You're back on the world, like the coward you are.
You think you know me?
Alright, so it looks like Unicorn has started Origin
Nothing.
Pete is. I said before that Pete was going into the final phase of Ultima. That was wrong. He is now going into Ultimalius, coming out of his cocoon. Yeah, I think what during this cutscene there isn't really too much to say about the final fight. So
yeah, we'll
see.
Commentary. We'll see once the phase begins. Then once again, you're gonna kind of see building up the stagger in the first phase, but not staggering all the way, and then hopefully get a fairly quick stagger in the next phase.
I think Pete does have the defender +2 here, right? So that's one of the differences between him and Cal.
Oh, right, Angel was missing that then.
Yeah. They were missing it.
Mm.
So, you know, that should, I guess, technically translate into what you think to be a faster blitz through it. But the damage difference between defender +1 and defender +2 isn't actually that humongous.
Pain, suffering. You have no.
Yeah, I mean it definitely matters, especially like when you have fights really like crowded down to like the small details, and then it's like ends up being different because of the gear. Yeah, you don't want that, but you can still definitely manage.
I think it's a difference of 10 attack or so, but that is the difference between, you know, an ability exactly half staggering or staggering versus not. So we'll see any difference here.
This definitely seems like a bit of a different approach to the fight, so we'll see how it turns out. That will gauge is like only about like halfway. So I don't think there's going to be a very quick stagger in the next phase.
This part of it, we're essentially just advancing the plot. There's a guaranteed elixir chest that's a nice little influx of gil, and in this version of the game, it no longer despawns the Zodiac Spear, which is sort of a weird feature they put in the original versions, but we're not going to get it anyway, but just mentioning if it gives people anxiety. Yeah, that chest no longer does that. But yeah, this part of the game is essentially just advancing the plot for a couple more minutes. See. Vaughn running through a castle, picking up chests, and then these epic battles with FF16 at the same time is kind of funny, side by side.
Yeah, we can see Unicorn now starting the actual fight, the like final Ultima. I mean, not the final phase, but the final boss anyway. The first phase of the final boss, you could say. And then Pete is now dealing with the second phase of the final phase. I don't know what to call this anymore.
Yeah, so it's I guess the second phase of Ultimalius, right? And then that stagger, that foretold stagger hasn't materialized yet. It will do eventually.
Yeah, this is kind of a struggle when you don't get the instant stagger at the start of that phase.
Yeah. So now it's just about pumping as much damage as you possibly can into it.
Yeah, I think from here on it's going to be fine. This should be a phase transition, and maybe it's knocking a little bit of damage before the transition.
Yeah, that wind up to do like about 10 HP worth of damage before the HP gate. It all adds up.
Might have been better to leave it like half charged.
Just emptying the clip before you go to this long cutscene again, I think.
I mean, yeah, it'll be recharged by the time you get back, so you know why not use it, right? No, I think you just want to make sure you get the job done, right? You don't want him to go off and do more attack cycles. You don't want to dodge another flare or something.
Yeah, it seems like Rainbow's fight was pretty clean so far. Still got a little ways to go here.
I kind of like how this entire ending sequence is kind of Ultima progressively throwing a more and more petulant tantrum. Petulant tantrum. So it's kind of like, you know, I forbid it. No, you can never be. You know, I will unmake you. And then by the end of it, he's like, no. It's like you can almost like feel in like the impotent rage.
Yeah, he fully loses his cool, and
yeah,
this does feel like a very one-sided battle. He doesn't feel very intimidating at this point anymore.
Yeah, jump in really quick, if you don't mind. We're getting our first menu. So gambits are now have been introduced, and the gambit is essentially a deconstruction or like handing over of AI from previous versions of Final Fantasy to you to give to your characters. So you can essentially just set up a list of commands that they can execute with priority. And for the most part, we don't use those in the original version of the speedrun so much, but with the 4x speed up that you can see we have here, it's really important to just have our characters doing what we want them to do at all times. So right now we pretty much just set them up to just only do attack because it's our only option. Pretty soon we're going to be able to give Vaughn and Balthier here the ability to cast Dark. And once they can cast Dark, then we'll have them doing that. But those are essentially our gambits at the moment. Now we can use those gambits to get through these first couple of fights. And we're also going to do extra trials here to get us some LP. Using that Dark requires some LP, so we get that through this first set of trials. And that'll allow us to get through these first couple bosses with a really powerful Dark spell.
And this I got 3 kills there, so lost LP from one of the guards, but I don't know how big of a difference it makes.
It's not a huge deal. If you lose all 4 from a Dark, then it becomes a problem. But in this game, they set it up so that the side that got the final hit is the one that gets the experience or the LP. And so in that specific fight, Amalia here is not in your party, and so if she defeats any of the guards, then she'll be the one who stops you from getting the LP. She immediately joins your party and then starts giving you resources if she wins. But yeah, it can be frustrating. And there's a few other instances where a boss could beat themselves and lose experience, and we'll actually most likely see that at least one time from these runs is when you're doing less damage and they're doing more damage to themselves through these strategies, it's more likely that they get the last hit on themselves. And so we'll be there in a little bit. Hopefully none of our controlled. But again, we've granted these situations. Now you can see Vaughn and Balthier are both casting Dark, doing significantly more damage. And it'll make these next few fights a little bit easier, especially because everyone's very low level, even for this point in the game.
And we're to the wrap-up cycle here for Pete and Team Mog on FF16. So just one last rush of attacks here, and then the final blow. And over on Rainbow's screen for Team Choco, dealing with Purgatorium and trying to get that thing down.
Oh, looks like Pete's damage was really good going into this, so all he needed was one wind-up. Like in some cases you want to go all the way with Lightning Rod and Giga Flare, but yeah, just one quick heavy punch and that was it.
And we shall be its final witness. We shall be its final witness. One punch away from...
I said, it's over.
We're just about to time here for Pete.
That's time.
Yeah.
Okay, GG's to Team Moogle and Pete.
Alright, so now on Team Tonberry's screen we can see Firemain. This boss is sort of the first real boss of the run. We can see that their HP bar is at the top. So it's a signal for the more major bosses. he pretty much teleports around and just does a few basic attacks, and then bushfire is his big attack that we can see the animation for right now. He only starts doing bushfire, or he starts doing it more frequently once he reaches below 50% HP. And with the low level we're at, bushfire does quite a bit of damage. And so we do everything we can to mitigate it. If he's standing in the water, he won't use it. And you can also stop it from actually going off by using a potion. If there's any item or spell in the queue, like in the queue of actions, then animated attacks can't start until it finishes. And so this is something that we're actually going to be taking advantage of quite a bit. It's similar to the ATE blocking that has been used in previous versions of the run, but that's not really something that's possible in this version. Well, in this speed run at least, it is possible, but we don't get enough items to be able to do that effectively. But yeah, the animated attacks we can stall, and so we basically wait for the teleport, which is a telltale sign that he's going to do it, and then use a potion and then try and stall it. And so that's what's pretty successful in that. I think we got 2 bushfires, which is pretty normal for this category, and so he survived there pretty well. Now we can continue on through a few more fights that are just like story related. Looks like he's here beating a few extra mobs in the dungeon to make up for the LP that Zero mentioned that he lost. So now something I'll mention about FF speedrunning in general is you basically are trying to manage a lot of resources all at the same time. So you have your, sort of on the macro scale, you have your experience, your LP, your gil, items, and those you have to manage. And then on the micro scale, you have your HP, your MP, boss HP, etc. And so in New Game Minus, sort of alleviates one of those concerns, which is experience. We don't have to worry about getting that anymore. On the other hand, that makes things more difficult to get through. And so in the early game, one thing that's been used a lot to sort of make up for experience is we grind Dustia, which is just a really early powerful enemy that we can grind to level our characters up. Since we don't have to do that, we can sort of skip that and just proceed straight through the story directly. And LP is sort of a larger concern because we have to get a few licenses early, like Dark, and so that's why we have done 2 trials already and then fought a few extra enemies. It's just we want the access to Dark and a few accessory slots. In particular, that diamond armlet that we happen to get in this version of the game makes you immune to lightning damage, which is great because we're about to fight a lightning boss. So that's one other LP concern, is how do we get enough LP to equip the diamond armlet? That boss really, it only does enough damage because we're in New Game Minus. In the other version of the game, you just tank the attacks, no problem. But we're only at about 100 HP. This HP concern is going to be a big deal until we reach about maybe an hour into the run. Once we get to that point, we're able to actually buy nice enough armor that our main tank will have 1,000 plus HP, and then we'll be able to just start taking attacks, no problem. But until then, we're going to be quickly at the point where a single attack will just kill any of our party members at any point.
Yeah, and also from license board, we can get a lot of HP lowers, which allows us to survive.
Yep.
It looks like.
You go ahead.
It looks like Unicorn's here going into the last kind of real phase of Ultimalius. Or second to last real phase of Ultimalius with just under the half stagger mark.
Yeah, it seems like a similar situation to Pete.
Yeah. Pretty low on the limit break as well, but it probably won't make a difference. The extra 10% maybe. No, we're good. We got the second. Okay.
Yeah, okay. He still has Thunderstorm and Wind Up, so the damage should be okay.
Yeah, and Ignition. MVP move.
Yeah, now one more like kind of real phase left. It seemed like for Pete, it didn't go like maybe according to plan, so let's see. Hopefully it goes better here.
Yeah, I think because in Final Fantasy 16 there aren't really sequence breaks or anything like that. The final boss fight kind of plays pretty close to how a casual player would do it. Obviously, they might not have a 9-level deficit normally, but it doesn't play humongously different. But obviously, because we're a lot more considered and efficient with our abilities and when we use them, that's where the speed comes from. You know, if you're hit by a particularly nasty attack from Ultima, he absolutely do you in. But the thing with Ultima or Ultimalius is that his really nasty attacks are all like Flare and Holy and that kind of thing. And they're really showy, which has a side effect of making them incredibly easy to dodge. So thankfully we don't have to worry too hard about it. I think the more challenging fights in this run are earlier than the final boss. So kind of like by here, it's a bit of I think as Den said, it's a bit of a victory lap.
Yeah, of course, what you need to watch out for is like these long animations that like he might go like somewhere high up or like move around and you can't really hit him, so that's gonna
fly. Yeah.
yeah, that's why it's like casually this I don't think this is particularly difficult, but for the speedrun there's certainly a lot to do in terms of optimization, because like you want to avoid all those really long attacks and like deal with these phases really quickly.
Yeah,
I think Rainbow having that full limit break, well, 3 bars of limit break is going to go an awful long way here.
Oh, he did teleport.
Pushing that final phase.
Yeah, he did. So obviously Meteor.
Okay, but Lightning Rod under the meteor. Except okay, the Lightning Rod had already kind of worn down a little bit, so didn't get that many hits out of it. Look at this. I think that's gonna be it.
This has to be it. Yeah, that has to be it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. At this point, he's gonna be pretty much done with the run. I'm just gonna need a little bit more damage after the sequence. Yeah, no more surprises should be left in this run.
The Victory Lap final boss is sort of a Final Fantasy tradition that they decided to break for Final Fantasy XII, so it's a little bit of a scary boss in pretty much all versions of this run, so it's nice to see you guys have an easy time with it.
Well, I'll say it's easy to not die. It's not necessarily easy to do fast, but it's easy. Yeah, it's not. There's no real risk of catastrophe.
I think I've seen a run be lost in more or less every category to the final boss of FF12. So.
Yeah, thankfully that's not a worry too badly here. That would be pretty cruel.
Not only is it not easy, but he also scales with your development, specifically with the number of espers you get. So even in the completionist category, where you have super strong stats, you can still die to him.
They thought of everything.
They did. They really did.
Oh no. Yeah. Sneaky devs.
We thought about everything except telling him not to cast piercing magic when you have reflect, and so he'll stop doing it. So maybe they didn't think of that one. But something I'll mention really quick here. Or what?
Well, that's pretty much it for Unicorn Phoenix. It's just one last quick time event, and then that'll be us done for FF16. You know, he has to say the line first as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get to see Clive say the line one more time. And if you didn't catch it on the first couple finishes, there's the iconic 9999 as well on the punch. So
yeah, it's a 1 million damage punch.
Not even 1 million. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say this was a good race for 16. All of them did good runs for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. This was so much fun to watch and commentate. And that is time.
GG's. Yeah, I mean, it was a good race, but on the other hand, it was difficult for people like me who set their alarm based on the leaderboard. These times are misleading, man. They did way better.